it did, I still stayed where I was, one hand on the doorknob, like I was waiting for something. It finally occurred to me that I was expecting another freakout, only my body didn't seem interested. It felt chilly and kind of achy and kind of high, but not particularly panicked. I gave it a little longer, until I started to feel stupid. Then I dropped the sheet and checked out the damage. It wasn't all that bad, other than putting a new bruise on my ass and a lump on my head. I'd come out pretty good this round. Whatever is trying to kill me is obviously going to have to step up its game, I thought viciously, and looked in the mirror. And swore. I might not have been too beaten up, but I still looked like hell, especially my hair. Not only was it still faintly green, but it was now missing a large chunk. I pushed it around for a while with clumsy fingers, but nothing seemed to help. I tried parting it different, but the only way that kind of worked looked suspiciously like a middle-aged guy's comb-over, and it still left me looking like something had taken a bite out of my head. Damn it all! Not so long ago, my hair had been a shimmering red-gold wave that cascaded down my back like a cloak. It had been my one claim to real beauty, and I'd cried like a baby when I had to cut it while on the run from Tony, because it was too recognizable. I didn't cry this time. I was too freaking mad. I just brushed my teeth, washed my face, and dragged my big wad of fabric back to the bedroom. The vamp still didn't say anything, and neither did I. I also didn't turn on a light, which was stupid, because he could probably see about the same either way. But it made me feel more naked to have it on, which was why it took 5 minutes of hunting and grumbling and falling and cursing around in the closet to find what I wanted. I finally emerged with an old Georgia Bulldogs baseball cap, a pair of silky blue track shorts, and a faded pink tank top from my comfort clothes stash. None of it matched, but right then, I didn't give a damn. I hauled everything back to the bathroom, and after dressing and combing and slapping on some mascara, I decided I looked mostly normal. If normal people had green hair and wore hats indoors. The vamp folded his paper and got to his feet when I started out the door, even though there was another guard just outside. He was leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, looking bored and butt sore. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. I just padded across the hall to the living room, because stomping doesn't work so well in bare feet and on carpet. The rest of the crew was in the lounge, playing cards. Of course they were. I felt like asking them if that's how they'd envisioned spending eternity, but I had other things on my mind. Marco was sitting at the card table, doing one of his fancy shuffles. He looked up, and a smile quirked at the corner of his mouth. "What?" I demanded. "You and the bulldog got the same expression." "Very funny." "What the hell?" He held up a hand. "First of all, how are you doing?" "I'm fine, or I would be if—" "You sure? We got the doc on standby." I scowled. That was where that sadist could stay, too. "No thanks. And can we—" "You hungry? 'Cause we got Chinese coming." "Marco." "Not from room service. From that little place around the corner. Kung Pao chicken. Ginger beef." "Marco!" He sighed and gave it up. "I told the master this was how you were gonna react. But you gotta see that it makes sense. At least until we figure this thing out." "It does not make sense. There's nobody in the apartment but us, and the creature can't possess a vamp." "We don't know that." "Or it would have already done it instead of hanging around the foyer, waiting for Mr. Mage to show up." "Mr. Mage," one of the vamps said. "I like that. I'm gonna start calling all of them that." "I can think of a few things to call them," another one muttered. "And if you think it can possess a vamp, this makes even less sense," I pointed out. "You just left me alone in my room with one for hours." "You're right," he told me. "I am?" "Yeah. We obviously need two." "Marco!" He held up placating hands. "Just kidding." "This isn't funny. It's like being a freaking prisoner." He started to answer, but the phone rang, and it wasn't the main line, but a black cell phone sitting on the card table. Marco picked it up, glanced at the readout, scowled, and hung up. He looked at me. Better than being a freaking corpse. Didn't you hear me? This isn't going to help. It will if that thing goes after you. It already possessed you once. And won't again. I pulled out Pritkin's little amulet. He left me another one before he took the mage off to the Corps' version of a hospital. It might be stinky, but I liked it a lot better than the alternative. That only works on Fae, Marco pointed out, wrinkling his nose. Which this thing is. Which this thing may be. That ain't been decided yet. It spoke in a Fae dialect. And demons don't know that shit? If it's trying to throw us off, of course it's gonna pretend to be something else. Or maybe it really was trying to communicate. For what? To apologize? Marco's tone said clearly what he thought about that. He dealt another round. Anyway, until we get some solid proof of what we're dealing with here, the Master don't want to take chances. This isn't his call. It's my life. Yeah? Well, you're gonna have to take that up with him. I put my hands on my hips. Fine, I will. Get him on the phone. Can't. And why not? He's in a high-level meeting. How convenient. And told me not to disturb him until morning. Then get a note to him. That would be disturbing. Damn it, Marco! The phone rang. He glanced at it, sighed, and put it back down again. Look, it's only for a little while. Oh, please. I couldn't believe he was trying that. Sell it to someone else. I know how these things work. He took his smelly cigar out of his mouth and rested it on the ashtray. And how do they work? I go along with this now, and I'll have Mutt and Jeff here, dogging my every step for the rest of my damn life. The taller vamp looked at the shorter one. Guess that makes you Jeff. I ain't no Jeff. He was a crazy little bugger. Well, Mutt was an idiot. They were both idiots, and shut up, Marco told them. He looked at me. You know I don't have any say over this, but you're already up now, so it don't matter anyway. And you could talk to the Master in the morning. I just stood there for a moment, debating options, because giving in, even for a few hours, wasn't smart. Give a vamp an inch, and he wouldn't take a mile. He'd take the whole damn continent. My stomach growled. Kung Pao chicken, Marco wheedled. The bastard. Mircea and I clearly needed to have a conversation, but I also needed to eat. And only one was currently available, and I was starving. Sweet and sour pork. Oh, shut up, I told him. He grinned. I sighed. You order egg rolls? Marco spread his hands. Please. I decided that I'd bargain better on a full stomach and swiped a beer. He dealt me in, and I grabbed a chair before looking at my cards hopefully. Nothing. Not even a pair of twos. Typical. The phone rang. Can't you turn that off? One of the guards groused. He was an attractive blonde I didn't recognize. Probably one of the new guys. It's my private line. Could be important, Marco told him tersely. Your private line? How the hell? I don't know, but I'm getting it changed tomorrow. Just play your cards. I would if I ever got any worth a damn, the guy muttered. They anteed up. I folded. The phone rang. Damn it, Marco. I can't play with that thing going off every 5 seconds. Then don't play, Marco told him. Just tell the mage to go fuck himself. What mage? I asked, and everyone froze. Thank you, Marco told the guy viciously. The phone rang. Marco had left it on the table and it had jittered its way over to me, so I picked it up. Don't, he said. I flipped it open and checked the readout. Pritkin. I shot Marco a look and put the phone to my ear. Hello? God damn it, Marco. You're supposed to be... He cut off abruptly. Cassie? What is it? I asked, feeling my heart rate speed up. There's no emergency. Not right now, he said, apparently hearing the alarm in my voice. But I need to see you. I'm coming up. The hell you are, Marco said, grabbing back the phone. I already told you. I want to see him, I said, crossing my arms. Marco looked at me, clearly frustrated. You need to rest. I'm playing cards and drinking beer. How is that not resting? You were gonna go back to bed soon. I slept all day. The doorbell rang. Marco got to his feet, looking conflicted. What are you going to do, bar the door? I asked, also standing up. I got orders, he said defensively. Mircea told you to lock Pritkin out? Just for tonight. He didn't want the mage here while you're vulnerable. He's my bodyguard. When I'm vulnerable is when I need him. Look, you really gotta... Take that up with Mircea, I finished for him. Yeah. Fine, I will. I pressed the menu button on Marco's phone. Cassie. And there it was. I hit the button. The phone rang. Yes. The familiar voice was smooth, with no sign of irritation. Not yet. You said you weren't going to do this. There was a pause. Cassandra? Wow, we just leapt right to it there, didn't we? I asked, furious. You are supposed to be asleep. I was, and then I got up to discover that I'm a prisoner. You are not a prisoner. Then can I leave? Another pause. In the morning, when you can shift. So I'm only a prisoner for the night, is that it? It is for your protection. And how does that work exactly? I've been assaulted twice, and where have they both been again? You were vulnerable the first time due to our ignorance of the threat. You were vulnerable the second time because a mage provided a conduit for the creature. And that explains why I can't see Pritkin? A third pause. That had to be some kind of record. Mircea usually had the defense prepared. No. Considering the probable nature of the entity that has been attacking you, I consider the warlock to be a threat in his own right. The what? He had a demon servant at one time, did he not? Encased in that battle golem he devised? I frowned. I guess. Then he is a warlock, not merely a mage. Only warlocks can summon demons to their aid. Is there a point? Merely that warlocks are a notoriously unstable class. They are prone to strange behavior, increasingly so as they age, with some going mad over time. It is one reason that many mages avoid this specialization, despite the added power it gives them. But Jonas had a golem once, I protested. He told me so. Forgive me, Cassie, but Jonas Marsden is hardly an example of well-adjusted behavior. Point. And we were discussing the warlock Pritkin. Actually, we weren't, because Pritkin wasn't a warlock. His ability with demons came not through some arcane magic, but because he was half demon himself. His father was Rosier, Lord of the Incubi, which made Pritkin sort of a demon prince, or something. I really didn't know what it made him, since he hated that part of his lineage and almost never talked about it. But I didn't think mentioning that I was being guarded by the son of a prince of hell was likely to go well. Of course, neither was this. He's a friend. Those creatures are not friends, Cassie. They are self-serving, power-hungry. They say the same thing about vamps. And unpredictable. Not to mention that this one may well be part demon himself. What? That is the rumor Kit has been hearing, and it would explain why he heals so quickly, how he has lived. A lot of people are part one thing, part another, but most of them don't bother to cover up large areas of their past. Yet despite all of Kit's efforts, he has been unable to discover anything about the man before the last century. Because he wasn't born then. We both know that isn't the case. I didn't say anything. Mircea had recently seen Pritkin on a trip we'd taken back in time, and while mages tended to live a century or more longer than most humans, It was kind of hard to explain why he'd aged maybe 5 years and a couple hundred. Of course, I didn't intend to try. I didn't think that explaining that Pritkin had been in hell for much of his life was likely to make him seem more trustworthy. "I would like you to consider dismissing the man," Mircea said suddenly. It caught me off guard, which I suspected was the point. "I can't do that. Cassie, I need him," I said flatly. "If he hadn't been training me, I might have died. Or you might not have been in danger at all. Have you noticed that your problems with demon kind always seem to come when the warlock is around? What are you suggesting? That perhaps he is the source of the threat, rather than its solution?" "That's ridiculous." "Is it? I know only that every time you have trouble with demons, he is there." "He's my bodyguard. He's supposed to be—" "You have bodyguards." "Yeah, only I think most of them would like a new assignment. And this wasn't a demon, according to him. Well, I trust him." Pause number 4. "And I do not." And there it was, as plain as any challenge ever given. And to underscore it, as if anything else was needed, Marco quietly took the phone out of my hand and put it in his back pocket. His expression said clearly that it wasn't coming out again. "All right, then." The doorbell rang. I glanced around the room. One thing about Vegas hotels, especially those built before the widespread use of cell phones, is that they put landlines everywhere. Busy executives needed instant access to the empires they were gambling away and wouldn't stay anywhere that didn't offer it. As a result, there were no fewer than 3 telephones in sight, one in the living room, one in the bar, and one sitting on the counter in the kitchen. And a vamp was casually loitering near every one of them. Okay, then. I turned on my heel and went back to my room. Unsurprisingly, there was no cell phone in my purse. I hadn't really expected one. When a master vampire gave an order, his men were thorough in carrying it out, and Marco had never been a slouch. But there were things that a vamp might not notice, especially one who had been around as long as he had. I went back to the bathroom, turned on the exhaust fan and the shower, and blasted Led Zeppelin from the built-in radio. Vampires don't use bathrooms all that much, especially the toilet facilities. And of course, housekeeping kept the place clean. As a result, I was willing to bet that the guys outside had never bothered to so much as crack the door on the toilet cubicle. And then I knew they hadn't when I opened it and saw what I'd expected. Yet another phone. This one mounted on the wall. It was big and kind of complicated looking, like something that ought to have been on the desk of an executive secretary, not sitting above the toilet tissue dispenser. But it was there, and when I lifted the receiver, I got a dial tone. Pritkin picked up on the first ring, like he'd been expecting a call. "Do you still have Jonas's keys?" I asked quietly. There was silence for a beat, as if he hadn't been expecting that, but he recovered fast. "See what I can do." He hung up, and so did I. After waiting another few minutes, I turned off the water and went back to my room. I couldn't change clothes, because somebody might notice, but I put on a bra, jammed my feet into an old pair of Keds, and shoved some cash and keys into my pocket. Then I went back into the lounge. The guys were still playing poker, quietly now, as there was no need to keep up audible patter for the human. So they didn't fall silent when I entered and picked up my half-finished beer. But 10 pairs of eyes watched as I made my way across to the living room and then to the balcony. The wind chimes were tinkling in the breeze blowing off the desert. It was hot, but after the deep freeze the vamps had going on inside, it felt good. I hung over the rail and drank my beer and waited. "Is there a problem?" Marco asked, sticking his head out the door. "Need some air." He looked at me suspiciously, but I guess his orders stopped short of actually confining me to my room. He went back to the game, and I went back to my beer. I hadn't even finished it when my ride showed up. Best I could do on short notice, Pritkin told me, grabbing my arm as I scrambled over the railing and into the front seat of a beat-up green convertible that was idling in the air 20 stories up. No problem, I told him, hanging on for dear life as the rattletrap belched smoke into the startled faces of half a dozen vamps, who had taken a fraction of a second too long to figure out what was going on. Cassie! I heard Marco's infuriated bellow behind me, but by then we were out of there, soaring away into the star-shot indigo high above the strip. Chapter 22. You cold-hearted son of a bitch. Pritkin looked up from perusing the stained piece of paper posing as a menu and gave me what he probably thought were innocent eyes. They weren't. I didn't think that was an expression he was at all familiar with. Is there a problem? You feed me tofu while you've been eating here? I gestured around at the cracked formica, orange naugahyde, and grimy windows of what had to be the greasiest greasy spoon in Vegas. No one eats healthy all the time. That's not what you always say. And do you listen to what I say? Yes. He just looked at me. Sometimes. Which is the point. If I told you to eat well merely most of the time, then you'd do it occasionally at best. I started to reply to that and then realized I didn't have one. So why bring me here now? Because some days, everyone needs pizza. That, at least, we could agree on. He ordered for us, which normally would have annoyed me, but there wasn't much of a menu to choose from. This wasn't so much a restaurant as a dive, and you either ordered pizza and beer or you went home. Unless you ordered ice cream. I decided on a chocolate shake instead of more beer, and although Pritkin didn't say anything, his expression was eloquent. You're going to run it off me anyway, I pointed out. Anything else? He asked dryly. Onion rings? Pie? They have pie? No. It was emphatic. I was in too good of a mood to argue the point. The seat was sticking to my thighs, a broken spring was stabbing my left butt cheek, and the air conditioning, while present, was completely inadequate for August in Nevada. But I was out. I'd won this round, and tonight I'd take what victories I could get. Are you going to explain what's going on? He asked after the waitress left. When I tried. Wait a minute. There was an old jukebox in the corner with dirty glass and yellowed tiles, not one of which was less than 20 years old, but it had Joan Jett's entire repertoire, so I fed it a couple of quarters and punched in a selection. The sound quality wasn't the best, but that wasn't my main interest anyway. It's Mircea, I said when I rejoined him. He's got this crazy idea that you're a danger. Pritkin's jaw tightened. I know. You know? Has he said? He didn't have to, but you may assure him that I am no threat in that regard. I have, I said impatiently. But when these things keep happening, they do not keep happening. It was one time. I frowned. One time? For some reason, he flushed. Of any consequence. Well, excuse me for thinking they were all pretty important. Anytime something was trying to kill me, I took it seriously. Pritkin ran a hand through his hair, which didn't need the added torture. I didn't mean to downplay the significance of what occurred. I would hope not. Merely to assure you that it won't happen again. You can't know that. Green eyes met mine with what looked like anger in them. Yes, I bloody well can. I just sat there, confused, as he abruptly got up and went over to the jukebox. He received a glance from a woman in a nearby booth on the way, and it lingered. He was still in the same jeans as earlier, having just thrown a gray-green t-shirt over the top. Although you couldn't see much of it because of the long leather trench he wore to cover up the arsenal all war mages carted around. But he'd somehow jammed everything under there without noticeable bulges, because the dark brown leather fit his broad shoulders sleekly. Likewise, the soft old jeans hugged a rock-hard physique, and the t-shirt brought out the brilliant color of his eyes. Fritkin would never be conventionally handsome. His nose was too big. He missed 6 feet by at least 3 inches, and he only remembered to shave about half the time. But I didn't have any trouble understanding why she was staring. "This is what you listen to?" he demanded, his back to me as he perused song titles. "It's I Love Rock and Roll. It's a classic." That got me a dark glance thrown over his shoulder, but he didn't say anything. He just dug a couple of quarters out of his jeans and made a selection of his own. And, oh my God, Johnny Cash? "What's wrong with Johnny Cash?" he asked, sitting back down. "What's right about him? Country is based on folk music, which has been around for centuries. So has the plague. Longer than the so-called classics. For thousands of years, bards sang about the same basic themes, love and loss, lust and betrayal, and ended up influencing everyone from Bach to Beethoven. So Beethoven is Johnny Cash? Of his day." I rolled my eyes. That was just so wrong. But at least Ring of Fire covered the conversation pretty well. I leaned forward and dropped my voice. "I wasn't trying to be rude a minute ago. I just meant that, to the vamps, a demon seems like the most likely culprit, and Mircha's decided." "Demon?" "Yes, demon." Fritkin frowned. "What do they have to do with this?" I stared at him. "Well, what are we talking about?" "I'm not sure." I took a breath. "Mircha thinks you're a warlock," I said, slowly and clearly. "He's decided that's how you've lived so long, why you're as strong as you—" "Is that what he told you?" "Yes. Why?" He looked away. "No reason." I waited, but he didn't say anything else, and after a pause, I soldiered on. "Anyway, that's why he told Marco to lock you out for the night. He was afraid you'd call up something else." Fritkin snorted. While I couldn't shift away. "Yes, I'm sure that was his main concern. Is there something you want to tell me?" I demanded. "No." He didn't say anything else if he planned on it, because the waitress returned with our drinks. He poured beer, tilting the glass to minimize foam, because this wasn't the kind of place where the waitstaff did it for you. "If you were merely instructed not to see me until tomorrow, why go to these lengths?" he asked after she left. "Why not simply agree?" "Because I couldn't. I caught myself. The jukebox had gone quiet, and I was kind of afraid of what he might select next. So I settled for modifying my language. "They will push and push to see where your boundaries are, and if you knuckle under once, they'll expect you to do it every time." "Meaning?" "That if I hadn't left, next time it wouldn't have been, 'It's only for tonight, Cassie.' It would have been, 'It's only for this week, or this month, or this year.' And they chose to push when they knew you were vulnerable." He sounded like he expected nothing less. "They didn't choose," I said, frowning, because Pritkin always assumed the worst about vampires. "They probably thought I'd sleep all night and it would never come up. But it did, and in their society, you can't afford to ignore a challenge like that. If you do, you'll be labeled weak, and that's a really hard thing to undo." Pritkin looked confused. "Are you trying to say that Marco wanted you to defy him?" "This isn't about Marco. He was just following orders." "Then Mircha wanted you to defy him?" I laughed. "No." Fritkin was starting to look exasperated. "Then what?" "Mircha wants me to do what I'm told. He'd love it if I did what I'm told. But he wouldn't respect it. He wouldn't respect me." I took a moment to work on my shake, which was thick and rich and headache-inducing cold. I'd sort of given up explaining any vamp to any mage, much less Mircha to Pritkin. But he'd asked, and I owed him one, so I tried. "Mircha didn't give that order expecting me to ever know about it," I said, "but he did give it, and once he refused to rescind it, it became a direct challenge." Pritkin's eyes narrowed. And you couldn't ignore it because it would have made you look bad? I had to think for a moment about how to answer that. It was surprisingly difficult sometimes to put into words things I had accepted as the natural order since childhood. But they weren't natural for Pritkin, or for most mages, other than those who worked for the vampires themselves, and they didn't talk much. It wouldn't have made me look bad, I finally said. It would have made me look like what he was treating me as, a favored servant, somebody to be petted and pampered and protected and ordered around. Because that's what servants do. They take orders. But that isn't how one of his equals would have responded. But he wouldn't have tried that with one of them. I snorted. Of course he would. They do this kind of thing all the time, testing each other, seeing if there are any chinks in the other person's armor, any weaknesses that maybe they didn't notice before. And if they find one, they'll exploit it. It sounds as if you're talking about an enemy rather than a friend, he said curtly. I shook my head. It's part of the culture. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong either. It's how they determine rank. If you knuckle under to some other master's demands, especially without a fight, then you're accepting that he or she outranks you. And afterward, everyone else will accept that too. But you're not Pritkin caught himself. You're not a master. But I have to be treated as one. Why? He looked disgusted, like the idea that any human might actually want to fit into vampire society was unfathomable. For a moment, I thought about telling him just how many humans were turned away each year by courts much less illustrious than Mircha's. But somehow, I didn't think it would help. Because there's no alternative, I said instead, as our artery-clogging pepperoni pizza was delivered. It was New York style, which meant the pieces were so big I had to fold one over to eat it, and a trickle of grease ran down my arm. I sighed happily. Pritkin started working on his own meal, but to my surprise, he didn't drop the subject. Explain it to me. There are only 3 types of us, as far as they're concerned, I said in between bites. Servants, prey, and threats. There's no category for ally or partner, because that requires viewing us as equals, and they just don't do that. They're allied with the Circle, at least for the duration of the current conflict, he argued. Yeah, well, words have different meanings to different groups, I hedged. And what does ally mean to the Senate? Pritkin demanded predictably. I hesitated, trying to think of a phrase that wasn't cannon fodder. Let's just say I don't think they're planning on a real close association. They had better be, he said grimly. We need strong allies. We have enough enemies. There was no arguing that. My point was that right now I'm seen as an especially useful servant, like the humans who guard their courts during the day or cast their wards for them. And as long as I follow orders, accept restrictions, and do what I'm told, that's how it's going to stay. Then defy them. I gestured around. What does this look like? He shot me a look. You're eating pizza. That is hardly defiance. It is by their standards. I meant get out, he gestured sharply. Tell them to go to hell. You could go... Where? I demanded. To the Circle? Where who knows how many of Saunders' buddies are still hanging around? To my lovely court? You're going to have to set up your court sooner or later. Later then, after the alliance. I reached for the grated cheese and he frowned, but I guess my health wasn't the cause because what he said was, what alliance? Of the 6 senates? What Mircha's been working on all month? What does that have to do with you? I shrugged. Having a vamp-friendly Pythia is the trump card in his argument. It's something the vamps have never had. They've always felt like they were on the outside of the supernatural community, that the Pythia was part of the Circle's arsenal, not theirs. And now they think the opposite. They're coming around. They knew Mircha, and when they looked at me, 24 and fresh off the turnip truck, I doubted they had any trouble believing he could wind me around his little finger. That wasn't a problem for me as long as it helped us get the alliance. And as long as he didn't start believing it, too. But if you were suddenly removed, Pritkin asked, if you were killed, for instance. I shook my head. I know what you're thinking, but that can't be it. Why not? You said it yourself. You're the only Pythia the vampires have ever felt was theirs. Your replacement would likely come from the Circle's pool of initiates, which wouldn't make them happy. But they're not talking because of me. They're here because of the war and because Apollo showing up scared the shit out of them. I'm just something to sweeten the deal. But if someone didn't know them well enough to know that, then they wouldn't know why they're meeting in the first place. They've been using the coronation and some other stuff as cover while they hash out the details, like who gets to lead. And Mircea is attempting to use you as an argument for his consul. Attempting would be the right word. Pritkin swallowed a bite of fatty goodness. Why? You just said... That I'm seen as a vampire-friendly Pythia? Yeah, I shrugged. But it takes a little more than that. Half the senators aren't convinced that I know what the hell I'm doing. It's easy for them to imagine me being under Mircea's thumb. It's a little harder for them to believe I'm strong enough to be a real asset. And without believing it, they're bickering and feuding over leadership instead of doing anything about the war. Pretty much, yeah. Typical. I didn't say anything. From what I'd seen, circle politics were no different, but I wasn't in the mood to argue about it. Anyway, the point is that I'm better off where I am right now. That's debatable. But to be able to work with the Senate, I have to be accepted by them, and not as a servant. A servant takes orders. She doesn't give them. But that's sort of my job now, isn't it? He looked at me with exasperated eyes, brilliantly green in the harsh lights of the diner. The former holder of your office gave orders, and they were obeyed. Were they? I munched crust. It was slightly burnt on the bottom and chewy, with little dough bubbles here and there. Perfect. How often did Agnes persuade the Senate to do something they didn't want to do? I'm sure there were any number of times. Name one. He scowled. Yeah, they might have fiddled around a little, debating some issue they didn't really give a damn about and let her think she'd had a victory, particularly if they wanted something in return. But to actually give up part of their sovereignty to someone they viewed as being in the Circle's back pocket? The Pythia is supposed to be neutral. Try telling that to a vamp. I caught his hand as he reached for more red pepper flakes. Seriously? What? I nodded at his current piece of pizza, which was almost completely red, and not because of sauce. You're going to give yourself heartburn. I don't get heartburn. What, never? No. I let him go. That was completely unfair. I ate antacids like they were candy. Anyway, we weren't at war in Agnes's reign, so it didn't matter as much, I said, digging a half-finished pack of Rolaids out of my shorts. It does now. Pritkin cocked an eyebrow. And you think that going out for the evening is going to make them respect you? More than staying in would have. I chewed a couple of tablets while he thought that over. It still sounds like something an enemy would do, he said, pushing you, testing you. An enemy would use the information to hurt me, I pointed out. Mircea would never do that. At least, he wouldn't intend it that way. But burying me under a stack of guards, restricting who I can see, where I can go, it is hurting me. It's also safer, Pritkin said, looking sour, probably because he was forced to agree with a vampire. You can say that after the last few days? I sat back against the seat. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere has ever been safe. I'll take reasonable precautions, even unreasonable ones sometimes. But I'm not going to live like a prisoner. It's only been 2 months. It's been my whole life, I said, harsher than I intended, because nobody got that. Not Mircea, not Pritkin, not Jonas, who would have loved to add a couple dozen war mages to the crowd of guards already milling about the suite. Nobody understood that ever since I could remember, I'd been locked away, like I'd done some crime I didn't recall, but kept having to pay for. It was getting really old. You're talking about that other Your old guardian, Fritkin said. I nodded and popped another antacid. Tony had that effect on me. But you ran away from him. Fritkin sounded oddly hesitant suddenly, as if he were sure I wouldn't talk about this, that I'd shut him out. Maybe because that's what he'd have done if the situation were reversed. He was the most closed-mouthed person about his life of anyone I'd ever met. Okay, barring a certain vampire. And while I knew more about him than most people, I didn't know much. But I didn't mind telling him. In fact, I wanted someone to finally get it. I ran away twice, actually, but I never really got away. Tony was always there, at least in my mind, right on my trail. Because you set him up for what he did to your parents. I nodded. I tried to ruin him, to get him on tax fraud, because I didn't know how to kill him. It didn't work, but I knew he'd never forget it, never stop looking for me. And part of you didn't want him to. I had been scraping a fingernail over the label on Pritkin's empty beer bottle, but I looked up at that, because until he'd said it, I hadn't fully realized it myself. Maybe, I said slowly. Maybe part of me did want that showdown I never got. But I don't know what I'd have done if he'd come looking for me. I'm not a trained assassin, and even if I had been, you're not a killer, Pritkin said flatly. Sometimes I really, really wanted to be. He didn't ask, didn't say anything, but I could tell he wanted to. I hesitated because I hadn't planned to talk about this. I never talked about this. But there was no way he'd understand without it. Eugenie, I finally said, and I was proud of myself. It came out pretty steady. Eugenie, my governess. Tony told his people that she'd helped me escape, that she knew where I was, but he lied. I knew that even before I saw his face as she lay there in pieces, bleeding out at his feet. He killed her for no reason, Fritkin asked carefully. I laughed and ripped the label off. Oh, he had a reason. He was a miserable, sniveling, cowardly, vindictive bastard who was furious that some little human had come so close to bringing him down. Somebody had to pay for that. Somebody had to bleed. And if it was somebody whose death he knew would hurt me, so much the better. And it had hurt, as much as if I'd been there bleeding myself. But even worse was the crippling fear that had followed. I went from being someone who had risked everything just to watch him fall, to being too scared to leave my own apartment. The first 6 months after I left him were the worst in my life, I said, because he wasn't keeping me a prisoner anymore. I was doing it to myself. I was so sure he'd find me, so sure I'd end up like Eugenie, that I didn't do anything. I didn't go anywhere except to look for work, buy groceries, just what I had to do, and then I went straight back home. People in actual prison probably have more human contact than I did. But you had a roommate, Fritkin said. That was later, after I started going places again, meeting people, after I figured it out. Figured what out? That this was my life now, and that I could let some bastard decide how I was going to live it. Let fear decide, or I could decide. And I decided. I wasn't going to give Tony that kind of power. I wasn't going to give him any more of my life. You just woke up one day and stopped being afraid. Fritkin's expression hadn't changed, but for some reason he sounded almost angry. I flashed on my performance a day ago, slumped in a sniveling heap on the bathroom floor, and grimaced. No, I mean, you don't, do you? At least I never have. And I kind of think it would have happened by now if it was going to. Then what do you do? He'd leaned over the table, close enough for me to map the ring of jade around each iris, and the pale amber-green layer that darkened to golden brown around the pupils. There were striations, spokes of gold and specks of brown and emerald, all of which blended to just green at any distance at all. Beautiful, I thought randomly, for a second, until he abruptly pulled back and looked away. You go on anyway, I said after a pause. And yes, you're scared sometimes. But it's better than being scared all the time. Better than letting your life be about fear and nothing else. So no, I'm not going to let them shut me away for my own good. I'll take precautions, as many as I can. But I'm going to live. Pritkin ran a hand through his hair. Yes, he said brusquely. You are. Chapter 23. We walked out a few minutes later to find a trio of vamps loitering in the parking lot, next to a shiny black SUV. Pritkin swore, but I wasn't exactly surprised. I had at least 3 trace spells on me that I knew about, and 2 of them were the Senate's. The point of leaving hadn't been to get away. It had been, well, to make a point. Which I obviously hadn't done, or they wouldn't be here. It was late, or to be more accurate, really early, and the lot was dark. A lone street lamp leaked a watery yellow puddle in one corner, illuminating cracked pavement and sagging chain-link fence. But along the building, most of the light came from the flickering sign outside the diner. It cast a ruddy tint across the vamps' faces, enough for me to see that they weren't looking too happy. That was especially true when Pritkin strode over and grabbed one of them by the collar. It was the good-looking blonde who had complained about the phone. I guess babysitting me was his penance. Or maybe that was being slammed against the side of their SUV. Are you trying to get her killed? Pritkin snarled, about the time a brunette got him in a chokehold. Break his and I break yours, the brunette said, matter-of-factly. And I know who's gonna recover first. Instead of answering, Pritkin pulsed out a small section of his shield. It was only a vague blue iridescence against the night, as filmy and insubstantial-looking as a soap bubble. But the brunette's arm flew off his neck like he was giving a salute. The blonde didn't struggle. His expression clearly said it was beneath him. He looked at me, past Pritkin's shoulder. Would you call off your pit bull, please? I just bought this suit. And they'll bury you in it if you don't answer me, Pritkin told him harshly. Too late, the vamp said, baring glistening white fangs. Stop it, I said. Pritkin, they're just standing there. And putting a neon sign over your head in the process. I didn't understand that, but apparently the blonde did. What do you take us for? He sneered. Amateurs? Well, technically I am, a mousy little vamp said. He was perched on the hood of the SUV, feet drawn up, watching the scene with big eyes. Everybody ignored him. He kind of looked like he'd expected it. Did anyone follow you? Pritkin demanded, giving the blonde a shake. Bite me. Pritkin didn't seem to like that answer, judging by the way the blonde's eyes suddenly bulged. He rotated them at his buddy. Are you just going to stand there? What do you want me to do? The brunette asked in Italian. Shoot him. A muscular shoulder rose in a shrug. Won't get through the shield. Then help me drain him. Girl might object. Yes, the girl might, I said in the same language. The dark-haired vamp looked mildly surprised. Your Italian is not so bad. I grew up at Tony's court, I reminded him. He grinned, a sudden flash of white in a handsome olive face. That would explain the accent. Pritkin was starting to look apoplectic, which experience had taught me usually precipitated pain for someone. Would you please answer him? I asked. The vamp stole a cigarette from the blonde, who was in no position to object, and took his time lighting it up. He was tall, with black hair cut short to minimize a tendency to curl, judging by a few at his neck. That wasn't so odd. A lot of the younger vamps wore their hair short, including plenty of those who belonged to Mircha. But they also didn't have 5 o'clock shadow or a tribal tat decorating one bicep, or dress in jeans and tight black muscle shirts. We're new. We flew in last night, he finally said, taking a drag. He blew out a breath and regarded Pritkin through the smoke. Mage, Why would anyone follow us when they don't know who we are? Fritkin thought about that for a beat and then finally released the blonde. The vamp took his time straightening up, brushing out the wrinkles in his silver-gray suit. Then he looked at me. "You need him on a leash," he said viciously. "Would somebody please explain what is going on?" I asked. "What is going on is that your safety depends on no one knowing where you are," Fritkin told me, still glaring at the vamps. "And considering how we departed, no one should. We exited directly into a ley line, under cover of the hotel's wards, and didn't leave it until halfway across the city. No one saw us, a fact that does little good if someone leads your enemy straight to you." "Well, we didn't," the blonde snapped, rubbing his neck under the pretense of adjusting a rumpled burgundy tie. "That's why Marco couldn't come after you himself," the brunette informed me, leaning back against the SUV. "What is?" I asked. The cigarette glowed against the night as he waved a negligent hand. "The paparazzi have marked him. He was waylaid outside the hotel a couple of days ago by a mob shouting questions, wanting photos." "Of him?" "Of you. Your front-page news. Haven't you seen the papers?" "Not recently. And considering what they'd been printing the last time I did look, that was probably for the best. But I haven't seen any reporters. They're not allowed in the hotel. And you don't exactly use the front door," the blonde added. "I'm Jules, by the way." He extended a slim hand, which I took after a brief hesitation. If they intended to stuff me into the SUV, they could do it whether I cooperated or not. "And this is Rico, and Fred." "Fred?" I looked at Mousy, because no way was the brunette a Fred. He smiled weakly. I get that a lot," he said. "I'm thinking of changing it. What do you think about Andre?" I thought I'd never seen anyone who looked less like an Andre. "So Marco's afraid of the paparazzi?" I asked skeptically. "More like the other way around," Rico grinned. "He threatened to do something anatomically impossible to one of their men," Fred told me. "Not impossible." Rico blew out a thoughtful breath. "The camera could be made to fit, although the case—" "What about the tripod?" "I don't think he was serious about the tripod." "The paparazzi aren't the issue," Jules interrupted, shooting them a look. "But if they've managed to figure out that Marco's your bodyguard, more dangerous types could have done the same. He couldn't risk leading anyone to you, so he sent us." "To do what?" I asked, pretty sure I already knew. "You want it verbatim?" "Minus the profanity." Sculpted lips pursed. "Well, that would shorten it a bit." "What did he say?" "To paraphrase, let her finish her pizza and then drag her back here, by the hair, if necessary." "Doesn't he get it?" I demanded. "That's the kind of attitude that forced me to leave in the first place." "Oh, he gets it," Rico said. "He just doesn't want it." "I don't give a damn what he wants. He has to understand." "He understands that you're 24, Jules told me, swiping a cigarette case back from his friend. "What's wrong with being 24? "Nothing, unless you're dealing with a guy who's well over 1,000. I blinked. "What?" "Marco," he confirmed, tapping a cigarette on the top of the case, "saw the fall of Rome, or so they say." "The fall of—" I stopped and stared. "Gladiators, Colosseum, guys in leather miniskirts? That Rome?" "That would be the one." "I wouldn't mention the miniskirts," Rico advised. "Marco used to be in the army." "Have to wonder how anyone took them seriously," Jules said. "I think if you laughed, they'd cut your balls off." Jules paused, halfway through lighting his cigarette, the flame dancing in wide blue eyes. "That would do it." But why is he working for Mircea?" I asked. Vamps that old were Senate members or headed up powerful courts. They didn't work for masters a third of their age. Jules shrugged. "You have to ask him. I was always afraid to. But you can see why he doesn't react well when someone he considers a child." "A fetus," Rico put in. ignores an order. An order he had no right to give, I said heatedly. Technically, the master gave it, who also has no right to order me around. I like this one, Rico said. Feisty. I shot him a glare, which had no effect except to widen his smile. I guess Marco figures if he still has to take orders after all this time, why not you? Fred asked. Because I'm Pythia, I said, striving for patience. He blinked at me, obviously confused. And? I threw my hands up. Jules frowned at him, but not on my account. Stop it. It's driving me nuts, the little vamp said, tugging at the polyester monstrosity around his neck. You'll get used to it. I don't want to get used to it. And why do I have to wear a tie anyway? Rico doesn't. He looked pointedly at the brunette. Rico is a law unto himself, Jules said dryly. Well, I'm not used to this. What are you used to? I asked, wondering where a guy like Fred fit into Mircha's somewhat more glossy family. I just wear clothes, you know, he said, pushing wispy brown hair out of his eyes. I mean, nobody cares what an accountant looks like, as long as the books balance. Not that we use books anymore, but you know what You're an accountant? Pritkin asked sharply. Fred jumped and then regarded Pritkin warily. Why shouldn't I be an accountant? Because you're supposed to be a bodyguard. Well, I am. Pale gray eyes shifted. I am at the moment. He means that it's none of your business, Jules interjected. Well, it is mine, I pointed out. What is he doing here? I didn't get an answer because Rico's head snapped up. He didn't move otherwise, or even tense, as far as I could tell, but there was suddenly something dangerous about him. Pritkin must have thought so too, because his expression tightened. Accountant? Never said I was, Rico said, his eyes on the empty street. Then what are you? You could say I'm on the troubleshooting squad. Troubleshooting? He put a hand on the back of his waistband. I see trouble, and I shoot it. Well, don't shoot them, Jules said irritably. We have enough problems. Shoot who? I asked. Circle, Rico told me, to the accompaniment of a car screeching around the corner and into the lot. It was actually a limo, the kind that carted high rollers, honeymooners, and anyone with a wad of cash all over Vegas. They were almost as ubiquitous as taxis, and often used backstreets like this one as a way of avoiding clogged thoroughfares. But the 10 or more grim-faced people piling out were too muffled up and too bulging with concealed weapons to be anything but the Circle's favorite sons. Aren't we supposed to be past this? I asked Pritkin, as a familiar 6'5" of pissed-off war mage got out of the limo and strode across the lot. The imposing mountain of muscle in the long leather trench had coffee-colored skin, a military-style buzz cut, and a handsome face, when he wasn't looking like he'd like to rip someone else's off. This wasn't one of those times. What the hell? He demanded in his deep voice before he'd even reached us. Hi, Caleb, I said, resigned. I was asked to get her out. I got her out, Pritkin said obscurely. You were told to bring her in. Bring me in where? I asked. HQ, Pritkin said. After Jonas found out about this latest attack, he insisted. And instead, you bring her here. Caleb gestured sharply. Middle of goddamn Vegas in the middle of the goddamn night. She's perfectly safe. With one fucking bodyguard. What do we look like? Jules demanded. And half the world looking for her. I think the term is chopped liver, Fred said. They're looking for her at the hotel, Pritkin snapped. Not here. How the hell do you know? Caleb demanded. You don't know what this thing is? You told the old man as much yourself. You called Jonas? I asked, deciphering that. To ask if he had any ideas about what attacked you, Pritkin said. After what David Dryden told us, I had a suspicion. But this isn't my area of... Suspicion about what? What we're dealing with. He pulled something out of his coat and handed it to me. It was a pencil sketch, heavily shaded, that looked a lot like... I looked up. Where did you get this? I had one of the circle's artists do it, from some old drawings. Old drawings of what? The Morgan. The what? The wife of the Dark Fae King. After the description you gave me of what you saw, and what David said about the High Court dialect, and what your servant mentioned about the gods having the ability to possess, well, I thought it possible, particularly in light of the name. What about the name? It's a Celtic title. Some translate it as Great Queen or Terrible Queen. But the oldest version, and I believe the correct one, is Phantom Queen. The ancient texts speak of her being able to take both physical and spectral form. But this is Fae? I asked, looking at what appeared to be a raven caught in a thunderstorm. A really wicked, pissed-off raven. Yes and no. Her mother was Dark Fae, but her father was one of the old gods. I felt my stomach sink. Please, please, please. Would you care to guess which one? He asked. Not really. Cassie? This doesn't have to be about Ragnarok, I said stubbornly. The Dark Fae King isn't my biggest fan. You know that. Maybe he sent her. It's possible. But the fact remains that the Morgan was worshipped by the ancient Celts as a goddess of battle, because her father was believed to be... Don't say it. The Celtic god Nuada. I'm not listening. Who is associated with the Romano-British Mars Nodens. I'm begging you. Who many scholars equate with the Greek god Ares. God damn it, Pridkin. Jonas can't be right, okay? He can't. I am not saying that he is. However, it seems strange, if in fact this was caused by animus, that she would apologize and tell David that they were making her do it. I dug out another antacid. Caleb cursed, and yet knowing that this thing might be after her, you still bring her out here. Better than somewhere it would be likely to look. Wait, I said, crunching chalky cherry crap and trying to think. Is David sure that's what she said? Didn't he say he was lousy with the language? Yes, which is why I had one of our linguists visit him. She couldn't be certain, not having heard the words herself, but she said David seemed to have the gist of it. Okay, but still, they made her do it? I held out the scary-ass image. Who makes something like this do anything? Her father, presumably. Damn it, I'd known he was going to say that. But Ares isn't here. None of the gods are here. Well, it looks like this one is, Fred pointed out. And how does that work exactly? I thought all of them were kicked out way back when. They were, Pritkin told him tersely. But demigods have a human, or in this case, a fae parent, giving them an anchor in this world. The spell banishing the gods did not affect them. Yet knowing a god or half-god, or whatever the hell might be after her, you bring her out here anyway? Caleb said, beating that dead horse for all he was worth. I had to give it to the guy. He gave new meaning to single-minded. Where she is completely defenseless. She is hardly defenseless. Thank you, Jewel said indignantly. I'm with her, and whatever that thing was, it can pass right through wards, meaning she would be no safer at HQ than at the suite. I told Jonas I would ask Cassie where she wanted to go, and... Yeah, Caleb said sourly. And he told me he wants her someplace secure. She will be. As soon as we get her back to the suite, Jules butted in. She's not going back to that death trap of a suite, Caleb snapped, and that's final. It's not a death trap, I protested. It is if you can't shift away. As I explained to that thick-headed vampire, leaving you in that place, much less drugged and insensate, was virtually asking for another... You talked to Marco? Pritkin asked sharply. Yes, we... When? A few minutes ago, On the phone? No, How then? Would you let me finish a sentence? Caleb said angrily. When you didn't show up with the girl, Jonas assumed you hadn't been able to get her out of the suite. He sent us to assist, but that damned vampire wouldn't tell us. You went by the hotel? Yes. And then you came here? Shit, Rico said and grabbed my arm. And the next thing I knew, I was in the SUV. It was almost like shifting. I didn't remember moving, the car door opening or sitting down, but there I was anyway. I blinked at Rico, who was in the driver's seat in front of me, for about a second, until he was snatched out of the still open door and sent flying. Lasso spell, Fred said as his buddy slammed into the open top of a dumpster, halfway across the lot. I hate those things. I peered into the front to find the little vamp ensconced in the passenger seat. When did you get in? A minute ago. I figured we'd be leaving soon. I didn't notice. Yeah, he sighed. I get that a lot too. I wish I had that problem, I muttered, watching Pritkin and Caleb yelling at each other outside, while a trash-covered Rico crossed the lot in a blur. A second later, his assailant went flying into the side of a truck, and a second after that, 4 war mages jumped Rico. I sighed and started crawling over the seat. Is it always like this? Fred asked as Jules started forward, a fake smile plastered on his face and placating hand raised, only to have someone use it to sling him into the SUV. I flinched back when he hit the windshield head first, that handsome profile making an impressive set of cracks in the supposedly shatterproof glass. No, I told Fred, as Jules shook it off and leapt back into the fight. This is pretty calm, actually. What are you doing? He asked, watching me check the cushions, the floor, and then the visor over the driver's side. The keys were under the visor, and they fell into my lap. Putting a stop to this. If they're going to act like children, they can at least do it out of sight of norms. And you think they're gonna listen? No, but if I leave, they'll have to follow. Well, I don't know how you're going to get out. They've parked that big-ass limo of theirs right across the exit, and the fence goes right up to... He cut off as a metallic shriek rent the air, bouncing off the surrounding buildings and echoing down the street. What the hell was that? He demanded, staring around wildly. I didn't answer. I was too busy watching the limo rise into the air, its long body twisting and writhing as if in pain, metal screeching, car alarm screaming, and window glass popping. A windshield wiper flew off like an arrow, spearing the old sign above the diner and sending a wash of sparks across the pavement. What is this? Fred yelled, gripping my shoulder as the limo was wrenched in two, the violence of the movement sending half of it crashing into the building opposite, and the other half spinning straight at us. How things usually go, I told him, and floored it. Chapter 24. The engine must have caught at some point because we shot ahead, the luxury projectile missing us by inches. I swerved and stomped on the brakes, avoiding another car but slinging us into the fence. I barely noticed because I was sure the limo had just taken out the diner and everyone in it. Only it hadn't. I stared through the cracked and bloodied windshield at the limo's backside, which was sticking, cantilevered out of a wavering field of energy. Unlike Pritkin's seamless blue shields, this one was a patchwork of colors and textures that ran and muddied together as they fought each other and the car. But somehow they'd stopped it. Like a fish caught in a net, the huge hunk of twisted metal hung there, 8 or 9 feet off the ground, quivering and shaking and leaking. Something was dripping from the tail end, enough to form a puddle on the ground below. It reflected the sparks still shooting from the ruined sign, which were showering both the car and the puddle. It took my half-frozen brain a second to realize what I was seeing, and then I was fumbling with the gears, shoving the SUV hard into reverse. "What now?" Fred demanded. Gas, I said, stomping on the pedal while the war mages scattered. Shields retracting around their owners or being thrown in front of the diner in a last-ditch attempt to protect the people inside. And the car... Shit! Fred screamed as it exploded mid-fall, sending a cloud of lethal projectiles scattering in all directions. I ducked. There was no time for anything else, only to find the floor already occupied. I covered my head as we bounced backward, still moving but not fast enough to avoid the spear of metal that obliterated the remains of the windshield. Glass exploded through the small space, stinging my arms and sending a wet trickle sliding down my temple. But thanks to the dash, the rest of me fared better. Although not as well as Fred, who had been cowering on the floorboard. You're supposed to be a bodyguard, I said, hitting the brake. I am. Then what are you doing down there? I'm not a very good bodyguard. Get up. I yanked him off the floor, intending to use vampire vision to help me spot Pritkin in the chaos. But before I could get a word out, the scene in front of us tilted. The diner skewed wildly to the left and then disappeared entirely, replaced by a dizzying view of darkened buildings and a star-flung sky. What's happening? What's happening? Fred demanded hysterically, grabbing me as I grabbed the steering wheel to keep from sliding through the missing windshield. I didn't reply because it was taking all my concentration not to lose my grip while spinning in a kaleidoscope of falling glass and debris. Like the limo, the SUV had risen into the air. Unlike the limo, it was slowly flipping end over end, slinging the headlights in a wide parabola that intermittently highlighted the escalating fight below. Where are the controls? I yelled at Fred as we tumbled around like two sheets in a dryer. What controls? For the charm. What charm? The one you just hit, I said furiously, as a half a dozen mages suddenly went flying. It looked like they'd been blown sky high by some sort of explosion, only I hadn't seen one, or much of anything else except for Fred's size 9 shoe. But something scary was down there, because the man who rocketed by the windshield had the closest thing to fear I'd ever seen on a war mage's face. I knocked Fred's foot aside and started frantically searching under the dash. A lot of cars in the supernatural community are equipped with levitation charms to access the ley lines, many of which don't follow the ground. But those usually belong to mages, who are the main users of the Earth's magical highway system. Vampires tend to avoid areas that can incinerate a person in seconds without proper shields, which even masters don't have. As a result, I'd come into contact with the lines and the vehicles that used them only recently, and it hadn't been in the kind of leisurely way that allowed for a lot of questions, like what the damn charm was supposed to look like. But if it wasn't so goddamn dark... I'd barely had the thought when a blow interrupted the spin cycle, sending us sailing backward on a wash of heat and light. That had turned out to be a good thing, since the space we'd been occupying was suddenly filled with diner. We slammed into a building across the street in a crunch of whiplash-inducing speed, and the chrome roof of the restaurant shot spaceward, shedding burning detritus like a Roman candle rocket ship out of an old Buck Rogers film. The car scraped off the bricks and drifted back into the street, listing a little to the left like an old drunk, while the diner arched impossibly high above us. It trembled against the night for a long moment, as if it really intended to leave gravity behind. And then it plunged back to earth in a hail of bricks and old floor tiles and flaming orange naugahyde. Shit, Fred said faintly. And then we both had to grab the dash when the SUV was battered by a billowing cloud of dust and debris. I tried to spot Pritkin in the chaos, but it was impossible. But at least it looked like the Corps had evacuated the diner before the explosion. Panicked people were scattering in all directions, including a blonde racing just ahead of a line of cars parked along the street. She was petite and busty, with short hair that was closer to brown than my strawberry blonde. It also didn't curl like mine, and we weren't dressed the same. but I guess the resemblance was close enough, because something was knocking cars out of line left and right behind her. Yet, amazingly, no one seemed to have noticed. Amid the choking dust and the burning lot and the blaring car alarms and the screaming people, the blonde's predicament had attracted zero attention. And by the time it did, my doppelganger was going to be toast. I started working to get the stalled-out car to start again. "Did you ever see anything like that?" Fred demanded. Maybe a few things." "Well, I haven't. I mean, damn!" He stared at the lot, the fires reflecting in his wide gray eyes. "I guess a spell must have hit the gas main or something." "Yeah, maybe. Maybe. What else could it have been?" "We're about to find out," I told him, as the reluctant engine finally caught. I hit the gas and we careened across the road, still listing a little, but moving. The girl ran straight under the car, so panicked that the sight of a levitating SUV didn't even register. I flicked on the brights and the emergency lights and sat on the horn, staring around for some glimpse of what I was taunting. But all I saw was the carnage, not what was causing it. An invisible fist caved in the side of a nearby delivery van, knocking it on its side and sending it skidding back a dozen yards. An old VW Beetle gave up the ghost in a fiery crash with a new Lincoln. And someone's motorcycle took an Evel Knievel-type leap over the rest of the cars before flaming out against the side of a billboard, setting the whole thing ablaze. And then, nothing. The metal massacre suddenly stopped, the invisible cause pausing as it assessed the oddity of a battered, airborne SUV lit up like a Christmas tree, and a blonde behind the wheel who actually looked like she wanted to be caught. I beeped the horn again, just in case it had somehow missed us, and Fred gripped my arm. "What are you doing?" he asked shrilly. "Getting some attention. Getting some... Why?" "Because whatever's out there went after the limo and then the diner and then the blonde. It's looking for me." "Well, of course it's looking for you," he said, shaking me. "That's why we need to get out of here." "We're about to," I said, as something huge and dark forgot about the girl and shivered through the air toward us, visible in movement as it hadn't been before. I still couldn't tell much about it, just a vague shadow that dimmed but didn't obscure the city lights behind it, and I didn't have time for a closer look. I mashed the gas pedal to the floor at the same time that something lashed out at us with the speed of a striking cobra. It would have hit us full on, but we'd scooted forward enough that it only caught our rear end. But that was enough to send us spinning like a roulette wheel into the chain-link fence. We hit backward, bowing out the mesh, and the car tried hard to die on me, but I punched the gas, and, with a sputter and a groan, it leapt forward, tearing across the lot and down the street like we'd been shot out of a gun. I kept my foot against the floor, hard enough to feel the blood pounding in my leg, but something was wrong. The back of the car was dragging badly, pulling the nose so far up that I could barely see anything over the hood. And considering how close together buildings were in this part of town, that was a very bad thing. "What's going on?" I asked Fred, who was peering back through the seats with his mouth hanging open. "Oh shit! Oh shit, what? Oh shit, we have passengers!" I whipped my neck around, but there was nobody in the car but us. And all I saw outside was a lot of night and a huge shadow that was eating up the air faster than we were. It wasn't entirely dark after all. There were flashes here and there, like glints of sunlight through a storm, or a veil with rents in it that gave glimpses of the face underneath. But it didn't look like Morrigan, or whatever had attacked me before. It was too big, for one thing, and the little I could see looked more like it was covered in scales than... And then Fred screamed, and I realized that maybe this wasn't the best time to take my eyes off the road, so to speak. I snapped my head back around in time to see us plummeting toward a parking garage. There was no time to stop, barely even time to course correct so that we flew into an opening instead of splattering onto rock-hard concrete. Something else wasn't so lucky, hitting the side of the building with the force of an earthquake. Gray chunks flew off the walls and scattered across the floor, but it looked like whatever was after us was too big to fit through the narrow opening, because no dark ripple followed us into the glaring lights of the mostly empty space. We barely made it ourselves, blowing out a tire on the ledge and scraping the floor, courtesy of our sagging rear end. But it wasn't sagging as badly as before, and suddenly I could reach the gas pedal and see at the same time, which would have been great, except that what I saw was a pylon heading straight for us. I swerved, but we still clipped the edge and went skidding around in a circle on a great wash of sparks. But at least I figured out what Fred had meant, because clattering along behind us was what looked like half a mile of fencing, some of it with the posts still attached. And trying to hang on to the bouncing, bucking, twisting mass was a very pissed-off war mage. I blinked, sure I was seeing things, but if I was still seeing them when I opened my eyes. It was Pritkin, and he wasn't alone. 3 other guys were hanging on with him, and they looked pretty normal, jeans, dark jackets, dark hair, as far as I could tell in the brief glimpse I got before they slammed into the wall. But I didn't think they were, because while one hit an open space and catapulted over the side of the garage, the others acted like crashing into concrete at 50 miles an hour was a minor inconvenience. They jumped back to their feet, and a second later, they jumped Pritkin. I'd have thought they were using shields, but I didn't see any, except for Pritkin's, right before it popped. I stared, getting a really, really nasty feeling of déjà vu all of a sudden. And then I grabbed Fred with my free hand. "Do you have a gun?" "What?" "A gun! A gun!" "Of course I have a gun. I'm a bodyguard," he said, with no irony whatsoever. "Then shoot them!" I'm actually better with the sword, but you do know how to shoot, right?" "Well, sort of." "Damn it!" I grabbed a gun out of the holster under his arm and thrust him into the driver's seat. "Drive!" Pritkin saw me as we careened back toward the fight, listing badly now thanks to our blown back tire, and his eyes widened. He ducked a punch that cracked a pylon and then shook his head violently, shouting something I couldn't hear over the ear-piercing screech of metal on concrete. And then he threw himself to the ground as I squeezed off a shot. It must have missed, because the mage I'd been aiming for didn't so much as flinch before throwing out a hand and a spell. But the very familiar red lightning bolt crashed into the ceiling instead of our heads, due to Pritkin swiping the guy's legs out from under him at the last second. A choking cloud of dust and rubble poured down from above, along with pieces of mangled rebar and the front half of a Nissan Sentra. And then a spell from the other mage took a man-sized chunk out of the floor, spraying concrete hail in my face. But none of that seemed to intimidate Fred, who had apparently decided to solve the problem by just running everybody down. At least, I assumed that was why we were suddenly headed straight for the trio and picking up speed. They paused, staring at the mangled SUV with the flapping tire and the crazy vamp driver and the dust-covered woman brandishing a gun like she actually knew how to use it. And then they abruptly hurled themselves to either side. "What are you doing?" I yelled at Fred, who looked at me wildly. "Did I mention that I don't know how to drive?" "No," I said, as we pelted off the side of the garage, snatching Pritkin along for the ride. The charm caught us before we'd fallen more than a story, sending us dipping and bobbing and listing in a circle, heading back in exactly the wrong direction. I grabbed the wheel and wrenched it to the right, but it was too late. The 2 mages launched themselves off the side of the garage, one grabbing the fence in midair, and the other— "Crap," I said, as heavy boots dented the top of the SUV. And then my gun was up, and I was firing. There was no way I missed him this time. I emptied a clip into the roof, saw bullets punch through felt and metal, knew they must have connected, but nobody hit the roof or fell over the side, and a second later a spell slammed down through the middle seat, crumpling the roof like aluminum foil and knocking a 2-foot hole through the bottom of the chassis. The next one would probably have knocked a hole in me too, but we suddenly streamed under an overpass, missing the clearance by pretty much nothing at all. It was close enough to skin the top of the SUV, to pop the headlights and to bathe the car in a shower of sparks. Close enough to have me hunkering down, seriously afraid that the roof was about to cave the rest of the way in. Close enough to smash our assailant face first into concrete. I stared at Fred as we exited the other side, sans unwanted passenger. I thought you didn't know how to drive. I don't. Then what was that? He stared at me, confused. What was what? I didn't answer, too busy vaulting over the seat to stare down through the smoking hole. I spotted Pritkin getting dragged along underneath, clinging to the fence and staring up at me with a bone-white face, and then smacking into a pylon and yelling something that looked really profane. I seconded the emotion, because 3 mages were somehow still dragging along after him. Son of a bitch! What is it? Fred demanded. There's 3 more mages down there. What? But there should only be 1. Tell me something I don't know, I snarled, as one of them tried to sling another spell at us, only to have Pritkin all but wrench his arm off. One of the others responded by trying to do the same to Pritkin's head, but he must have gotten his shields back up, because it didn't work. But shields wouldn't last long, not against these guys. I crawled back up to Fred. Change of plan. We have a plan? We do now. Pritkin's shields might not work against the mages, but they worked well enough on most other things. I just had to find the right other things. Fortunately, there were plenty of options. Aren't you taking this thing? Fred demanded, as I got a knee up on the seat so I could see outside. No, you're driving. Didn't you hear me? I don't know how. You're doing fine so far. Just hold the gas pedal down and keep the steering wheel steady. I'll correct you if you get off course. Gas pedal? He said, looking panicked. Which one is that? The one your foot is on. And which is the brake? You're not going to need the brake, I told him, and yanked the wheel hard to the right. We zipped back toward the garage and the row of buildings it serviced, the fence streaming out behind us like the tail on a very strange kite. You can see, right? Fred asked nervously. Yes. Good, 'cause with this damn hood in my way, I'm almost, what was that? It's okay, you're doing fine. But I hit something. You should probably get used to it, I told him, staring out the back window. The mostly flat-topped Vegas roofs are nothing like the slick fronts presented to the public. Along with the usual clutter of satellite dishes, old antennas, and solar cells, they also house the city's massive air conditioners, since sand clogs up the works if they're left on the ground. And I made sure that we didn't miss a single one, hurling the mages back and forth between giant units like very unhappy ping-pong balls. Pritkin was still yelling, but I couldn't hear him over the wind and Fred's cursing and some weird noises coming from overhead, like leather sheets caught in a hurricane. But at least no one was trying to kill him right now. They were too busy hanging on for dear life. And unfortunately, they were hanging on pretty damn well. The mage near the end went flying when we tore around a corner, snapping out the wildly bucking fence like a towel in a locker room. But the other 2 were higher up, and they grimly held on, despite smashing through a greenhouse, skimming across a pile of old bricks, and then slapping face first into a wall. I don't believe this, I said, as we dragged them over the top of the wall and through somebody's patio set. These guys really want you dead, Fred said, staring in the rearview mirror. I didn't answer because one of those lightning bolt spells sheared off the passenger side mirror, rocking the car violently. It didn't look like the rooftops were providing enough in the way of distraction. If we wanted to lose these guys, we were going to have to get a little more extreme. I nudged the steering wheel slightly to the right. Within seconds, smoke billowed up in front of us, like a dark curtain held against the sky. It felt like we'd been in the car half an hour, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes. Although I heard sirens in the distance, no emergency vehicles were yet parked around the crash site. "Is the diner still burning?" Fred asked, frowning. "Not exactly," I said, as we plunged for the middle of the fiery billboard. The motorcycle must have had a full gas tank, because the entire huge surface of the sign was now covered in flames. The paper had already burnt away, leaving an old wooden frame and heavy support beams to feed the blaze. And they seemed to be feeding it pretty well, judging by the heat that smacked me in the face, even this far away. In seconds, the conflagration had filled the whole length of the missing windshield, the smoke-laden air whipping my hair around my face and making my eyes water. I glanced behind us, and it looked like the mages had seen it too. They were staring through the lattice of the fence, watching the approaching inferno in disbelief. And not watching the deadly war mage above them. Pritkin lashed out with a heavy boot, snapping one man's head back and then kicking him viciously in the chest. He went flying, his head lolling at a very unhealthy angle, and Pritkin turned on his companion. But he wouldn't get a fight there. The last mage just let go of the fence, falling on purpose into the surrounding smoke. "I guess he doesn't like fire as well as concrete," I said in satisfaction, before noticing that Pritkin hadn't budged. "What the hell is he doing?" I asked Fred, who was looking at me apprehensively. "What fire?" "He's just holding on." I climbed over the seats to stare out the back, but even a full field of vision didn't help much. Pritkin's shields could definitely cushion a fall from this height, but he wasn't jumping, or climbing, or doing anything but staring, and not at the billboard. "What fire?" Fred asked, a little more forcefully. I flicked my eyes in the direction Pritkin was looking, but didn't see anything, aside from a lot of smoke, part of which seemed to have taken on a very weird form. I blinked, but it was still there a second later, the hazy outline of an impossible shape set against the brilliant skyline. And headed straight for us. "Oh shit! Fire!" Fred screamed, and we crashed into the middle of the sign. Chapter 25. Luckily, the smaller support struts were already half charcoal, and they exploded harmlessly in a sizzle of black ash. But something a hell of a lot bigger hit the pylons underneath, sending smoking posts the size of tree trunks spinning into the night. We managed to dodge most of those, since they shot out below us, but we weren't so lucky with the spell that burned through the air a second later. It had come from below, where I guessed one of the mages had survived the fall. Red lightning crackled over the dash, raised goosebumps on my arms, and caused Fred's wispy comb-over to wave around madly. It didn't hurt, at least not us. But the SUV did a sudden, vomit-inducing 180 in midair and stalled out. I screamed. Fred screamed, and we hit the roof, which wasn't so bad. And then we tumbled through the missing windshield, which was. I felt myself start to fall, arms outstretched but nothing to grab, and this time there was no parachute above me, no strong arms to catch me. No anything but wind and air and a long, long way to fall, which I did for about a second, before being jerked around in a parabola that had the city lights streaming in a dizzying dance of color that confused my already confused brain even more. Until I realized that my scream had turned into a duet with Fred's, who was clutching me against his chest. He had one arm under mine, holding me face out like a sack of potatoes, and the fingers of the other wedged, white-knuckled, between the lattice of the fence. The one we were now hanging off of. For a moment, I just hung there, panting and staring at the sight of hotels, casinos, and LCD montages. And then I looked up at Fred, his completely freaked out face backlit by the distant neon. "Thanks," I squeaked. I didn't say anything. He also didn't move, breathe, or even blink. I was grateful for the assist, but it was less than reassuring to find myself gripped by a Fred statue who was apparently having the vampire version of a panic attack. "Fred?" Nothing. I licked my lips, trying not to give in to the real desire to join him and just zone out for a moment, because I didn't think we had one. I didn't see the creature, which was presumably ahead of us somewhere, but a glance up showed that the back bumper of the SUV was now hanging half off the vehicle. Which was a problem, since that's what the fence had managed to tangle itself around. It obviously wasn't designed to take this kind of abuse, and didn't look like it was going to be doing it for much longer. I looked down at Pritkin, who instead of climbing, was slinging spells at something I couldn't see off in the smoke. I didn't know what he was doing, or why, but he wouldn't be doing it in a minute if we didn't move. Now. "Okay, Fred, listen," I said, trying to make eye contact. That would have been easier if his hadn't looked kind of dead, set and glassy, and not really focused on anything. "We need to climb back up, Fred." Nothing. "And when we need to do that is now." Nada. "Our weight is dragging the fence off the car," I told him tightly, forcing my voice to stay composed, because screaming at an already panicked person didn't help. And because if I started, I might not stop. "If we don't get off, you and me and Pritkin are going to be in free fall in about a minute. Maybe less." That got a slight eye twitch, but nothing more. And while I'm pretty sure that Pritkin can save himself if that happens, I think you and me are fucked, Fred. "And we're not now?" he asked hoarsely. "Not if you do exactly what I tell you." He shook his head and then froze again, as a gust of wind caused the fence to shimmy like a showgirl. "I can't." Yes, you can." He looked down for the first time, and his face paled, which was impressive, as it had been pretty pasty already. "Oh, God." "Fred," I said, sharply enough to snap his wide gray eyes back to me. "Fred, listen. You're going to get us out of this." "And if I can't?" "You can. I know you can." "But I'm not. I'm just an accountant. I don't—" "You're not just anything," I said harshly. "You're a master vampire, and we both know what that means." "Yeah, well, in my case, it doesn't mean as much as you might—" "And you're my bodyguard. You're the Pythia's bodyguard, which means you must be pretty damn badass." He licked his lips. "I'm badass?" "You wouldn't have been assigned to me otherwise, would you?" "Well, actually, they said they needed my room for the—" "Fred!" He nodded, swallowing. "I'm badass," he whispered, looking up. And then his arm tightened around my waist, his body tensed, and he jumped. I don't know what he used for leverage, because the only thing available was the fence, and that probably would have ripped it the rest of the way off the car. But we nonetheless shot up at least half a story, all the way back to the rear door of the SUV. Which would have worked better if it had been open. My head hit the door hard enough to stun me, so I didn't see how we got back inside. But judging from the fact that the next time I looked, the SUV didn't have a back door, I thought it might have had something to do with vampire strength and extreme motivation. Either way, a moment later we were sprawled on the dented inside of the roof, our butts in the air and our stomachs, at least mine, roiling. I clutched a dangling seatbelt for a moment and concentrated on trying not to lose my dinner. And people wondered why I lived on antacids. The pizza and beer and milkshake were doing some really unpleasant alchemy in my stomach, which was even truer when I saw what glided up alongside the window. My first thought was that it was beautiful, all sleek, powerful lines that blended almost seamlessly with the night. A river of ebony scales flowed down a heavily muscled form, from a huge head to a vast ribcage to great talon-edged claws to a long barbed tail. They were hard and dagger-edged, like shards of obsidian, and shared its color, too. Deepest midnight, they seemed to pull all light into them, reflecting nothing of the fire or the moonlight or the far-off flickering neon. Only the eyes glowed, like living jewels, gold shading to green to pale chartreuse around cat-like elongated pupils. I got a good look at them when the great head slowly turned my way. I stared back at it, knowing what I was seeing, but my mind simply refused to name it. A few minutes ago, I'd been standing on a cracked sidewalk outside a greasy diner, arguing with the usual suspects. It was a little hard to make the transition to being pursued through the air above Vegas by something out of a fairy tale. Something that was now dropping to come underneath us. "Fred?" I said calmly. "What?" "Move!" He didn't ask questions this time. He scrambled under the back seat, and I scrambled under him, which was lucky, because a second later, there was no back seat. It had been ripped out as easily as if the SUV was made of paper, crushed in the massive jaws of the thing behind us, along with most of the rear end of the vehicle, including the fender. I twisted around, clutching the middle seat, and stared down at Pritkin, who was still dangling from the fence, a fence that was now hanging from the mouth of something out of a nightmare. He was 2/3 of the way up, which put him close enough that I could see his expression, and the stark panic on his face as he stared up at me wasn't reassuring. And then the creature shook its head violently, sending its mouthful of SUV spinning away into the night. I didn't scream, because Pritkin didn't go with it. Instead, he slung around in a large arc and then came trailing after us just like before, only this time without any sort of visible support. "I didn't know mages could levitate without a platform," Fred said, his voice preternaturally calm. "They can't. Then how's he—" "Oh, I see." "See what?" I asked, heart in my throat. I couldn't see anything, except the creature coming up fast, ponderous wings beating the air, great maw gaping for another bite, and then veering off at the last moment for no obvious reason. "He's using his shields like a rope," Fred pointed up at the chewed-off floor, to where a faint glimmer of blue was wrapped around the drivetrain. "He must have slung it up here when he got close enough." I stared from the flimsy lifeline to Pritkin and back again, paralyzed by a fear that made my previous panic seem like nothing. Because no mage could project more than one shield at a time, and if Pritkin was using his like a rope, he wasn't using it to protect himself. The thought broke my panic fast enough to leave me dizzy. "Keys!" I screamed, grabbing Fred. "What keys?" "Our keys." "Car keys?" "Yes!" "Oh, I don't know where those—" Fred said, before I threw him aside and lunged for the steering wheel. The keys were still in the ignition. I ducked under the driver's seat, forcing myself not to panic, but I was shaking so much it took 2 hands to turn them. I mashed my hand to the overhead gas pedal, but for a long second, nothing happened. Not even the ominous clicking of a dead battery or a flooded engine. "God damn it, please!" And then it caught. "Is it working?" I rasped. "Is what?" "Oh," Fred said, "it's pulling him up. That's really—" He broke off as Pritkin slammed into the drivetrain, and the creature slammed into us, almost at the same moment. And for a brief, horrible second, there was nothing but shrieking metal and screeching creature and a car literally exploding from the inside, as everything behind the front seat disappeared in another huge bite. I grabbed the back of a seat, staring at the sight of the thing hanging in mid-air, powerful wings beating madly as its outstretched claws ripped at something above us. I craned my neck, but I still didn't see anything but black sky and a sliver of moon, looking serene and ethereal in the midst of the chaos. But a moment later, a huge gash was ripped in our attacker's wing, and it gave a screech that I felt all the way through my skull. And then I saw them, Caleb and 4 war mages I didn't know, hanging over the edge of Pritkin's beat-up jalopy, firing spells and bullets that bounced off the impermeable hide, appearing only to be making it mad. But not for long. The great tail lashed out, sending both cars tumbling backward, and in the case of the convertible, end over end. But I didn't get a chance to worry about Caleb, because the creature was coming straight at us. It turned in a sinuous, flowing movement like an eel in water, all sleek muscle and shining scales, and then it dove, the bulk of it blocking out the sky. Breath caught in my throat, my chest, spiked heavy through my lungs. I tried to swallow, but my throat was too dry. Fred was babbling something incoherent beside me, or maybe I just couldn't understand him, not with beautiful death slicing through the air toward me. And then Pritkin grabbed me and a gun, and before I had time to wonder what he thought he was going to do with that, he fired. Not at the creature. Instead, he aimed it at the mass of crumpled metal still clamped in its huge maw, including one shiny, like-new gas tank that he nailed dead center. The tank ignited in a whoosh of deadly flame, and since it was halfway down the creature's throat, that's where the majority of the blast went to. For a split second, fire boiled under its skin, red and orange and roiling, glowing between those glittering scales. It was strangely beautiful, separating each into a single perfect diamond of polished ebony for one last trembling instant. And then the creature exploded, sending bones and blood and dark, wet meat flying everywhere, along with about 1,000 knife-edge scales. Pritkin had gotten a partial shield up, which saved our bodies, but the SUV was sliced to ribbons around us, peeling away even as the blast hurled us backward. 1 second we were kneeling on the curve of the mangled roof, staring out at the beautiful nightmare, and the next we were falling, his arms around my waist, my legs wrapped around him to keep him close, cinders and smoking ash stinging my skin. I saw Fred get snatched out of the air, a lasso spell grabbing him by the ankle and jerking him up like a great elastic band. I saw part of a wing go spinning into the night, visible because of the fire eating its way across the surface, highlighting the delicate tracery of veins. I saw the ground rushing up at us with impossible, deadly speed. And then something caught us with a lift and a jerk, sending us hurtling back up on a great wash of air. At first I thought it had to be a lasso, that Caleb had somehow gotten around us too, only he hadn't. I looked up to see an amorphous mass of blue over our heads, like a shield chute, only not. It was flat instead of rounded, and lumpy instead of smooth, with thinner areas here and there that the dark showed through. It was also sort of wedge-shaped, with filaments that had reached down to attach themselves to Pritkin's arms, and... "You can hang glide?" I asked incredulously. "It isn't recommended." "Why not?" "Steering problems." "Steering problems?" And then I didn't have to ask, because a building was coming straight at us. Pritkin tried to miss it, but apparently he was right. Shields weren't designed for aerial acrobatics. We sluggishly moved to the left, but the arc was too faint and the wind was wrong, and we were going to be bug splatter on the bricks before we could turn or land or... And then a spell detonated against a window in front of us, sending an explosion of shards inward as we burst through what was left, slid across someone's desk, tore through a flimsy partition, and took out 6 cubicles. Right before something the size of a semi-truck came crashing through the wall after us. I got a glimpse of a huge head and glowing eyes, and then a wash of flame obscured them both as Pritkin flung us through the fire door. It must have been pretty highly rated, because it actually lasted a couple of seconds before bursting out over our heads. But by then we were down a story, jumping over the railing and landing painfully. But not as painful as burning to death, I thought wildly, as we tore down the stairs, taking 3 and 4 at a time and barely touching down, almost fast enough to qualify as flying again. Only it wasn't fast enough. Fritkin slammed us back against a wall, just in time to avoid a column of crimson fire that ripped down through the middle of the stairs. I only got one glimpse of our attacker through the flames, but that was enough. Blackened, smoking bones, some still burning, ruined wings with one tip missing, great ribcage half gone and outlined with gory flesh, huge maw edged with cracked, charred teeth that were nonetheless still hideously sharp. I stared at it in utter disbelief. It was dead. It had to be dead. When the gasoline ignited, the car parts in its mouth had turned to deadly shrapnel, literally ripping it apart from the inside. Nothing could have survived that amount of damage. Nothing. And yet there it was. And for some strange reason, the emotion uppermost in my mind wasn't terror or even incredulity. It was outrage. I felt cheated, bitter, furious. You killed the dragon and you got to go home. It was some sort of rule. Dead dragon equals game over. Every video gamer, Hollywood producer, and 6-year-old kid knew that. Only it looked like my life hadn't gotten the memo. And then the firestorm ended and we were running again. Through a door and down a hallway, 4 tons of pissed-off dragon crashing through the wall behind us. For something so huge, it was ungodly fast. Maybe because it didn't bother with little things like hallways. It just tore through the walls, as easily as if they were cardboard, judging by the sounds coming from behind us and the huge cracks running ahead of us. I glanced behind once to see doors flying through a storm of drywall, and then I was yanked through a door and into an office. And a dead end. I stared around frantically, but there was nowhere to run or even to hide. Not that that was likely to work anyway. No windows, no closets, not even a bathroom cubicle. Just a fake wood desk, a sickly plant, and gray industrial carpet tiles, several of which needed a change. They're about to get one, I thought blankly, and then Pritkin grabbed me by the shoulders. We have to split up, he yelled over the sound of the building imploding. What? I hit it with a spell to blind it. I doubt it took entirely, but its vision should be blurry. If we can get it off our tail, I can lead it away. First of all, no. And second of all, hell no. This isn't a discussion. The hell it... I cut off when he flung something against the floor and then flung us against the wall, his battered shields taking another blow as an explosion blasted a chunk out of the floor. And then we were sliding through the new exit into the office below, which apparently took up the entire story. There were no halls here, just a ton of cubicles with plants and family portraits that I really hoped nobody was all that attached to, because a second later, something tore through the ceiling after us. And suddenly, there was nowhere left to go. The space was huge, and the creature was in between us and the stairs. The only other door was impossibly far away, and I doubted we'd have made it, even if there hadn't been a maze of tasteful gray partitions in the way. We couldn't punch through to the next floor with it right on our ass. And judging by the desperation on Pritkin's face, I didn't think his shields were going to hold up to another firestorm. It really is game over, I thought, and then he threw us out the window. We burst back into the night, along with a storm of paper and a suicidal water cooler. It kamikazed someone's car below, caving in the roof like a body would, just as Pritkin's makeshift glider caught us. And then it caught a draft, wafting up the side of the building just as a swell of fire burst out below, incinerating the mass of fluttering paper mid-air. The creature paused on the window ledge, looking even more impossible when framed by modern glass and steel, and then it threw back its head and gave another screeching cry, loud as a foghorn, loud enough that I thought my eardrums might burst in my head, loud enough to shiver the mirrored side of the building across the street, making its reflection shudder. I watched it ripple like a stone thrown in water as we rode a circular air current a few stories above the creature's head. Pritkin wasn't even trying to move away from the building, and I didn't have to wonder why. If we couldn't outrun that thing on land, we sure as hell couldn't in the air. Not in something that had little steering and no propulsion. Seconds ticked by as it peered around, its fire-lit eyes searching for us in the darkness, the nauseating smell of half-cooked flesh mixing with the ozone taste of its magic. I held my breath until I was dizzy, while my heart tried its best to beat through my chest, because all it had to do was crane its head. All it had to do was look. And then it spotted us, and I didn't even have time to draw a breath before it launched itself into the sky, huge wings carving the air with deadly precision. It's still strangely beautiful, I thought dizzily. Streamlined and elegant, a magnificent instrument of death, even in its ruined state. Right up until it crashed into the opposite building. And our reflection. It hit like a bullet before exploding like a grenade, pieces of the once powerful body flying off in all directions. I saw what remained smack down amid a waterfall of glass, saw it flatten a car like a pancake, saw the spatter fly up 3 stories high, and then I didn't see anything else, because we were falling too. Pritkin's overtaxed shield gave out a few seconds too soon, sending us tumbling through the air, with me desperately trying to shift, even knowing it wouldn't work. And all I could think in those last few furious seconds was that we'd won. Against all odds, we'd won, damn it. And it still wasn't. And then we were jerked up, so hard I thought my bones might separate. I just hung there for a moment, bouncing on air, too dazed to feel much of anything except some blood slipping ticklishly down my spine. Then I noticed Caleb overhead, leaning dangerously far over the side of the convertible, something close to terror on his habitually calm face, and his hand outflung in an odd gesture. I thought that might have something to do with the faint golden glimmer wrapped around Pritkin and me like a lasso. Nice catch, I didn't say, because my mouth didn't seem to work, until Pritkin slumped against me, his face slack, his body a dead weight in my arms, and I got a good look at his back. And screamed. Chapter 26. What happened? Caleb demanded, as 2 mages carefully hauled us over the side of the car. Caleb had hold of me, but I threw him off and pushed through to where they were laying Pritkin face down on the back seat. Cassie! It was that last blast, I said numbly, staring at him. God, it looked worse from this angle. Red and black and white all mixed up together, blood and burnt leather and bone. That wasn't caused by fire, someone said. I didn't even look up to see who it was. I was watching them carefully pull away the remains of his coat. It was spelled to repair itself, but I didn't think that would be happening this time. A few filaments were gamely trying to knit themselves back together, but there wasn't enough left to work with. Despite the armor spells woven into it, most of the entire back of the coat was simply gone, eaten away in huge bloody holes with little more than leather lace between them. And the body underneath. My God, someone said, as the remains of the coat were peeled back, taking some of his flesh along with it. The stars spun dizzyingly around me. Dragon blood, Caleb spat, and somebody cursed. I looked up. But that can't... We were nowhere near... It must have spat at you before you escaped, he said roughly. Get us to Central, now, he ordered the driver. He's not going to last that long, one of the other mages argued. We have medical staff on the scene. They just arrived. And you think they're gonna be able to handle this? If they don't, he's gone. I'm telling you, we can't. Get out, I said softly, my eyes on the ruined map of Pritkin's back. And if we try the emergency unit and they can't do anything, Caleb demanded, we'll have lost any chance of... There's no time for anything else. I said, get out! I snarled, pushing at the nearest mage. "All of you, except for Caleb." "What?" The mage who had been arguing with the boss, a young Hispanic guy, turned to look at me. "What are you—" "If you want him to live, get the hell out of here." "Do it," Caleb rasped, watching my face. I don't know what it looked like. I didn't care. "Drive," I told him. The mages bailed over the side, taking a protesting Fred along for the ride. Caleb climbed into the front seat, and I bent over Pritkin. The stench of burnt leather mingled with the metallic tang of blood was bad enough, but there was something else there, too. Something dark. Something wrong. "Don't touch him," Caleb said harshly. "That stuff's like acid. You get any on you, and it'll eat through you, too." I ignored him. I couldn't do this without touching. I wasn't sure I could do this at all. Pritkin was part incubus, which meant he could feed off human energy, almost like a vampire. It was the part he hated most about himself, the part that had once resulted in the death of someone he loved. But it was the only thing that might save him now. I'd fed him once before, in a similar situation, but I'd had one major advantage then. He'd been conscious and an active participant. I didn't know what to do with him out cold. If he'd been a vamp, I'd have opened a vein for him, held it over his mouth, made him take what his body desperately needed. But he wasn't. An incubi fed only one way. I slid down to the floor by the seat so that our faces were on a level, and I realized that I had another problem. He was lying on his stomach, his head turned toward me, and there was precious little undamaged flesh that I could reach. I ran a hand through his hair, and as always it was soft, despite the dust and sweat that currently matted it. I combed my fingers through it anyway, before trailing them over his equally dirty brow, down to the too large nose, across the too thin lips. He hadn't shaved today, maybe not yesterday either, and the bristles rubbed my fingers as I smoothed over his cheeks, his jaw. My hand began to tremble as I reached his chin. The adrenaline that had kept me going for the past half hour was wearing off, but that wasn't the only reason my hand was shaking. Part of it was fear for Pritkin, but part of it was fear of him. I'd only seen him feed the one time, and he'd been oh so careful, and with cause. The power he'd possessed could not just take some of a person's energy, it could take all of it. Not that he would, not if he was awake and in his right mind and able to think clearly, but he wasn't now. And while I'd never seen an incubus drain someone, I'd seen master vampires when they were seriously injured, seen what they'd left behind when they... I cut off, breathing hard. Panic and exhaustion vied to put me down for the count, but I pushed them away angrily, along with my stupid cowardice. Pritkin would risk it for me. He'd do it for me. I bent and found his lips with my own. The kiss, if you could call it that, tasted like dust and ashes. I felt his breath on my face, faint and warm, but nothing else. There was no response at all. I pulled off my tank top and unhooked my bra. "What the hell are you doing?" Caleb demanded. "I told you not to touch." "Caleb, whatever you see, whatever you hear, you forget," I said harshly. "That's an order. Have you gone completely? And here's another one. Shut up." I picked up Pritkin's hand, limp and lifeless, but so familiar. I knew every bump, every callus, every line. These hands were the ones that had taught me the right way to hold a gun, that had corrected my stance in martial arts, that had done their best to teach me to throw a proper punch, and for a few brief moments, once, they had held me in passion. I really, really hoped some part of him remembered that now. I held his hand to my breast and kissed him again. There was still no response, at least not from him. But I felt something, a brief tremor of sensation when his calluses dragged over sensitive flesh. Incubi raised lust in their partners because it was how they tapped into human energy. It was the conduit they used to feed, as blood was for vamps. But if my brief sensation awakened anything in Pritkin, I saw no sign of it. It didn't help that I'd never felt less sexy in my life. It wasn't the dirt, or the exhaustion, or the audience, although that sure as hell didn't help. It wasn't even the blood. Mostly, it was the panic. The growing certainty that I was going to lose him if I couldn't do this made it that much less likely that I could. "If you can hear me, stop being a stubborn son of a bitch," I whispered desperately. "Help me!" I didn't get a response, and we were running out of time. I could see it in the pallor of his face, hear it in the shallowness of his breath, sense it in some undefined way I couldn't have named, but knew just the same. Tears of frustration welled in my eyes as I kissed him again, pushing it deeper, willing him to feel something, anything. "That has to be the most pathetic display I have ever seen," someone said, and my head jerked up, because it hadn't been Caleb's voice. I stared up at the glimmering outline of a man shot through with stars, perched casually on the back of the seat. He was barely visible against the night, but then we slipped into a ley line, and the jumping blue energy bent around a familiar set of features. They were the same ones as on the body I held, but they looked so very different with that particular mind behind them. "Rosier," I spat, feeling my flesh crawl. "What?" Caleb asked, and since he was still driving and not lunging over the seat with weapon drawn, I assumed he couldn't see the demon who had somehow hitched a ride. "I told you, just ignore everything," I said roughly, as the deadly creature bent over his son. "Don't hurt him!" "Hurt who?" Caleb asked, confused. "Just drive," I snapped, trying to push Rosier away. He had a body when he chose, but he obviously wasn't using it tonight, because he was as insubstantial as a column of mist, and my hand went right on through. "It seems you've always done well enough on that score yourself," Rosier said dryly. "I always said you'd be the death of him." I felt tears welling up, of frustration, of anger, and of mind-numbing fear. It made it hard to think, hard to breathe, because he was right. I should have stayed in the damn hotel suite, should never have left it. This was my fault, completely and utterly, as much as if I'd put a gun to Pritkin's head. He was going to die, and I couldn't help him, and I was going to have to sit here and watch it happen. Just like Eugenie. The very thought paralyzed me in horror. "No," I whispered. "Why are you sitting there blubbering?" the demon demanded. "We've got work to do." I looked up to find the pale outline more blurred than before, and forced myself to focus. I dashed angry tears away. "Why should I believe you want to help him? You tried to kill him." "Him? No. I tried to kill you, if you'll recall. You sent the damn Rakshasas after him." Rosier shrugged, as if sending a hit squad of soulless demons after his own son was a minor issue. "They were meant as a scare tactic. They couldn't touch him while he was alive, after all. They touched him plenty, only because you insisted on pulling him outside of his body. But do let's discuss this while he finishes slipping the mortal coil, shall we?" I stared at Rosier, the hateful, lying, deceitful bastard that he was, and just didn't know. Pritkin hated his father, and while I didn't know all his reasons, I assumed they were good ones. I had plenty of my own. Trusting him now. "My dear girl," he said, with a patient drawl in his voice. "If I wanted him dead, why would I be here at all? A few more minutes in your tender care should take care of things, with no interference from me." And he was right. Despicable as he was right. I was sitting here mourning the man, and he wasn't even dead yet. But he would be very soon, if I didn't get my shit together, if I didn't figure something out. I pushed at Pritkin's inert body, trying to turn him on his side, to gain more access. But he was heavy, and I didn't see how this was going to. "Oh, for the love of... what he sees in you, I will never know," the demon said, in evident amazement. "What do I do?" I asked frantically. "If you want someone to eat, you must first prepare the meal, and he is hardly in a position to do it for you. Here," he said with a sigh, "let Daddy help." And without warning, something snapped in the air around us. It felt like an electric current, only softer, warmer, infinitely more enticing. It pulsed through me like a wave, making my skin flush, my nipples peak, and my heart beat harder in my throat. I stopped pushing on Pritkin and curled up next to him instead, sighing as my hand slid into the front of his coat, seeking warmth, seeking skin. I slipped them under his t-shirt, feeling hard muscle and soft hair, and kissed his neck. That didn't get me anywhere, but when I gently bit the knob of his Adam's apple, I felt it bob faintly under my lips. So I did it again, before moving up to take his lower lip between mine. It gave under my teeth, a damp, swollen heat, and somebody moaned, but I wasn't sure which of us it was. I didn't care. Except about one thing. There were too many straps and buckles and obstacles in the way. There were holsters and belts and vials and guns when I craved skin on skin. But that wasn't a problem for long. I watched in bemused fascination as a buckle on his shoulder slid out of its loop all on its own, the little prong popping loose from its leather jail, before the whole thing slithered to the floor. The same thing was happening with the belt around his waist, which turned loose and then jerked out from under him, tossing itself into the front seat. And then the zipper on his jeans slid open, as if an invisible finger was pushing it down. I don't remember much of the next few minutes. Everything went fuzzy, a warm golden haze that caught the seconds, stretching them like taffy. I do remember a man's chest, hard muscle under my hand, a sweeping ladder of ribs, the smooth rise of a hip, and Pritkin jerking back, his breathing heavy, his jaw like iron. His weapons were gone, and most of his shirt, too, although oddly, he still wore one arm of his coat. The jeans were also still in place, but they were sagging in front, showing off a ridged abdomen and a light brown treasure trail. I pushed at them impatiently, got them mostly off his hips, before a hand grabbed mine and forced it back against the seat. "You don't want this," he told me harshly. I didn't say anything. I couldn't think clearly enough to put into words just how wrong he was. I'd never wanted anything more in my life. I slid the other hand behind his neck, tried to pull him down to me, only to have the same thing happen. My other hand hit the seat, trapped in his as securely as in a manacle. Pritkin wasn't touching me otherwise, but he was right there, bare chest heaving, skin damp and moist, his one bare arm corded with muscle as he held me against the seat, helpless. My body liked that, liked the fact that his eyes had bled black, with only a thin ring of emerald fire around the iris. But it liked it a lot less that he was just staying there, wasn't moving away, but wasn't coming closer. It hurt not to touch him, an actual physical ache, to see the rivulet sweat had carved down all those muscles, the swirling patterns it had made in his body hair, and not to be able to trace them with my fingers, with my tongue. He was saying something, but I didn't listen, didn't care. My hands were fixed to the seat, but in holding mine, he'd immobilized his own as well. And we were close, so very close, that he couldn't stop me from winding a leg around him, from arching up to rub my cheek against the soft fur on his chest, from finding a peaked nipple and biting. "Cassie, please!" It came out choked, desperate, but to me it sounded like encouragement. I bit down a little harder, and he cried out. I let my tongue lave the small mark I'd made, and his whole body shook in pleasure. It rippled into me, banishing the pain, but increasing the hunger. It felt wonderful, touching this much flesh, feeling his heart beat hard under my lips. But I wanted more, wanted to feel all that velvet skin on mine, wanted everything. And so did he. Whatever he said, his hunger radiated down through his skin and into mine, making me cry out, making me crazy. I arched up, and his chest barely brushed my erect nipples. But the shock of pleasure was intense, overpowering, magnifying the craving by a power of 10. I writhed against his hold, needing the pressing weight, the fierce cadence of skin on skin, Cassie! A hand gripped my face, turning my eyes up to his, making me focus. Green eyes blazed down into mine, no longer black, but strangely, unearthly bright. You've been influenced. Do you understand? Remember how it felt before? A memory tugged at my mind, but it was vague, uninteresting. I pushed against his hands, throwing everything I had into it, but it was like fighting a statue. I cried out in pain and raw, unfulfilled need. Pritkin cursed, but not at me. What did you do to her? What do you think? Someone laughed. You know, you really should help the poor girl. Stay out of this, Pritkin snarled, and the tone was enough to send tongues of flame licking at pleasure points deep inside me. I whimpered. If I had, you'd be dead, the other voice commented. You're welcome, by the way. He may have said more, but I didn't hear, because those warm hands had released me to close over my feet, gently sliding off my shoes before smoothing possessively over my calves. The sensation was exquisite, torturous, had my whole body jumping like a sensitized nerve ending. I started to reach out, to touch, to stroke, and immediately the hands were removed. No, stay still. It was Pritkin's voice, the one he used for command, the one I rarely heard but automatically obeyed. Usually because it meant that bad people with nasty weapons were aiming them at my head. I didn't know what the cause was this time, but I fell back against the seat, breathing hard, and the hands returned. Calloused palms brushed the soft undersides of my knees, then slipped around to warm the outsides of my thighs. They smoothed all the way up my body, encountering no barriers until they reached the thin material of my track shorts. Rough skin caught on the smooth nylon as he slid his hands over my hips, fingers slipping just under the elastic of the waistband. They just stayed there for a moment, and our eyes met in the almost dark. Pritkins held the same fierce, focused intensity they did when he was bending over me in the training cell, a sword resting hot against my neck. Only there was something more there tonight, something fierce and hot and possessive. I was shocked to feel myself start to tremble. The feeling intensified as those big hands slowly spread against my skin. For a dizzying moment of clarity, I could feel everything. The fingers smoothing over the line of stitching running up each side of the shorts, the faint scratch of the tag against my skin, the sweat-damped material sticking to the small of my back. And then those hands began smoothing, oh so slowly, back down my body, and they took the shorts with them. I heard myself make a sound, nothing I recognized. And then time seemed to slow again, going soft and liquid, to the point that I could feel every inch of the thin, silky material as it skimmed over my belly button, glided past my hips, drifted across my pelvic bones, and then stroked down my thighs. Somewhere along the line, a spiraling, falling feeling took over my head, banishing any kind of rational thought. I didn't fight it. It was something I needed badly, something that let me forget what we were and where we were, and all the reasons why this was a very, very bad idea. The silky cloth brushed over my feet as he pulled it completely away from my body. He never said a word, but as I lay there, bare except for a brief thong, I slowly realized that he was shaking. The tremors were almost imperceptible, as controlled as everything else about him, but I felt them. I tried to tell him it was all right, that I trusted him, that this wouldn't change anything, But then the warm hands found my skin again and slid up my legs, and all I could manage was a low sound, deep in my throat, as he slowly pressed my thighs apart. He bent his head, not hurrying, but with an intensity on his face that made my brain start to short-circuit. Warm breath ghosted over me as he tracked up my body, pausing here and there for long seconds, as if breathing me in. But never stopping, never touching. His lips were millimeters from my flushed skin, so close that every breath raised goosebumps, and that's where they stayed, until I thought I would scream. I wanted to touch him. I needed to move. But I couldn't seem to do anything but writhe in helpless counterpoint to that merciless non-assault. Within seconds, I was biting my tongue to hold back something perilously close to a whimper. Then those hands slid up my sides, and that mouth finally made contact, closing in on the tender flesh just above the bow on my thong. I gasped at the warm, wet sensation, so different from the feel of hands, and suddenly it was much easier to lie still, my whole body going heavy and languid. I sank back, surrendering to the weight that settled between my legs, the cool feel of his hair, and the shockingly intimate caress of lips and tongue on sensitive skin. Satisfying a months-old craving, I laced my fingers deep into the soft mane, feeling his head move under my hands. The tender mouth went on to feast on my thighs, drawing another sound of startled pleasure from deep within me, a sound that turned to a groan when the hot tongue found the crease where thigh met hip. It made me want to touch him again, to flow against him like water, to slide along that muscled warmth and return pleasure for pleasure. "Stop," he said mildly, nipping lightly at my hip bone, and my body reacted with a sweet, surprised rush. He slowly tracked across my skin until I melted, becoming a malleable creature of pure response as the warm, wet onslaught moved over my hips, my stomach, and then lower. His tongue ran around the top of the thong, tracing the lace, catching on the small satin bow. I couldn't see what he was doing. His head was in the way. But I felt it when a warm mouth closed over that small scrap of material, brushing my skin as he started tracking back down my body, and pulled it off with his teeth. I stared at him blankly for a moment, all my fantasies, and still I'd never guessed, never known that this man simmered all the time below those grumpy looks, that stubborn set jaw and stiff-necked control. Or maybe some part of me had known, and had known the risk. And then I couldn't watch him anymore. I lay back against the seat, panting, as I was stripped bare to the warm night's breeze. Rosier was gone, or at least I couldn't see him. I couldn't see Caleb either, because of the seat back, but wasn't sure if the opposite was true. At the moment, I didn't care. I didn't care about anything but the golden head now working its way back up my body. He was drawing light patterns with his hips, his tongue, runes and symbols I was too far gone to read, but that burned through my skin. The sensation was so intense, so overwhelming, that it felt like my body couldn't contain it. He stopped at a point where, had I been wearing panties, he would have been below them, feasting on skin I just waxed a few days ago. But he wasn't low enough, not even close, and that all-consuming need was building again. I sank my hands into his hair, trying to direct that head to where I so needed it to be. But he ignored me, continuing to nuzzle softly against my flesh with that same deceptive gentleness, until a stab of longing tore through me, so strong that I thought the emptiness might kill me if it went on much longer. I did whimper then, a ragged, involuntary moan that didn't even sound like me. It would have been embarrassing if I'd been capable of caring about such things. But I wasn't, and I didn't. Not about that. Not about anything but the almost unbearable intensity of need. I gasped out his name on a sob. And finally, he dropped that last inch. Warm lips closed over me, a wet tongue circled me, and a fierce, spiraling ache of need shot down every nerve I possessed. There. Oh, there. Yes, there. A faint shudder ran through him, and his breath caught audibly. Yes, he hissed, so soft it might have been my own imagination. But the hands on my hips tightened convulsively, and that tongue became demanding, forcing me to open, learning me intimately, discovering what I needed. And then I couldn't think anymore. It was sensory overload, hearing the sounds he made deep in his throat, smelling that peculiar mix of sweat and gunpowder and magic that may as well have been his signature cologne, feeling the assault of that mouth, all wet, silken heat and fiery passion. Nothing safe, nothing sane. And then he gently bit down. And oh, dear God! Pleasure racked me, a deep, primal shudder of response, followed swiftly by a surge of pure, molten lust. The rush of heat started in my belly and swept outward in an unexpected, uncontrollable wave, the raw force of it wrenching a cry from my throat. Merciless, he sucked me deeper and did it again, and my body simply couldn't take any more. Ecstatic release flashed like chain lightning through my lungs and thighs and every place in between, right down to my toes. It rippled into Pritkin, tightening his hands, causing his fingers to dig into my flesh. And then the sound he made, deep and vulnerable and desperate, made my body shudder harder, as if trying to come again even in the middle of mind-shattering release. God! I heard myself choke, and didn't know if it was a plea for mercy or a prayer of thanks. When it was finally over, I clung to the heavily muscled body, the skin fever-hot with the thrum of magic pulsing just under the surface, gasping. A hand crushed my head to his chest, fingers tangling in my hair. I didn't even try to move, didn't think I could. I just stayed there, listening to his heartbeat pound strong and sure, if a little erratically, under my ear. And then the car touched down, bumping asphalt, somewhere outside Vegas. Chapter 27. The shape I was in didn't really hit me until I stumbled out of the car and face-planted onto something hard. I don't know if it was the afterburn of adrenaline or being a snack for a half-incubus war mage, but I was completely wiped, to the point that concrete under my cheek actually felt pretty damn inviting. I was all for sleeping wherever the hell I was, but somebody picked me up. I didn't have the strength left to protest. Those same hands gently wrapped me in a blanket. It had to be 3, maybe 4 a.m., but Vegas in August is stifling even at that time of the morning, and the blanket was scratchy and hot. I decided not to care, because it was easier. We started across a cracked parking lot toward a brightly lit aluminum building with a couple of trucks and, incongruously, a limo parked outside. I squinted at it blearily. If that was War Mage HQ, color me disappointed. It looked like it ought to be warehousing shoes. But I guessed it was more interesting inside, because a couple of leather coat-clad guards were roaming around, giving us the hairy eyeball. I didn't care about them, either. I did care a few minutes later when I was put down on something puke green that smelled like cigarettes and old shoes, but decided I could live with it. I went to sleep, and then woke right back up at the furious whispered conversation going on over my head. They called ahead, told them to expect you. What the fuck am I? Tell them whatever you like. I'm more concerned with getting a healer in here. You'd best be concerned with your job. I could care less about. Then how about your neck? Because that was assault, and assault on the Pythia carries a mandatory death sentence, as you damn well. Which was when I sat up. No doctors, I croaked. Cassie. We were in a small office, with Pritkin crouched beside what could best be described as an anti-sofa. Besides the unfortunate color and the more unfortunate smell, it was also hard and lumpy and stained, and had sad little tufts of stuffing dribbling out of one of the cushions. Kind of like the platonic ideal turned on its head. 2 sets of startled eyes looked at me, so I guess I'd said that last part out loud. What? I read. Are you all right? Caleb asked, crouching down beside Pritkin, which gave me nowhere to put my legs. I thought about drawing them up, but then I'd probably go back to sleep again, and that was a bad idea for some reason that currently escaped me. I sat there and blinked at them and waited for it to come. "She needs a healer," Pritkin said harshly, and started for the door. That was it. "No doctors," I said again. And then I flopped over. "You heard her," Caleb said as Pritkin paused, hand on the knob. "Damn it, Cassie. I'm just really, really tired," I told him, wondering why the fake wood paneling behind him was bleeding over into his body space. And then I realized that my eyes were crossing. "Do you have any booze?" I asked Caleb. "You probably shouldn't drink," Pritkin said, looking conflicted. I thought about that. There was a phrase I was looking for, but my brain was really not cooperating right at the... "Oh, yeah." "Fuck it," I said brightly. Then I sat up again, because the anti-sofa seriously reeked, and because Caleb was coming over with a paper cup in his hand. It was the kind you get out of water coolers, small and cone-shaped, but it held some really fine whiskey. Really, really fine, I decided, tossing it back, all smooth and peaty. And then it hit the party going on in my stomach, and oh shit. "Trash can," I said thickly. "What?" Caleb looked at me. "Trash can." Pritkin cursed and grabbed one, just about the time everything I'd eaten that night had paid a repeat visit. Whiskey, pizza, milkshake, beer, and a lone, half-dissolved gummy bear. Which was a surprise, since I couldn't actually recall having eaten any. Fun times. I finally finished, and I was rewarded with another little paper cup, only this time filled with water. "Keep it coming," I said hoarsely, as Pritkin held my hair back from my face, and Caleb handed him a box of tissues. Cleanup took a while, since I'd been pretty damn dirty to begin with, during which Pritkin kept bitching about a doctor, and I kept saying no, until I got pissed. "You're not putting your head in a noose when I'm fine," I croaked. "I'm just tired, for God's sake." He finally shut up, maybe because he realized he was giving me a headache. Or maybe because he had one himself. He looked like 9 kinds of hell. He'd had the presence of mind to leave the shredded coat in the car and toss a blanket around the two of us, which had hidden the fact that he had no shirt and his jeans were acid-washed, and not in the fashion sense. His face was drawn and pale, despite the feed. There was dried blood on his chest, and his hands shook. And the less said about his hair, the better. But then, that was always true. "You need clothes," Caleb said roughly. "There are some in my locker," Pritkin told him. 221. Or there should be. I don't remember what I'll get 'em. Stay here." Caleb looked at me sharply. Why, I don't know. Like I was actually up to shifting us out of there, or walking out, or sitting up. I slumped back against the stinky couch and stared at Pritkin, who stared mutely back. I didn't know if it was because he'd fed, but his eyes were a little freaky, almost neon green, bright and burning, and full of some dark emotion I couldn't read, but could guess at pretty well. "I volunteered," I reminded him. "To be used." His hand tightened on the sofa cushion until the knuckles bled white. "He wouldn't have cared if I drained you." "He'd probably have preferred it," I said, staring at that hand. "Save him some trouble." "How can you—" He stopped and closed his eyes and just breathed for a few moments. That wasn't a good sign. Pritkin was better when he was yelling and stomping around. But maybe he didn't have the strength right now. I could sympathize. I moved my hand over the top of his, and he immediately pulled back, something close to horror on his face. It seriously pissed me off. "That's a little hypocritical, don't you think?" "It isn't." He looked away. "It isn't you." "I know it isn't me. What, am I stupid?" That got an eye blink, and I grabbed his hand again and tugged at him. I was too weak for it to have much effect, but he came anyway, sitting beside me. I held on to the hand, partly to be an ass, but also because, for some reason, it made me feel better. And right then, anything comforting I'd take without question. "I'm sorry," he said after a moment. His jaw was tight enough that it looked like it hurt. I sighed. For what? For saving my life? For almost getting killed in the process? For not dying nobly? What? His brow tightened into a familiar frown. "You're in a mood." Yes, I am. I've had a day and I am in a mood. So what are you apologizing for exactly? For taking it that far. But I didn't see an alternative. He'd put you under a strong compulsion, and that kind won't break without completion. Completion. It took my tired brain a few moments to work through that one, and then another moment because the only answer I was getting didn't make sense. Okay, let me get this straight. You're apologizing for giving me a mind-shattering orgasm? Caleb slammed in the door. I didn't hear that. Damn straight. He had clothes, plain gray sweats and sneakers for Pritkin, and an oversized navy t-shirt for me. "It's mine," he told me. "I figured it'd work as a dress on you." Thanks. At this point, anything was better than the scratchy blanket. Is there a shower? Yeah, over by the gym. He looked at Pritkin. Gonna wash her back? And Pritkin growled, literally. Rabid pit bulls don't make that kind of noise when going for the jugular. Although that seemed to be the plan, since he was out of the seat and lunging for Caleb faster than I could blink. Only to stop when I kept a grip on that hand. Good idea grabbing it, in hindsight. Not the time, Caleb, I said briefly. He nodded, looking a little freaked. I guess he hadn't heard that particular tone before either. I struggled to my feet. I'd actually been asking about the shower for Pritkin, who looked like he could use some hot water downtime. But clearly, leaving the two of them together was a no-no, and I was sort of afraid that maybe the couch wasn't the only stinking thing in the room. Pritkin threw on the new sweats, which pretty much negated their status as clean, but which meant that I got to keep the whole blanket. I drew it around me until I was pretty sure I wouldn't shock anybody, and grabbed Caleb's tea, and then peered out the door. Thankfully, the halls outside were as deserted as you'd expect at something o'clock in the morning. There wasn't even a janitor pushing a mop around, just a shadow behind a frosted glass door and a guy doing laps in the gym. Not that it was a gym per se, just an area carved out of the huge complex by some plywood partitions and fitted out with a track, some treadmills, and a lot of iron in the form of weights lining the walls. A fae would go nuts in here, I thought vaguely, and felt slightly more cheerful. We followed a line of lockers to the back, where two bathrooms were situated side by side. Pritkin got me a towel and a squeeze bottle of something out of his locker that had no discernible scent, but that I assumed was soap. I said thanks, and he said nothing at all, and we went our separate ways. The shower part of the bathroom was, like the rest of the place, extremely utilitarian. I guessed it made sense. Until a month ago, the core had been based at MAGIC, aka the Metaphysical Alliance for Greater Interspecies Cooperation, aka the supernatural version of the UN. At least it had been, until the war left it a glass slick in the desert. That had forced the core to find a new home, and trust them to make it as Spartan as humanly possible. There were no cubicles. Privacy was just so damn girly. Just an even dozen shower heads and a sloping floor with a drain in the middle. The tile was white and the fixtures were shiny, but only because they were new. I doubted that the shoe warehouse had come equipped with bathrooms this big, so they'd probably been a recent add-on, and yet, despite the newness, the place managed to be really ugly in the tradition of institutional spaces everywhere. I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed some more, and since the soapy stuff seemed to double pretty well as shampoo, that included tackling my hair, and damned if I didn't manage to finally soak the green out. Should have asked Pritkin for something before, I thought blearily, resting my head on the water-slick wall. I felt exhausted, clammy, and vaguely nauseous, the same as when I fed Billy a little too much. I wasn't completely drained, Pritkin had stopped short of that. In fact, Billy had left me feeling worse than this a time or two, with one exception. Feeding Billy had never left me with a burning little knot of guilt under my sternum. And that's exactly what this was, too, guilt. Not overwhelming or paralyzing or crushing, but guilt all the same. I'd experienced enough of it in the past to have had no trouble identifying it. I just didn't know what it was doing there. This wasn't the first time Pritkin and I had gotten close. It was the second. The first had been about a month ago during the final battle with Apollo. Pritkin had been seriously injured, and his incubus abilities had saved him, with a little help from me. Very little, compared with today. But the basic idea had been the same. I'd provided the energy, he'd done the healing. The end. And it really had been the end. Our relationship had gone back to the usual, and I hadn't even thought that much about it afterward. There had been so much other stuff going on that it had seemed, well, just one of those crazy things, like almost drowning myself in a bathtub or being chased by a dragon through an office building. Crazy shit like that happened all the time lately, and that's the folder it had gone into in my brain. If anything, I'd just been grateful it had worked and that we'd both come out of the battle with a whole skin. So what was different now? Was it because I'd enjoyed it? Because I had. There was no point in denying it. Not the first few minutes. Those had been pretty damned horrifying. But later? Yeah, I'd enjoyed it. Kind of a lot. Okay, a hell of a lot. But then I'd enjoyed it the last time, too. And seriously, Pritkin was the son of the Prince of the Incubi. What the hell did my brain expect? That I'd hate it? I mean, what were the odds? And the fact was, I'd have helped him whether I'd gotten any pleasure out of it or not. The guy was dying. I wouldn't have let that happen regardless, and I sure as hell wasn't sorry he was alive. So no, I didn't think the pleasure thing was the problem. Was it maybe because I was dating Mircea now, and I hadn't been before? I mean, Mircea had claimed me a while ago, but Master Vamps had a habit of simply taking whatever they wanted, as I knew from long experience. It hadn't surprised me, but I also hadn't considered us married just because he said so. I hadn't considered us as having any status romantically at all until we started dating, and that had been after the last little incident. So was that it? Was I feeling like I'd cheated on him? I thought about it for a while, but that didn't quite feel right either. It wasn't like this had anything to do with romance. If Pritkin had been a vampire, I'd have given him blood. As it was, I'd given him what he needed to heal. And considering that he'd almost died in both instances because of me, I'd sort of owed him one. And yet, for whatever reason, this one felt different. I hadn't had any trouble meeting Mircea's eyes after the last time. I didn't know if that would be true now, and it pissed me off that I didn't even know why. However, I did know one thing. I wasn't going to get any absolution, not that I needed any, damn it, because I couldn't tell him. Not because I didn't think he'd understand. Vampires tended to be a lot more pragmatic than humans, and if I could explain that it had been a life-or-death situation, well, there was a chance Pritkin wouldn't lose too many limbs. The problem, of course, was that I couldn't. I couldn't tell Mircea anything, because if I told him why, I'd also have to tell him what. Specifically, what Pritkin was. And if I told him what he was, I might as well tell him who he was, since there'd only ever been one human incubus hybrid in all history. And I didn't think the magical community was quite ready to hear that Merlin had returned. Of course, I didn't know that they would hear about it. I didn't think Mircea would plaster it all over the front pages, for instance. But he'd do something with it. He wouldn't be a vampire if he didn't. And I really didn't want to find out what that something would be. After a while, I sighed and gave up. I'd figure it out later when maybe I didn't feel like I was about to fall over. The water had stayed hot, but my knees were starting to get wobbly, so I shut it off. God, I was tired. I dried off and pulled Caleb's shirt and a half over my head. The short sleeves came down past my elbows, and the hem almost hit my knees. I decided it would do and padded back outside. The jogger had gone off somewhere and no one had taken his place, so the cavernous space felt kind of creepy. I looked around for Pritkin because it would be perfectly in character to find him pumping iron even after being almost dead half an hour ago. But I didn't see him. The gym was big, but it was also pretty open, with no real obstacles in the exercise area and only industrial fluorescence overhead. So it wasn't like I could have missed him. For one brief panic-filled moment, or it would have been panicked if I'd had any panic left, I thought he might have gone back to pick a fight with Caleb. But then I heard water running. I debated it for a couple of seconds, in case it was the runner who had decided to have a sluice down. But I was really too tired to be embarrassed, and war mages tended to take things in stride. I decided to risk it. The guy's bathroom had looked exactly like the woman's, other than being larger and having a line of urinals. I walked past the bathroom stalls and into the big shower room and back. There was no door, of course, so it didn't take me long to find him. It took me a little longer to figure out what to do. For a guy who was as loud as Pritkin, he really didn't lose it very often. Maybe all that yelling served as a release valve, I don't know. But no matter how bad things got, he kept his shit together better than most people I knew, including me. Not that that was saying much. I was usually the run screaming at the first sign of danger type, but Pritkin was Mr. Cool under pressure. Which was why it was a little strange to find him standing in the spray, staring at a bar of soap with the air of a man who has forgotten what he's supposed to do with it. It didn't look like he'd used it. There were streaks of blood on the powerful legs, oil or something black on the broad back, and livid bruises pretty much everywhere. The black stuff had run, dripping down the multicolored skin, making him look like some kind of avant-garde painting or vandalized sculpture. The Thinker in yellow, purple, and green. The hair was wet and plastered to his skull. It made the bones of his face stand out more, and his nose look bigger as he turned his head to me. It wasn't with his usual rapid reflexes, but in a bewildered kind of way that really worried me. Not that an assassin was likely to be sneaking up on him at War Mage HQ, but still. I had the disturbing impression that, if I'd been an assassin, Pritkin would have just stood there and let me kill him. Okay, then. I walked over, despite not knowing what the hell I was supposed to do. Growing up at Murders Are Us, I'd seen a lot of nasty stuff, and my visions had shown me a lot more. Pretty early on, I'd learned to distance myself from inconvenient feelings, from anything I couldn't easily handle, and by now, I was tops at the Scarlett O'Hara School of Emotional Distancing. I always thought about the uncomfortable stuff tomorrow, and as everyone knows, tomorrow never comes. And despite what psychologists would have you believe, living in denial actually works pretty damn well, at least most of the time. It had worked for me, keeping me functional, keeping me sane, more or less, long after anyone could have reasonably expected. It wasn't working so well right now. I meant that I didn't know how to talk to Pritkin about his shit, whatever his shit was, because I rarely talked about mine. I didn't know how to tell him it was going to be okay, because I wasn't sure that it was. I didn't have anything useful to say at all, so I didn't try. I slid my arms around him from behind and held on. The water was still warm. I suppose that was something. Pritkin didn't say anything either, so we just stayed like that for a while. I found that I was in no real hurry to move. I was bone-tired, but he was warm and solid and easy to hold on to. I got this weird kind of floaty feeling after a while, a combination of exhaustion, relief, and the thrum of his heart under my ear. He hadn't bothered to turn on the lights, so the only illumination was whatever filtered in from the bathroom or through the open top of the shower area. It wasn't much, and the water hitting the tile sounded like rain, the kind Vegas rarely got. I pulled him closer and felt my eyes slip closed. I thought maybe I'd just sleep here. "Her name was Ruth," he said hoarsely, and then he stopped. His back was warm against my cheek. I could feel the column of his spine just under the surface. I didn't say anything. "My wife," he added after a while. I nodded, but he couldn't see it, so I just tightened my grip for a moment. I'd kind of thought that might be it. I wasn't an expert on Pritkin's past, but I knew a few things. Like the fact that more than a century ago, he'd married a woman he'd presumably loved a lot. I didn't know much about her, because that was one topic that got a very swift conversation change. But I knew the important thing. I knew how she died. It had happened on their wedding night, when the incubus part of Pritkin got out of control, seriously out. For some reason, instead of simply feeding, which would have been normal under the circumstances, it had decided to drain her, dry. Pritkin hadn't been able to stop the process, and it had killed her. Or rather, he had killed her, because as the only half-human incubus, the two parts of his nature were forced into an uneasy cohabitation. It was like being Jekyll and Hyde, only at the same time, all the time. Other incubi could leave their bodies behind when they weren't feeding, since they'd only borrowed them from a human anyway. But Pritkin couldn't. I didn't know if that had something to do with why he'd lost it that night or not, because he told me those few hard facts and nothing else. It had been around the time we'd started to notice an attraction, and I guess the idea had been to scare me off. It had worked like a charm. The idea of ending up a straw-haired, desiccated corpse had proven a real incentive in ignoring any inconvenient feelings. Pritkin and I were together a lot, often in circumstances that got the blood pumping, if not spurting. It was only natural that there might have been an occasional spike of something. It would have been strange if there hadn't been, really. But we'd ignored them by mutual consent, because clearly they weren't going anywhere. I was dating Mircea, and Pritkin, well, as far as I knew, Pritkin didn't date anyone, ever. I'd gotten the impression that he wasn't going to risk whatever had happened happening again. I suddenly found that really sad. Someone cursed behind us, but I didn't jump. I was too tired, and anyway, I knew that voice. I looked over my shoulder and saw Caleb's big body outlined in the doorway for a second, before he disappeared. But a moment later, he was back with a couple of large towels. He shut off the water, wrapped one around me, and threw one at his buddy, or former buddy, given the scowl marring those handsome features. "Out," he said roughly, pushing us out the door. "It's getting too close to morning. There's going to be people showing up soon, and we got enough to explain as it is. And that vampire's on the phone, fit to be tied. Marco said you either call him or he's accusing us of kidnapping you. Marco said you either call him or he's accusing us of kidnapping you." He handed me a phone, and I took it with a sigh. I punched in the suite's number, and it was picked up on the first ring. "Cassie, what the hell?" "You know what the hell. Am I still a prisoner?" "You know damn well you aren't." "Then I'll be back. Now stop calling." I hung up. Caleb just looked at me. "That was it?" "That was it, until I figure out what story I'm using." "I know the feeling," he snarled, and pushed us toward the office. Chapter 28. We walked back into the little space, and Caleb slammed a bottle of Jack down on the desk. "Talk about whatever the hell it is you need to talk about, and get your story straight. I have to make out a report before the bosses show up, and it needs to be tight. You feel me?" I nodded. Caleb left. The air conditioning was on, and my makeshift dress was clammy. I pulled it off and draped it over the back of Caleb's desk chair, and wrapped myself in a towel instead. When I turned around, Pritkin had pulled the sweats back on and sat on the stinky sofa. He had his arms crossed in front of him, like a man who doesn't want company, so I took the hard plastic chair in front of the desk. I poured the Jack, but not because I wanted any. My stomach felt like it might be fine without anything in it for a year, maybe 2. But if a guy had ever looked like he needed a drink, Pritkin was him. We don't have to talk, I told him. I mean, I don't mind listening, but I don't need an explanation. But you deserve one. Do I? I kind of thought we were even. He'd saved my life, I'd saved his. But it didn't look like he agreed. I handed him the whiskey, and he threw it back like a pro, not even wincing. He noticed my expression and smiled faintly. Compared to what I grew up on, this is fairly mild. And yes, you do. I was wondering what the hell he'd grown up on, the Celtic version of rotgut? But I didn't ask, and he didn't offer. He just sat there, cradling the empty paper cup gently in his hands. They were still long-fingered, still refined, but they looked more like they belonged to a war mage tonight. Along with the ever-present potion stains, there was a smudge of dark brown that the shower had missed, dirt or dried blood, in the crease between the left thumb and the palm. It had run into the cracks, highlighting them like strokes of charcoal on a sketch. I had a sudden urge to reach over and wipe it off, but I didn't. And then he started talking, and I forgot about everything else. I told you once about Ruth, about how she died. I nodded, but I didn't give specifics. We hadn't known each other long at the time, and I assumed you would never need to know. He paused for a moment, staring at the fake wood paneling on the opposite wall, as if it held some kind of fascination for him. I think perhaps you do now. Okay? Ruth had a small amount of demon blood, a hazu, a minor species, from her paternal grandmother. She was an eighth, or some such amount. You didn't know? I knew as soon as I met her. But I assumed that, as she was living on Earth, she must feel the same way about the demon realms that I did. That they have their pleasures, but they are ultimately corrupting to whoever ventures there. Stay long enough and you lose yourself, your ideals, your values, everything you are, all in the pursuit of mindless pleasure. And in the end, there is no pleasure in that. But she didn't see it that way? I gasped. No. By comparison to the glamorous, glittering courts she had occasionally glimpsed, Earth was squalid, disease-ridden, and poor. It didn't help that she was born into the middle of the industrial age, when, in fairness, those things were often true. The Thames stank like an open sewer, and very nearly was. The new industrial cities like Birmingham and Manchester were littered with overcrowded, filthy, rat-ridden tenements, filled with people dying of overwork, pollution, disease. Even Prince Albert died of diphtheria because of the filthy drains at Windsor. It was an ugly age, and she hated it, all the more for the brief glimpses she'd had of worlds beyond human imagining. But she didn't tell you this. I didn't need to guess on that one. I couldn't see Pritkin having much in common with someone who had loved the world he hated. She told someone, but it wasn't me. Rosier. I don't know how I knew, maybe because Pritkin only got that particular look on his face when he discussed his father. A curt nod. She went to see him, gained admission by mentioning my name. He later told me that she said she'd lived her life like a child in a candy store, one without any money to purchase anything, able to see the beauty of her other world, but unable to gain access to it. Because of her mixed heritage? No, demons aren't like some of the Fae, jealously guarding their bloodlines, afraid of any impurity. They regularly mix races among themselves, other types of demons, humans, wares, Fae, anyone who has an attribute they think might be useful, anyone who might give them an edge over a rival. Then why couldn't she just change worlds if she wanted, if she didn't like it here? He shook his head. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand. In that regard, as in others, your vampires are very similar to demonkind. What is the only thing that really matters to a vampire? I hesitated, not sure where he was going with this. There are a lot of things. Are there? In that case, why is your friend Raphael not the head of his own family? He is arguably one of the greatest artistic talents the West has ever produced. and yet he serves a sniveling, wretched nobody like that Antonio. He doesn't anymore. Mircea broke Tony's hold. But he did until recently. Not by choice. Raph is a master, but he isn't that powerful. And there you have it. Power. One thing, perhaps the only thing, your vampires respect. It is the same with demons, and Ruth had almost none. But she was part demon. You said so. Yes, but demons are like any other species. Mix the genetics, and you never know what will come up. Even full-blooded Ahazu aren't that strong. And in her case, she may as well have been the human she pretended to be. But you're part demon and part human, and you told me yourself that the incubi aren't considered one of the more powerful species either. But you... Yes, but my other half was magical human. Hers was not. And that, or the small amount of fey blood I inherited from my mother, or the way the genes combined, something worked to boost my abilities. I ended up stronger magically than I should have been, instead of weaker. If I had not, I doubt I would have ever known who my father was. He would have rejected me as another failed experiment and moved on. And the same was true for Ruth. Without power, she was of interest to no one. No one except you. Fritkin was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was different from usual, softer, almost tentative, as if he had to find the words because he never spoke about this and didn't have them ready. She saw me, I think, as an entree into a world she could only imagine. She knew I was part demon from the moment she met me. It is difficult to hide that from another of our kind, but it is also difficult to tell which species one belongs to if the human side is dominant. I would like to think, that she didn't know until I told her, that her affection for me had some basis other than the fact that my father was the prince of one of the most magnificent of the courts. It is far from the most powerful, but in opulence, in decadence, in wealth, it would be difficult to name another more entrancing. Certainly, it entranced her. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of what else to say. No one liked to feel they were wanted only because of what they had, or in his case, who they were. As am I. He was quiet for a while, the whoosh of the air conditioning and the faint buzzing of the overhead light the only sound. It was peaceful, and the small office was oddly cozy. It felt like an island away from the craziness of our usual lives, another moment stolen out of time. Maybe that's what did it, or maybe, like me, he just wanted to tell someone, have somebody understand. Demons do not have relations the same way humans do, he finally said. Or rather, they can, the more humanoid of the species, in any case, but it isn't considered a real joining. That comes only from merging with another, gaining power by feeding off their energy, having them feed off yours. If done between two full demons, it can result in an exchange of power, enabling both to grow stronger. Some matings are done specifically for that purpose, to allow beings with complementary abilities to enhance them, possibly even mutate them into something neither had experienced before. I frowned, trying to grasp what he was telling me. So instead of making a new life, you remake yours? In a way, of course, a joining can result in both outcomes, although that's exceedingly rare. But demon lives are long, and experimentation is almost a universal hobby. It is like the human fascination with genetics, the attempt to make oneself better through whatever means are available. And Ruth wanted to do that with you? He nodded curtly once, and then went still. When he finally spoke, it was harsh, clipped. She didn't tell me. She told my father, asked for his advice. Why, I don't know. He would be the last person to give anyone selfless advice, but perhaps she assumed he would want the best for his son. His lips twisted in savage mockery. And he told her to go ahead? I asked. I don't know what he told her. I know only what he said after I found out on my own that she had been to court. He swore that he had informed her of the risk, but he had every reason to do precisely the opposite. He hated the idea of my wasting myself on a human, and a non-magical one at that, with barely enough demon blood to mention. He wanted me mated to full demons, powerful ones, influential ones. Why? Why would he care? Because it would lend him influence with the courts. Most demons have a very limited pool of partners with whom to experiment, because most are restricted in what kind of energy they can absorb. Incubi, however, are the O-positive of the demon world. We can feed from virtually anyone and transmit energy to anyone at all. I stared at him for a moment, sure I'd misunderstood. But as crazy as it sounded, I didn't see what else he could have meant. He was going to pimp you out? Pritkin shot me a glance, and something of the tension went out of his shoulders. His face relaxed, not into a smile, but into something less forbidding. If you could see your expression. How else am I supposed to look? You're his son. Which makes me a bargaining chip, or was supposed to. I don't know what he envisioned. Someone like him, I suppose. Handsome, charming, ready to bed whomever and whatever was needed for the good of the clan. He did as much himself when it would help his negotiations. But while he could offer a power exchange, he couldn't give the other races what they truly wanted. And what was that? I asked, almost afraid to find out. Children. Progeny who might carry the traits of both parents, thereby enriching the line with new blood for eons to come. Full demons have an incredibly low reproductive rate. They live for so long, if anything else were true, they would face mass starvation. But humans... He paused, but I didn't push it, didn't say anything. I just sat there, torn between horror and outrage. But he saw, and that same quiet came over his face, as if my anger somehow lessened his own. It is the greatest strength humans have, and their greatest asset in the struggle to survive. Despite living far longer, other sentient species can't touch the human reproductive rate, can't even come close. Rosier spent centuries trying and failing to father a child with other demonic races. But it wasn't until he switched to human partners that he managed it, and even then... Pritkin trailed off, but I knew he was thinking about the countless children Rosier had fathered on his quest, and who had died, and who had taken their mothers along with them. I'd never known if that was because of the terrible rate of death and childbirth among ancient and medieval women, or if it was the fact that the babies were half incubus, a species designed to prey on human energy, that had been the cause. But none had lived. None until him. So he wasn't pimping you out, I said harshly. He was putting you out to stud. In a manner of speaking. Half-demons aren't overly fertile either, but in comparison. And any demon race would give more, much more, for a power exchange, if even an outside chance of a child came with it. And I thought I hated him before, I said grimly. How could he expect you to agree to that? Because a full demon would have, without question, would not have concerned himself with the futures of any children he helped to create, or the use Rosier was putting to the influence he gained. He would have viewed it as an honor, as a way to help the clan and to increase his own status at the same time. But needless to say, I felt differently. I'd hope so. My refusal caused the first major breach between us, although there had been others, but it was what finally convinced me to leave it all behind, to rejoin the human world, to build a life free of him, of the courts, of the constant scheming and power plays. And he let you go? Pritkin finally smiled, and it wasn't a very nice one. I forced his hand, you might say. But in the end it mattered little, as his ambition for me remained the same, and a monogamous marriage to a non-entity would do nothing to service it. He said he warned her, but he does nothing to counter his own interests. Nothing. I didn't say anything that time, because I had finally caught on to where he was going with this. At least, I was afraid that I had. But I don't think Pritkin noticed. He was staring at the damn paneling, but his face was somewhere else. "I will never know for certain what went on at that meeting," he said. "I only know what she did. On our wedding night, she initiated the exchange of power. I believe she hoped it would strengthen her own magic, make her acceptable in the eyes of the courts. And had she been fully demon, even half, it may well have done so, may have given her entry into the world that she wanted so badly. But she wasn't, and she didn't understand." He paused, and for a moment I thought that would be it. But then he spoke again, and it was so raw, so bitter, that the very tone hurt to hear. "The exchange of power is designed to be exactly that. But I suppose she never wondered what would happen if one partner had no excess power to give, had nothing but the energy she needed to live. And I was distracted. I didn't notice what was happening. Not for a moment, because incubi typically feed in those instances. But not that much, not that fully. And by the time I realized, it was too late. Before the cycle could even properly begin, she was..." His lips tightened. "She never received anything back. She never had time. She gave, and then it was over. So quickly." He trailed off, for which I was grateful. Pritkin had described what happened once before, and I remembered the conversation in vivid detail. It was a little hard to forget, as he hadn't spared himself. He hadn't told me the reason his wife ended up a dried-up shell of a creature, shriveled and desiccated, barely recognizable as a human. But he had made sure I knew who had been responsible, at least in his mind. He might have hated his father because of what he knew or suspected, but he hated himself a lot more. Again, I didn't know what to say, except the obvious. "It wasn't your fault," I said quietly, only to have him give me a look of incredulous disbelief. "I've just explained that you tried to stop it and you couldn't. What else could you have done? You didn't know." "I should have. There must have been signs, clues to what she intended, and yet I saw nothing. Maybe there was nothing to see. Maybe she was careful. Maybe I was a blind fool." He got up and poured more whiskey. "I should have realized what was going on. Should have noticed how giddy she suddenly was, how happy. But I put it down to the forthcoming wedding. Women like weddings. All the decorations and the gowns and I was busy searching for a home for us. I'd lived in bachelor quarters until then, but they wouldn't do for her, and He broke off and went back to the sofa. He took the whiskey bottle along. I really couldn't blame him. That night, I should have been able to shut things down before they progressed that far. But I couldn't, because I'd refused to mate with demons, had restricted myself to humans, and therefore knew little about the process. I knew what was happening, but not how to stop it. And obviously neither did she. I'd kept my lofty principles, thwarted my father's wishes, and in doing so, left myself ignorant in the one area that mattered. And he knew that, knew he had the perfect way to punish me for daring to tell him no. "Which is my point," I said, leaning forward, because I couldn't stay quiet any longer. "Rosier set you up. If you want to blame someone, blame him." "I do." "But he wasn't there. He didn't drain her. He didn't steal her life away. He didn't feel her crumble in his arms like..." He cut off, breathing hard, and put his head in his hands. I went over and sat beside him, not hugging him because those moments in the shower had been an aberration, and I somehow knew he wouldn't appreciate it now. Maybe because of the nervous energy that was thrumming through him, like a grounded lightning rod. I could feel it, just sitting there, an electric charge jumping under his skin. I didn't know what to say to Pritkin. When you hated and blamed yourself for something for years, it became truth, your truth, whether it actually was or not. And technically, we were in the same boat. What had happened to Eugenie wasn't my fault, at least in the sense that I couldn't have prevented it. And that was exactly no fucking comfort at all. After a while, I pulled my feet up and grabbed the whiskey bottle, drinking straight from the mouth. My stomach wasn't too happy about it, but my stomach could go to hell. The worst part, he finally said, his voice hoarse, was that I enjoyed it. Emotionally, mentally, I was horrified, but physically, it was the same as tonight. When I woke in that car, it was to terrible pain, but also to indescribable pleasure. You held nothing back. Your power was right there, and I could have, but you didn't. You didn't drain me. I came damn close. I shook my head. No, you didn't. You took a lot, but I know drained, okay? I fed ghosts, vampires, and now a half-demon, twice, and both times, I was conscious last time, he said savagely. I kept control for nearly the entire process, and you had a place to run when I lost it. None of that was true tonight. Green eyes blazed into mine. Do you understand that? Do you realize the risk you ran? You were trapped, and there was no one to help you, and nothing happened. I didn't even bother to get annoyed at his tone. Yelling at me for saving his life was typical of the man. Besides, there was someone to help me. He snorted. Caleb, do you have any idea how inadvisable it is to disturb a demon when it's feeding? And I'm more powerful than most because of who sired me. If he'd interfered, the only damage would have been to him. I wasn't talking about Caleb, I said evenly. You couldn't access your power. You couldn't have shifted. Damn it, I'm not talking about me either. And if you say Rosier, I swear I'll hit you. There was no one else there. I rolled my eyes. Maybe I'd hit him anyway. It was starting to look like the only viable option. There was you. I knew it would be okay because I was with you. I knew you wouldn't. Then you're a fool, he rasped. For one moment, I didn't know where I was, who you were. I didn't know anything, but how good pulling on all that power felt. And a moment is all it takes. But you didn't do it, I repeated, because he didn't seem to get that, which was odd, because for me, it was kind of the main point here. But I could have. I felt it. The hunger, the burning, the need. His fists clenched. I didn't want to stop. But you did. I remember when you pulled back, you'd have stopped it right then, as soon as you figured out what was happening. If your father hadn't laid that damn spell. You don't know. And even then, it's not like you did all that much, I said, talking over him, because it was the only way to get a word in edgewise with Pritkin sometimes. He had filched the bottle back to take a drink, but at that, he lowered it and looked at me, his eyes very green next to the amber liquor. What? I just meant, it wasn't all that and a bag of chips, you know? He blinked at me. No offense, I added, because he was looking kind of polaxed, like maybe he hadn't had a whole lot of complaints before, which was, frankly, pretty damn understandable. But I feigned indifference. I mean, it couldn't have been that bad if... Bad? Well, not bad. He just looked at me. I mean, I came and everything, so that has to count for some. I cut off because I was suddenly enveloped in a strong pair of arms, and my head was crushed to a hard chest. A chest that appeared to be vibrating. It took me a few moments to get it, and even then I wasn't sure, because Pritkin's face was buried in my hair. But I kind of thought, as impossible as it seemed, that he might be... laughing? Chapter 29. I'm glad you two are having such a swell time, Caleb said, slamming back in a minute later. I barely heard him. I was too busy watching Pritkin, who had slumped over with his head on the sofa arm, shoulders shaking helplessly, and what looked suspiciously like tears leaking out from under his closed eyes. "Not that bad," he muttered, and then he was off again. Caleb looked at him like he thought the guy might have totally gone around the bend. I wasn't sure he wasn't right, because Pritkin rarely smiled, and he never laughed. But he was doing it now, and for a moment I just absorbed the image. Of all the strange things that had happened on this very strange day, I thought that might just take the prize. And then Caleb was jerking me out the door. "Are you lucid?" he demanded. "Pretty much." "Good. Then maybe you can tell me—" He stopped because a door closed somewhere down the corridor. Caleb's head whipped around like a guy's in a spy movie, and then he hauled me across the hall and into another office. This one had boxes lining the walls and stacks of files teetering dangerously high on the only desk. There was also a trench coat on a hook on the back of the door, and he grabbed it, shoving it at me. "Do I want to know what happened to my t-shirt?" "It was wet." "And why was it—" "No, wait, don't answer that." "Because I wore it in the shower," I said, getting into the coat, which was about 5 sizes too big. "We just talked, Caleb." "Then talk some more, like about what we're supposed to do." "About what?" "About the fact that John may have lost his ever-loving mind, but he's physically doing pretty damn good for a guy who was almost dead an hour ago. And people saw, okay? And by now they've talked." "Talked to who?" "How the hell do I know? We had maybe a couple hundred people on the ground, with most of them still there." "Why so many? Can't you just go with gas leak or something?" It was Dante's default excuse for the not-so-occasional weirdness that went on. "For the restaurant, maybe. It may even be partly true in that case. But that still leaves us with 2 wrecked buildings, a trashed parking garage, and 4,000 pounds of dragon flesh bleeding out in the middle of a—" "Okay, I get it. We made a mess." "A mess? Do you have any idea how many memories, how many video monitors, how many—" "I said, I get it." "I don't think you do. But right now, I'm not even worried about all that. Do you know what has me freaking the hell out? Would you care to take a wild fucking guess?" I didn't say anything. "Let me give you some help," he said savagely, beginning to pace around the tiny space between the desk and the door. "I keep going over and over it, trying to find another explanation, telling myself I must be crazy, telling myself I must be wrong. But 2 + 2 = 4, and incubus plus human equals—" "Stop right there." "Like hell I'll stop." He whipped around to face me, surprisingly fast for such a big guy. "Do you have any idea what's going to happen when everyone else does the fucking math?" "They're not going to do it." "Oh, really? Let's go through it, shall we? John gets hit with a crapload of dragon blood, enough to take out a fucking platoon. The usual spells for stopping shit like that ain't worth a damn, and every single person in that car knows what's what. I do too, but I've known him a long time, so I'm gonna see to it that he gets back here, even if it's only to have the docs hang a damn toe tag on him." "Caleb." "I figured that's what you were doing too. And when you ordered those men out, I guessed you just wanted to give him some privacy in his last moments. Thought that, if you want him to live shit, was just to get him moving, or to give yourself some hope or something. But lo and behold, what happens? Caleb, you start putting the moves on what is basically a corpse, and then talking when there's nobody there. And then some weird-ass shit starts going down with sparkly light and heat, and John comes back to life and jumps your goddamn bones. Technically, he didn't. And the next thing I know, he's doing just fine. He's fucking dandy. And you're the one who looks like a corpse, and almost are one." "I was not." "And he's all energized with creepy glowing eyes and enough power radiating off him to take on an army. And there's only one way he got it, okay?" "He could be possessed by an incubus," I argued. "He doesn't actually have to be—" Caleb looked disgusted. "Sell it somewhere else. Everyone knows John is half demon. It's not the kind of thing you can hide from the sort of workup the Corps does on its recruits. but we didn't know what kind. He told us Ahazu. Imagine that. But they're minor-level functionaries. They can't do that kind of shit. And a demon can't possess another demon, or half, for that matter. So 2 + 2, okay? His other half ain't Ahazu, it's incubus. And there's only one half-human, half-incubus ever been recorded. Maybe Pritkin's birth wasn't recorded. Bullshit. You know damn well who we got. Don't say it. Next door, and John Pricken ain't his. I'm warning you. Name, it's motherfucking Say it and spend the rest of your life in the Jurassic, I hissed. We just stood there and breathed at each other. You gonna tell me I'm wrong? Caleb finally said. I'm not going to tell you anything, which is exactly what you're going to tell everyone else. Okay. He ran a hand over his buzz cut, which was too short for him to tear out, which was probably just as well, judging from his expression. Just for the hell of it, let's say I don't want to rat him out. Let's say I've worked with him long enough that maybe I don't want to see what will happen after everyone finds out he had another name once. Let's say I'm on your side. What the fuck do you expect me to do? I already told you, too many people saw. And there's gonna have to be a report, and they didn't see what happened in the car. They only know that he's alive when he shouldn't be, and that's more than enough to pique some goddamn curiosity. All right, I said, give me a minute. I hope you don't need much more than that, he said grimly. We got lucky when we came in, with almost everybody on shift called out to that disaster you left. But they're going to be back soon. Plus the first day crew is going to be coming on, and how long? He glanced at his watch. Less than an hour before the day crew shows up. Probably nowhere near that long before the first group start coming back from Disaster City. They're gonna need to make out reports before they go off the clock, and that takes... So how long do we have? Black eyes met mine. Minutes. Then we had best make good use of them, Pritkin said, opening the door behind us. And you forgot a silent spell. Caleb cursed. I'm losing it. With cause. Damn straight with cause. Caleb gazed at his friend, his eyes scanning the familiar features, as if he expected him to have suddenly sprouted horns. What is it? Pritkin asked stiffly. Caleb didn't answer for a moment, then he shrugged. Nothing. Just never met a legend before. A legend is merely a man history decided to bugger, Pritkin said harshly. I'm the same person I always was. Yeah, maybe. It's gonna take some getting used to. Then get used to it. Don't take that tone with me when I'm risking my ass. Then don't look at me as if I'm a laboratory specimen on a slide. Well, forgive the hell out of me for being a little fucking traumatized. Will you two shut up? I yelled. They both turned to look at me. I hadn't actually intended to shout, but it seemed to have worked, and Pritkin was right. We needed to figure out something before Jonas showed up with his fussy little ways and his 2 sharp blue eyes and his seemingly innocent questions, and we were screwed. We need to deal with this, I told them. I think that's been established, Caleb said nastily. But unless you know... What I know is that people like simple explanations for things, especially weird things. According to who? To every vampire I ever met, I didn't say, because it wouldn't have helped. It's a fact of human nature, I said instead. People don't like complicated answers. They like simple, easy-to-imagine ones. 99 times out of 100, if you give them 2 solutions, a really complex truth or a really simple lie, they'll take the lie. It's just easier. Okay, so what's our simple lie? That I did it, I glanced at Pritkin. We'll say I bubbled you, like with the apple. But you can't do that yet. So? They don't know that. I'm fairly certain that Jonas does, Pritkin said dryly. We need to come up with something else. We don't have anything else, and we don't... What are you talking about? That was Caleb. A trick, I said, glancing at him. Or really, it's not a trick. It's something Agnes could do with her power, speeding up time in a small area. I've been practicing. And you can do that? He interrupted. In theory. He cursed. Look, I said impatiently, the point isn't whether or not I can do it. Then what is the point? That I'm supposed to be able to do it. That a well-trained Pythia could do it. And it will be a lot easier for people to imagine that than a legend coming back to life and hanging out in their damned cafeteria. If you could do it, Caleb said, maybe so. But you can't, and the old man knows you can't. So how is that? He knows I usually can't, but that's not the same thing. I can do it, just not on demand. But occasionally I luck out and my power works for a change. And that's almost always in a crisis or when I'm pissed off or... Which makes little sense, Pritkin said, interrupting me. I looked at him. What? You said it yourself. You can use the power. You have proven that on a number of occasions. You prove it every time you shift. And the power is the power. It doesn't change. Merely your perception of it does. Meaning what? That if you can use it under duress, you should be able to use it all the time. You should be able to use it at will. But I can't. I told you before, once in a while I get lucky, but most of the time... Then perhaps you have been trying too hard. Did you not tell me that Lady Feminoi said the power would teach you? That it would show you what it can do? Yes, and I keep waiting. And it has been showing you things, has it not? Or did Niall somehow teleport himself to that desert? Niall? Caleb asked. Jonas shouldn't have told you about that, I said, flushing. He didn't do it to embarrass you, Pritkin said, but as an example of your progress. Niall Edwards, Caleb persisted. I'm not making progress, I said furiously. I haven't made any in weeks. Not since the last crisis. What does that have to do with... Niall, I fell asleep at the beach and that's why I'm Lobster Red Edwards, Caleb asked. Pritkin ignored him. In a crisis, you forget to tell yourself that you can't do something. You forget your anxieties and your fears, your nervousness and your self-doubt, and you reach for your power, and it responds. It has been doing so since the first. I believe you have always been able to do what you need to do. You simply have to learn to get out of your own way, so to speak. If it was that easy, do you really think initiates would need years of training? There is more to being Pythia than manipulating the power, Cassie. You have primarily been dealing with that end because you've had no choice. From the beginning of your reign, we have been at war. I doubt Lady Feminoi fought as many battles in her entire time in office as you have already done. But that is not normally the case. And a Pythia in peacetime has a number of other functions. I didn't say anything, but Pritkin cut off anyway. I guess my face must have spoken for me. You can do this, he said simply. I just stared at him. I wished that were true. I really, really did. But the fact was, I wasn't Lady Feminoi, beloved Pythia. I wasn't even Elizabeth Palmer, heir extraordinaire. I was just Cassie, ex-secretary, lousy tarot reader, and all-around screw-up. And coronation or not, I had a terrible sneaking suspicion that I always would be. This is all very interesting, Caleb said. But can we get back to the... He broke off when a door slammed somewhere down the hall. Booted footsteps started coming our way, a lot of them, echoing loud on the cheap laminate tile. They're back, he said, pretty unnecessarily. Pritkin looked at me. What are we going to go with? I spread my hands. What I said. It's all we've got. Then we got nothing, Caleb said. Speeding up healing might work on a cut or a bruise or a broken bone. But something like this, if you sped up time, it might speed up his healing. But it would also speed up the action of the corrosive. He'd just die faster, but not if she slowed it down, Pritkin said thoughtfully. You can say... I can say? Well, I can't be seen here in perfect health, he pointed out impatiently. Not for a few days, until I could reasonably have been expected to heal, and Cassie is hardly up to an interrogation at the... So you guys sneak out the back, and what? I stay here and lie my ass off? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Is there... Caleb broke off, face flushing. Oh, hell no. Why would I possibly... Good. Then all you need to say is that Cassie slowed down time around the car, except for you and her, which would have made you die slower and nothing more. Not if you used the opportunity to clean out the wound. With what? That stuff eats through everything it touches. But some things take longer to dissolve than others, Pritkin said, looking pointedly at Caleb's shabby old leather coat. Caleb clutched a lapel possessively. No. Have you a better idea? Yeah, I'll say we used your damn coat. You can't. Too many people saw the shape it was in. There wasn't enough left to work with by the time... Well, we're not using mine, Caleb said angrily. I'll buy you another one. I don't want another one. I've had this coat for 12 damn years. Then perhaps it's time for an upgrade, I pointed out, grabbing a sleeve. Like hell. I just got it spelled the way I like. I will help you spell a new one, Pritkin told him, tugging at the back. Get off me. Caleb, I put a hand on his arm. Please? He looked at me and his lips tightened. You're damn right you will, he told Pritkin. And none of those little pansy-ass spells either. I want the good stuff. You can make me a list. Fucking A, I'll make you a list, Caleb muttered, and stripped off his coat. You know, legend or not, you're still a royal pain in my ass. Pritkin nodded approvingly. Now you're getting the idea. Chapter 30. 5 minutes later, Pritkin and I were herring across a dark parking lot that was rapidly becoming less so as sunrise toyed with the horizon. But nobody was around, and we had enough darkness left to get away clean, and things seemed to be looking up, until I put a hand on the door of his beat-up jalopy, and froze. Draped over the passenger seat and trailing halfway onto the floor was Pritkin's battered old potion belt. It was just a strip of worn leather, darkened in places from handling, with the nicks and scratches you'd expect from long use. A few enchanted vials filled with sludgy substances were still in place, like oversized bullets on a bandolier. Others had been used in the fight, leaving lighter places on the leather, like a toddler with missing teeth. There was nothing remotely sexy about it, but I had a sudden visceral image of the last time I'd seen it, arching against the night as it was thrown over the front seat of the car, and I shivered, hard. Pritkin glanced at me sharply and his face tensed. It will pass, he said roughly, and threw the belt in back. I bit my lip and nodded, which was pretty much all I could do with the sensory memory of pleasure ripping through me. It tightened my body, blurred my vision, and sent goosebumps washing over my skin in waves. It was shockingly realistic. He was on the opposite side of the car, not touching me, not even close. But suddenly I could smell his scent, taste his sweat, feel his lips on my skin. They were warm and soft, unlike the hard fingers digging into my hips as he held me in place, I made a small sound and shuddered again, my breath picking up, my hand tightening on the side of the car hard enough to hurt. I pried my fingers off and wrapped my arms around myself and rode it out. I was suddenly really grateful for the trench, which was too thick and too loose to show any inconvenient signs of my little flashback. After a minute, I got in, not because it had stopped, but because cars were starting to come back into larger numbers, popping out of the ley line in strobes of blue-white light, sending cracks like thunder echoing against the building. Pritkin put the car into gear, and we pulled out the normal way, I guess to avoid the metaphysical traffic jam. We eased through a fence, a ward rippling around us like water, and slid into the empty streets of pre-dawn Vegas. This far out, it was mostly asphalt and industrial buildings, in between empty lots of hard-packed red soil, a few desert plants, and blacktop. It didn't look much like the glitzy, glittery city of the tourist brochures, but it had a stark kind of beauty nonetheless. Distant scarlet veils of dust turned the sunrise spectacular and painted the buildings in black and gold. I watched the landscape pass by blearily, so tired I could hardly keep my eyes open, and so aroused I wanted to scream. "Yeah, this was fun." "This didn't happen last time," I finally said, mostly as a distraction. "I didn't feed as completely last time," Pritkin told me, as I tried to control my breathing and failed utterly. I swallowed. How long?" "Usually 5 or 10 minutes. Do you want to stop?" "No." The only thing keeping me from grabbing him was the fact that he was driving. He didn't say anything for a moment, and I concentrated on not writhing against the seat. It didn't go so well. I wiped my hands on the skirt of the trench and left sweaty palm prints on the beige fabric. I stared at them, teary-eyed and hurting and desperate. God, if this didn't stop soon, I was going to go completely... "After Ruth died, I went somewhat mad for a time," Pritkin said suddenly. I blinked, because that had come completely out of the blue, and almost read my mind. You did?" He nodded. "My memories of those days are hazy at best, but apparently I attempted to kill my father. I suppose I blamed him for her death, although I can't say I recall the exact thought process. I do remember a strong desire to feel the bones of his neck breaking under my hands, however, which may give some indication." I licked my lips. "But you didn't succeed." "No, but I came damned close. So close, in fact, that along with several past indiscretions, it convinced the Demon Council that I was an intolerable threat. They sentenced me to death." "Death?" I turned to look at him, shocked for a moment out of everything else. But you didn't succeed, and you said yourself you weren't sane. None of which matters under demon law. But you're still alive." "Yes, due to my father's interference." "Your father?" Pritkin smiled slightly. He was livid. I don't recall much about those days, as I've said, but I do recall him storming into the council chamber and accusing them of attempted robbery, of his only physical child. He said that the damage had been done to him, and therefore he, as a member of the council, should be allowed to set the sentence. They agreed. "And what was the sentence?" I asked, almost afraid to find out. "I was to return to court and take up my proper duties as his heir, the ones I had flatly refused to carry out before. He assumed, I suppose, that I would prefer that over death. He assumed wrong." "Wait, you chose to die?" "Better that, I thought, than to live for centuries as his slave. And at the time I can't recall caring very much if I lived or died. I told them to carry out the sentence and be done with it. They were about to comply when he intervened again, with a compromise." "What kind of compromise?" I asked warily, because I knew it couldn't be anything good. "That I would be banished from the demon realms, unable to return, under pain of death." I frowned. "Banished where?" "Here, to Earth." "But that doesn't seem like much of a sentence. You'd been living here anyway." "That is what the council said. They pointed out that many full demons would give a great deal to be banished to this world, where they can feed like nowhere else in the demon realms." I nodded. Pritkin had told me before that one of the main reasons the council existed was to regulate the numbers of demons allowed on Earth at any one time. Otherwise, there would have been a free-for-all. "So why did they allow you to come back?" "They were persuaded by my father's argument that there can be few punishments more severe than sending a starving man into a banquet hall and not allowing him to eat." "Not allowing—" I stopped, unsure I'd understood. But I'd seen Pritkin eat plenty, so I knew we weren't talking about regular food. "You mean you can't? At all?" The agreement I made was simple. No sex of the demon or human varieties, else I would forfeit my parole and be returned to my father's court, forever to remain under his absolute authority. But I looked around in a panic. Why, I don't know, like Rosier would be chasing us in a car. Is he coming for you now, after what we did? Pritkin shook his head. Feeding to save my life was specifically exempted. My father does not want me dead, as you saw. He wants me alive and in his service, and I think he was afraid that not allowing me to feed in emergencies would ruin his plan. He didn't think you could do it, I said slowly. Stay here, I mean. No, he was certain I would break, that I would be back within the decade, 2 at the outside, and either is a trifling amount of time for the demon races. He had waited hundreds of years already. What were a few more? He underestimated you. I believe there were wagers made at the court as to exactly how long I would last, all of which have now expired. But did you know what it would be like when you— No. Pritkin huffed out a humorless laugh. No. But you must have thought— At the time, I don't believe I was capable of much thought of any kind, but insofar as I truly did not believe I would ever want intimacy again. The very idea was repulsive on every possible level. I was horrified at what I'd done, at what I had become. You didn't become anything. It was your father's fault, your wife's decision. It had nothing to do with you, other than the fact that I was the instrument of her death. Yes, which makes you the victim here, not the monster. Not in the eyes of my fellow monsters. Unlike most of the other races, the incubi have a reputation for showing some consideration for their partners. It is often selfish, of course. It is easier than constantly finding new prey. But nonetheless, there were those at my father's court who shunned me after what happened. Creatures I had long held in disdain were ashamed to be associated with me. And I didn't blame them. I felt like I would never want to feed again. And later? I asked softly. It was none of my business, but I just couldn't imagine what it must have been like. I didn't know too many humans who could shun all intimacy like that, much less someone whose body was specifically designed to need it. Later? His lips twisted. I began to understand why my father had been willing to make that deal. I had understood intellectually from the first, of course, but the reality was somewhat different. You still feel like this, don't you? I asked in shock. What I'm feeling now, all the time. Not all the time, no. It was almost constant for more than a decade. A decade? He shot me a glance, and for some reason it was amused, because clearly the man was insane. How? I am ashamed to say that I became rather addicted to a number of substances during that time, in an attempt to survive, I suppose you would say. It didn't help much. Nothing did. But the struggle became easier over time, as the demon part of me became weaker, and I obtained an outlet for my energies in hunting down those who had done as I had, only on purpose. I didn't say anything for a moment. I watched the sand turn mauve and crimson and honey as the night slowly retreated before the sun, and thought about what it would be like to have a part of yourself literally starving to death and yet unable to die, and to know that if you gave in, even once, to the constant gnawing hunger, you would forever forfeit your freedom. Your father is a son of a bitch, I said with feeling. I wouldn't argue that point, he said dryly. However, from his perspective, he feels cheated. He spent a considerable amount of time over the centuries trying and failing to have a physical child, and when he finally managed it, against all the odds, the result was not quite what he'd expected. Too damned bad. A lot of parents have children who are not exactly what they thought they would be, but they learn to love them anyway. Most parents aren't demon lords, and love was never the issue. It should have been. For someone who deals in it, or its physical manifestation, as much as my father, He knows astonishingly little about it." Pritkin was quiet for a few moments, and I knew I should probably drop it. But he opened up so rarely, I fully expected tomorrow to come and the lid to be clamped down again, tight. If I didn't ask now, I might never have a chance. And it wasn't like the guy was shy. If he didn't want to talk, he'd tell me, probably pretty bluntly. "Is that why you're a health nut now?" I asked, to make up for those early days. "No, it was more an attempt to compensate slightly for the power loss I had sustained when I stopped feeding." "What power loss?" "As I told you, I had never merged with other demons, never tried to enhance what I was born with, as it would have merely made me more useful to my father, and him that much less likely to let me go. But much of my strength had nonetheless always come from my other half, if you like. And once it was incapacitated, I had to find other ways to compensate." "Like the potions?" He nodded. "I was never greatly interested in them before, but they became a way of balancing the power loss, and I find making them to be calming. Some of the more deadly require utter concentration, and I discovered that when I was focused on something so completely, it helped to curb the hunger. Do you not agree?" I didn't know what he meant for a second, until I realized the flashback was gone. My breathing was normal, my heart rate steady, my hands still sweaty, but only as a leftover. I relaxed back against the seat with a sigh. "Thank you." It was heartfelt. "One learns coping mechanisms over time. Or one goes insane. Some would say I already am. They'd be wrong." We slid to a stop at a crossroads, and Pritkin turned slightly in his seat to look at me. "And how would you know?" We were close enough that I could see his long, sandy eyelashes, almost close enough to count the whiskers of the end-of-the-day beard shading his jaw. He hadn't had a chance to torture his hair yet, and it was looking soft and oddly flat, and was blowing slightly in the breeze coming across the windshield. It made him look younger somehow, gentler, sweeter. I mentally rolled my eyes at myself. Yeah, sure. Pritkin was annoying, stubborn, secretive, impatient, and rude. He had the tact of a Paris Island drill sergeant and the charm of a barbed wire fence. He regularly made me want to slap him, and other people want to shoot him, and that was without even trying. I'd probably yelled at him more than anyone else in my entire life, and I'd known him less than 2 months. And yet he was also loyal and honest and brave and weirdly kind. Most of the time, I didn't understand him at all. But I knew one thing. "I grew up with some genuinely crazy men," I told him harshly. "You're not one. Then what am I?" I pushed a strand of wildly waving hair out of his eyes. "It wouldn't behave for shit, would it? Kind of reminded me of the man." "Pritkin," I said simply. It sort of summed up the whole crazy package. His lips twitched. "Do you know, no one else calls me that." "What about the guys in the Corps?" "They usually call me by my given name if they know me, or by my rank if they do not." I thought about that. For some reason, it made me happy. "Good." He shook his head, refusing to let the smile out. I don't know why, like it might damage something. "Where do you want to go?" I sighed. "Back to the suite." "Are you sure? We can make other arrangements, and there's the fact that..." "That what?" "That Jonas won't like it." I raised an eyebrow. "Does it matter?" He did smile slightly then, and put the car in gear. "Now you sound like a Pythia." Chapter 31. I guess I fell asleep in the car, because I didn't remember getting back, or getting into pink-striped shorty PJs, or falling headfirst into bed, but I must have, because I woke up tangled in my own sheets, the pillow half over my head and sunlight leaking in through a crack in the drapes. I rolled over feeling groggy and thick-headed and gritty-eyed and yucky. It was so much like yesterday that for a minute I thought it had all been a dream. But even my dreams weren't that bizarre. And then I tried to move, and immediately knew it had been real enough. because I got the Charlie horse from hell in my left calf. I didn't shriek. It wasn't that loud. But to a vampire's ears, it must have been loud enough, because the bedroom door burst open and Marco rushed in, gun in hand, and face pretty damn scary. He looked around wildly, I suppose for something to shoot, and when he didn't find anything, he grabbed me. "What is it? What's wrong?" I stared up at him, still half asleep and disoriented from the pain, and didn't say anything. "Cassie! Charlie horse!" I finally managed to gasp, only it didn't seem to do any good, because he just stared at me, uncomprehending, as the room quickly filled up with vamps. And then he blinked. "Did you say Charlie horse?" I nodded tearfully. Marco said something profane and shoved his gun into the small of his back. "Get out of here," he told the others, who melted away into the shadows, looking absurdly grateful. He sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere." It wasn't an exaggeration. It felt like my entire body had whiplash. I was beginning to understand why Fred had said he hated lasso spells. Of course, the one that had made me feel like shit had also saved my life, but that wasn't at all comforting at the moment. I held up my left leg, which was cramped so badly I couldn't even straighten it out. Marco's big hand smoothed gently over the muscle, and then he applied a little pressure. I gasped in pain, and then in wonder, as the muscle suddenly released. It still hurt like a bitch, a dull throbbing that mirrored the racing of my heart, but at least I could breathe. "You know, I've lived a long time," he told me, massaging the calf more firmly now. "And I met a lot of people, but I ain't never met a woman made me want to beat her to death as often as you." "Sorry," I choked out and tried to pull away, but his hand held me firm. "You're not going anywhere," Marco said. "Not until we have a little chat." But he didn't chat. He didn't talk at all. He just continued the long, soothing strokes with those big fingers. So clumsy looking, but so deft in movement. And after a few moments, I felt my body slowly relax. "You're good at that." "Had a lot of practice." "Really? Where?" I asked, less because I wanted to know than to postpone the bitching out I was about to get. Usually I held my own pretty well, even with the vamps, but right now, it didn't feel like I had anything left. Marco shot me a look that said he knew damned well what I was doing, but then he shrugged. "The Lanista I worked for had me ready the men for combat. They fought better if they were loose, or so he thought." "Lanista?" "Guy who owned a bunch of gladiators." "I thought you were in the army." A bushy black eyebrow rose, but he didn't ask. "I was. Worked and scraped my way up to Centurion, just in time to see the Empire crumble around me. I was almost dead after a battle, when some men dug me out of the blood and the muck and carried me off. Turns out they worked for a vampire with an entrepreneurial streak, and he liked ex-army." He added a little extra pressure and I moaned, but not because it hurt. That leg felt better now, although it just highlighted how sore the rest of me was. It was like I hadn't been able to concentrate on all my other aches and pains until the big one got taken care of. And now they were all clamoring for help. Marco just shook his head at me. "Turn over." I turned over, and those big hands got to work on my back. I stifled a whimper in the pillow, because Marco's idea of a massage bore no resemblance whatsoever to the relaxing spa variety. There was no lavender oil, no soothing music, no hot towels. Just an all-out assault on cramped muscles, until they cowered in surrender and turned to jello. "Why did this vampire like ex-army?" I gasped after a few minutes, mostly to give myself something else to think about. "Fortunatus was in the business of providing gladiators for the rich, politicos who wanted to play up to the crowds, or fat cats trying to outdo each other in private events. The best money came from fights to the death, but it cost him a lot to train a gladiator well enough to put on a good show. Having him die in a death match one of the first times he'd fought wasn't good business, even at the prices he charged." "So he picked people who were already trained?" "No, he picked people who were already trained, and then he made 'em vampires. That way the crowds could watch us die over and over, but he didn't have to constantly replenish his stock. He stopped when I turned over and stared at him. It was a long time ago. That's horrible. That's life. If his men hadn't seen me on that battlefield, hadn't decided that a centurion was just what the boss had ordered, I never would have made it. I almost didn't anyway. Took him 2 months to nurse me back to health so he could kill me. I swallowed. I hope you weren't with him long. A century, give or take. A century? Until the games were outlawed. Marco pushed me back down and started on my shoulders. Christianity didn't approve, maybe because a few too many of their people had ended up in 'em, and not by choice, you know? I nodded. And once it started to spread, the politicians stopped financing matches because they started to cost them votes instead of the other way around. And then the emperor converted and passed a law against it, and while some people still held them illegally, there weren't enough to make it worth the Fortunatus's time. He traded me to another master who needed a bodyguard, and I just got shuffled around after that. And ended up with Mircea. You know the score. Gotta belong to someone. But you're a senior master, I pointed out. You could have a court of your own if you wanted. Yeah, and have all the expense and the headaches and the diplomatic shit to deal with, and still have to answer to somebody. Everybody's the same, can't wait to move up, to hit 5th or 4th or 3rd level and strike out on their own, only to find out the same thing. And what's that? His hand stilled on my back. That there's no freedom in our world, Cassie. If I left Mircea, I'd have to ally with some other high-level master in order to survive. And then I'd be dragged into his life, his fights, just like now. Everybody answers to somebody. Everybody has restrictions they gotta put up with. Even senators. Even Mircea. I was starting to see why Marco had been willing to get on this topic. I sighed and buried my head in the pillow. Even Pythias? Everybody takes orders from somebody, he repeated. Mircea takes them from the consul, and believe me, sometimes he really don't like it. But he does it. I turned over and regarded Marco tiredly. Yes, and why does he do it? Marco frowned. It's his job. And she's his boss, his superior. Yeah. And there's your answer. There's what answer? I sighed. Mircea does what the consul orders because he's her servant. Yes, but I'm not his. I got up and went to the bathroom. Of course, Marco followed. You are not his. His girlfriend, yes. His servant, no. I can't be and do my job. You've done it pretty well so far. What the hell do you think Mircea's gonna ask you to do? I don't know, but that's not the point, is it? I started running hot water in the tub. Then what is the point? That he can ask whatever he wants. I'll probably even do it most of the time. I'd have done it last night if it had been a request. I'd had the day from hell. I really didn't want to go anywhere, but it wasn't a request. It was an order. And if I start taking orders from a senator, any senator, I may as well forget having anyone take me seriously. The consul takes Mircea seriously. As a valued servant, yes, but she knows that when she pushes, he'll do what she wants. He owes his job to her, so he can never be truly impartial. But I have to be, or the Circle will ignore me as a vampire pawn, and the Senate will ignore me because they can order me around, and it'll be the Tony syndrome all over again. And I won't live like that. I just won't. Marco sat down on the side of the tub, making the porcelain creak. What's the Tony syndrome? Somebody had restocked the bath salts, and I threw half the jar into the water. Most seers see both sides of life, I told him. They see the baby somebody has been hoping for, or the long overdue promotion, or the love of their life right around the corner. It helps balance out the bad stuff, the stuff nobody wants to see. The earthquakes and the bomb plots and the fires and the car crashes. But I never had that balance. I don't see the good stuff. I never did. That's rough. It's Exhausting. It's depressing. It keeps you from enjoying a lot of life because even when you're having a good day, suddenly you'll see someone else's pain, someone else's grief, and the record scratches, you know? He nodded. Eventually, I learned how not to see things. But for a long time, I didn't have that ability. The only way I could deal was by telling myself that the stuff I saw was in the future, and that maybe some of it could be averted. That maybe I could change things, at least for a few people. And Tony promised me he'd get the word out. And he lied. Of course he lied. But I was a kid and I believed him, maybe because I wanted to believe him. When I finally figured it out and confronted him, he just shrugged and told me that there was more profit in tragedy. That sounds like that fat little weasel. Marco regarded me narrowly. You're saying you expect the Senate to go around averting tragedies? No, but if I see something coming, something potentially disastrous for our world, I expect them to listen to me. I expect them to trust me. And right now, I don't know that they respect me enough to do that. Marco sighed and looked at me, his elbows resting on massive thighs. Look, I'm going to tell you something, and if you repeat it, I'll deny it. But the master shouldn't have given that order. He ought to know you well enough by now to know what was going to happen, but he did it anyway, because he's scared, and he's stressed, and he don't always see so clear where you are concerned. But that don't mean he don't respect you. Well, it sure doesn't mean that he does, I said, swirling the soap around, a little more forcefully than necessary. He talks about you a lot in the family. He's proud of you. Anybody can see that. Anybody but me. He may not say it to you, but that's the truth. Then why doesn't he say it to me? Right now I feel like one of those floozies you talked about. I never use the word floozy. Who is supposed to hang around, shopping and doing her nails and waiting for her lord and master to show up. That's how he treats me, so why shouldn't I believe that's how he sees me? Because he probably does like the thought of you shopping and doing your nails instead of the kind of shit you usually get up to. And because he's a politician and don't want to give up an advantage. Advantage in what? In the power games you two got going. This isn't about power. The hell it's not. It isn't. I don't want to order Mircea around. I don't want to order the Senate or the Circle around. I just want them to take you seriously, to listen to you, to be guided by what you tell them. And that translates into power, don't it? It translates into doing my job. Marco looked at me for a moment and started to say something, and then he just shook his head. I thought I'd never meet somebody as bullheaded as the master, he told me. But what do you know? I'm not trying to be stubborn. I know. It's like with Mircea. You don't gotta try. It comes naturally. I sighed. I guess I need to talk to him. I don't know what my expression looked like, but Marco laughed. Yeah, but you get a reprieve. He said he'll call you tonight, late. He's got a thing all day. What kind of a thing? He shrugged. Senate stuff, I guess. You'll have to ask him. What about Jonas? I might as well get one awkward conversation out of the way. He called a while ago while you were asleep. Said, hang on. Marco fished a notebook out of his back pocket and flipped it open. Said he thought he might know what attacked you last night. He's not sure, but he thinks they could be something called the Spartoi. Spartans? No, that's what I thought too, but he spelled it for me, and it's Spartoi. There's supposed to be 5 of them, sons of Ares and some dragon. I looked up from shutting off the water. Dragon? Yeah, one of the Fae. They can shapeshift, you know? Yeah, I said slowly, and that would explain why the damn dragon had been so hard to kill. I'd seen Pritkin and a friend of his, Mac, take on one before, and it hadn't been anything like that. But then, that other dragon hadn't been half god either. Anything else? I demanded. Like how we're supposed to fight these things? I think the idea is not to, Marco said dryly. He said for you to stay in the hotel today. He's triple the guards, so nothing should get in here. He needs to do some more research, but he'll talk to you tomorrow. Marco flipped over a page in his notebook, but must have not found anything, because he flipped back. And that's it. I kind of thought that was enough. Apparently, Marco did too, because he was looking a little worried, like he was afraid I was about to break down on him again. I wasn't. I was too pissed off. It looked like the other side didn't worry about little things like playing fair. One not-so-great clairvoyant against 5 freaking demigods seemed a little one-sided to me. No wonder it had almost gotten Fritkin killed. "You okay?" Marco asked. "Yeah." I forced a smile because none of this was his fault. I was just thinking, I have all day with nobody bitching at me. He grinned. "Well, I can, if it'll make you feel better." "You just did." "Nah, that wasn't bitching. You should hear me when I get going." "I'm afraid." "Hold that thought." Marco ruffled my hair and left. I stripped and got in the tub, sinking down in the water up to my chin. It felt good. It felt better than good, and not just because of my sore muscles. 3 days ago, something had tried to drown me in this very tub, and now I was back, relaxing in it. I had a stinky charm around my neck and a vampire probably listening at the door, but still, that was progress. My feet floated to the top of the water, and I stared at my poor, chipped toenail polish. I thought about redoing it. I thought about making Augustine's life miserable. I thought about going to the salon and seeing if any of the guys could do something about my hair. But none of that had much appeal. It was hard to concentrate on my to-do list with the sword of Damocles hanging over my head. I felt like I was just marking time, waiting for the next attack, and that was getting really old. I was sick and tired of playing defense, but to play offense, I needed some help, and I didn't know where to get it, or rather, I did. I just didn't know how. Assuming Jonas's crazy theories weren't quite so crazy after all, I needed to find a goddess, fast. And I thought there was a tiny chance that the one I needed was still hanging around. It had been her spell that banished the other gods after all, so maybe it hadn't affected her, and maybe she hadn't wanted to go back to a world filled with a bunch of pissed-off fellow gods. In fact, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like helping humanity might have stuck her with us. If she had gone home, wouldn't her fellow gods have forced her to lift the spell by now? They obviously wanted back in pretty badly, and she could hardly have stood up to all of them. And gods were supposed to be immortal, weren't they? So if she hadn't gone home, it was at least possible that she was still here. But even if that was the case, she hadn't been seen in 3,000 years, and anyone who had hidden that long had probably gotten pretty good at it. Barring a vision with a map, I had no freaking clue where to start looking, and without a clue, I wasn't likely to get a vision. It was a vicious catch-22. I needed somebody who could point me in the right direction. I needed somebody who knew about gods. I needed a god. Fortunately, I knew 3 of them. Chapter 32. For a hotel designed to look like hell, Dante's wasn't so bad. It had been themed to within an inch of its life by someone who subscribed strongly to the more is more concept of decorating. But this was Vegas, where tackiness passed for ambiance and vulgarity was all part of the fun. But this wasn't fun. This was just plain sad. "You let guests come down here?" I asked, gazing around at what passed for a bus entrance. A few sickly topiaries guarded a cracked cement floor covered with oil and gas stains. There was trash in the corners and dirt on the walls, and the whole place smelled like pee. "Nobody comes to Vegas on a bus," Casanova, the hotel manager, said, while feeling around inside his suit coat. It was a pale wheat color, one of his favorites because it set off his Spanish good looks, but it was a little incongruous in this setting. Like an Armani model who had taken a wrong turn and ended up on Skid Row. "At least no one who stays here. So why have it at all?" "Because some people want to take tours. Grand Canyon, Valley of Fire, Hoover freaking Dam," he said impatiently. "And they get pissy if there isn't a place for them to be picked up on site." "And this is what you came up with?" Casanova shot me a look out of slow, dark eyes that would have been attractive if they'd had a different mind behind them. "If they're taking a bus, they're leaving the casino." So? So they're not going to be spending any money here. So screw 'em? Exactly. His hand emerged with a slim-bodied flashlight, which he shone around. There were fluorescents overhead, but they weren't on. A spill of late-afternoon daylight leached away part of the gloom on either side of the echoing space, and some electric light spilled down the non-functioning escalator behind us. But that still left the main part of the garage a dark cavern. I don't think anybody's down here, I told him, halfway hoping that was true. Oh, they're here, all right, he said grimly. Took my boys the better part of 2 weeks, but they finally managed to track them. Now come on. I pushed limp blonde hair out of my eyes and followed him into the gloom, feeling a trickle of sweat slide down my back. The place was hot as an oven. Apparently air conditioning was another thing bus-loving tourists were denied. And despite the fact that we'd been down here only a few minutes, the back of my blue tee and the waistband on my jean shorts were already soaked. Why do people come to Vegas in summer? I complained. It's the biggest tourist season, which makes no sense. It has to be 120 degrees out. But the kids are out of school. But most people don't take kids here. That whole family-friendly thing kind of fell flat. Exactly. His flashlight bounced off the ceiling, as if he thought our prey might be clinging to the rafters like bats. It didn't help my mood that, for all I knew, they could be. The kids are out of school, so parents need a break from the little bastards. It's a good thing you don't have children. Nervousness had made my voice harsh, but Casanova didn't seem to take offense. One of the best things about being a vampire. Now stop talking and start looking. We edged farther into the darkness, and my hands started to sweat, and not just from the heat. He was right about one thing. Most of the people flooding into Vegas these days were adults, with fully half of them seniors, which might explain why the 3 old crones we were after hadn't been attracting the attention they deserved. Well, that, and the fact that they were ancient demigoddesses with more than one trick up their sleeves. That was what had me clutching the slim black box I carried hard enough to leave my fingers white. It was a magical trap, the kind that had once imprisoned the trio known as the Greyi, long enough for their story to fade into legend. I suspected that they didn't want to go back in. That was fine with me, because I didn't want to put them in there. I just wanted to ask them some questions, assuming we ever found them. But Casanova wasn't exactly an altruistic kind of guy, and I'd had to fudge a little on my motivations. I don't know why you're being so helpful all of a sudden, he said suspiciously, as if he'd heard my thoughts. I'm always helpful. You're never helpful. You drop problems in my lap all the time, and then disappear somewhere and leave me to deal with them. Name one. Those blasted kids you swore would be out of here 2 weeks ago. He was referring to some magical orphans he had less than charitably taken in until we could find other homes for them. The casino had more than 1,000 rooms, but the 2 the kids were occupying preyed on his shriveled little soul. He acted like it was causing him actual pain. Tammy is working on it, I said, talking about their de facto foster mother. It's hard to find a house big enough for that many people that's reasonable to rent. And why bother when you can stay here and eat me out of house and home? They don't eat that much. In comparison to what? Starving Marines? I rolled my eyes. Well, they'll be out soon. That's what you always say. And I'm helping you today, aren't I? About damn time, too, Casanova muttered, stopping to peer into a curbside drain as if he seriously thought someone might have squeezed down there. I looked in along with him until my brain conjured up a memorable scene from It, and I shied back nervously. He glanced over his shoulder, an annoyed frown creasing those handsome features. What is wrong with you? Nothing. I didn't really think there were any homicidal clowns down there, or any ancient goddesses either, but you never knew. This was Dante's. Crazy was what we had for breakfast when we ran out of cornflakes. Good, because this is all your fault, he complained. You are not going to come up with another reason not to help me. I didn't say anything, because technically he was right. I'd sprung the gals from jail, and nobody seemed to care that it had been an accident. Least of all Casanova, whose beloved casino had become their favorite stomping ground. "Why are you so interested in getting them out of here?" I asked as we moved on to a loading dock. "They've been out for almost 6 weeks, and the worst thing I've seen them do is rip apart a slot machine. And anyone who had ever played the one-armed bandits on the Strip could certainly sympathize with that." "Well, one little thing would be that they keep breaking into the upper-level suites," he said acidly. "The consul came out of her bedroom the other day to find them swimming in the pool on her balcony." I grinned. "It's not funny." Considering that it had once been my balcony before she'd pulled rank and kicked me out, I kind of disagreed. "Did they eat all her food?" "There wasn't any food, but they drank all the booze and beat up the guard she sent to remove them. They were there almost 3 hours before they went off to terrorize someone else. She wants them gone." "And God forbid anybody should inconvenience her," I said sourly. To my surprise, Casanova agreed. "I'm losing money every day that damn Senate stays in residence. They're using half of my suites, for which I have yet to see a dime in payment. Co-opting my staff, taking over the conference rooms and eating me out of house and home. This is only temporary. They'll be gone soon. Yes, leaving me with the trashed hotel, a ruined conference schedule, and debts out my ears. Mircea will understand. Mircea doesn't give a shit about this hotel," Casanova said viciously. "Mircea cares about the damn war. If I drown in red ink, it's all the same to him. He writes it off as a tax loss and transfers me to some dead-end job where I can molder away for another century or so." He suddenly rounded on me, shining the light in my eyes and making me wince. "And that's not going to happen, you understand? This is my one shot at the big time. Those old crones aren't going to ruin it for me, and neither are you." "I'm not trying to—" I began, but he was already pushing forward again, muttering something indistinct in Spanish. I scowled and started to follow when a grizzled head popped out of nowhere in front of me. It was hanging upside down, the long gray curls streaming earthward like moss on a plantation. It was Dano, the one who had always had a soft spot for me, at least until I started hunting her. Like all the girls, she had a scrunched-up dried apple of a face with enough wrinkles to make a Shar-Pei jealous. It was a little hard to read the expression that was probably buried under there somewhere, but she wasn't smiling. Her chin dipped toward the trap I still clutched, and a few more wrinkles appeared on the weather-beaten face. I said awkwardly. It was hard to know what to say, since I'd been caught red-handed, and how much English she understood was problematic anyway, but it didn't matter, because before I could figure it out, she suddenly leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. "Heh," she said, and popped back out. And so did the box. I whipped my head around, but I didn't see anything, except for Casanova looking behind some stacked crates. We may have a problem," I told him nervously. "What's wrong now?" he demanded, brushing at a cobweb that had dared to sully his formerly pristine linen. I didn't answer because I was staring at another ancient crone who was prowling toward him over the tops of the crates. Her movements weren't remotely old, ladylike, or for that matter, particularly human. Anayo had gotten her hair cut, I noticed, irrelevantly, right before Casanova winked out of existence. For a moment, I just stood there while she bared toothless gums at me and cackled. Then she held up the black box and shook it suggestively. There was no doubt at all what had happened to the vampire. "Oh shit," I said. Anayo cackled again and then paused, before holding the box out like a gift. I eyed it suspiciously. "You're giving him to me?" She nodded, grinning like a fiend. I suspected a trap, but then if the girls had wanted me in that box, they could have managed it easily enough. So maybe they were just trying to teach Casanova a lesson. I tentatively took a step forward, then two. I put out a hand and almost had my fingers on it when Anayo flicked her wrist, tossing it over my head to Penfredo, the third member of the trio. She was crouched on top of a nearby van, wearing grizzled pigtails and a "Vegas made me do it" t-shirt, and peering at me out of the one eye they all shared. She watched me silently for a moment, then slowly held out the box, like I was actually going to fall for that again. "No, I don't want to play," I told her. Really. That was too bad, because it looked like I was in the minority. "I want him back," I said. Penfredo shot me a look. "Okay, maybe not actually want, but you know how it is." She tilted her head inquiringly. Clearly, she didn't know. That was a problem, because I didn't either. "See, it's like this," I said, trying to come up with a reason why they should let him go. "He's annoying." The girls nodded. This apparently we could all agree on. "And, obviously, he had no right to try to trap you like that. I mean, it's not like you've been doing anything wrong." More nods. "It's just, I stopped, trying to recall why I wanted the guy back. I thought about it while they all waited politely. I gave up. "Look, I don't really have a good reason for you to give him back," I said honestly. "He's a crabby, self-centered, egotistical, money-grubbing snob. His own employees don't even like him much. But it could be worse. If you cart him off somewhere, they'll have to get a new manager, and he might be a lot more of a hard ass." They exchanged glances. I didn't know if that was a good sign or not, but I decided to push ahead anyway. "And if you let him out, I'll talk to him for you. Maybe if he gives you a sweet, you can promise not to go breaking into the others anymore?" Further glances were exchanged. "A nice sweet?" Anayo made a come-hither movement with her hand. It looked like I was getting warm. "With room service?" Ding, ding, ding. We had a winner. At least I guess so, because she handed me the box. I tucked it under an arm instead of letting him out, because I didn't want to deal with the drama right now. I had another reason for coming down here," I told them. Penfredo had been about to crawl off, but at that, she came back and settled down, brushing off her filthy shorts. Dano crossed her legs. Anayo stopped picking at her fingernails with a knife and put it politely away. I kind of felt like I should be serving tea. "It's like this," I said. "It's starting to feel like Grand Central around here for demigods. You know what I mean?" They nodded. "First, it was this Morrigan person. She's this half-fae child of Ares who tried to possess me, and that really sucked." More nods. "But it didn't work. So then she possessed this mage who tried to kill me and almost succeeded." That got me a little pat from Dano. "And then, last night, a bunch more demigods showed up. A guy I know thinks they may be something called the Spardoi, which would make them also children of Ares. Plus, I think they were also after my mother way back when. At least, they fought the same as those other guys, and... Anyway, I don't think these attacks are just going to stop, you know?" Nods all around. "I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have to deal with them, only I don't know how. But there's this prophecy that says I can get help if I find a goddess. The one they used to call Artemis back in Greece." Dano frowned. "I know the gods were all banished, but I thought that maybe since it was her spell, she might still be around somewhere." The others just looked at me, but Dano slowly shook her head. "You're sure?" A nod. Damn, so much for that theory. "Okay, then how about this? The prophecy said that Artemis and Ares were supposed to fight, but he isn't here either. It's his kids who have been causing the trouble. So I was thinking, maybe I need to find her kids, you know?" The girls exchanged some looks. I mean, she was supposed to be this virgin goddess, but I gotta think after a few thousand years, that's gonna kinda get old. So I thought maybe... I broke off because the girls' heads jerked up, all at the same time, like they were on a string. I hadn't heard anything, but then I looked back over my shoulder. I saw a mob of Casanova's security guards heading for us at a dead run. They must have been watching on CCTV, or maybe they felt it when the boss went pop. Either way, not good. "No!" I yelled. "Don't!" That was all I got out before they were past me, ruffling my hair with the unnatural speed of vampires in a hurry. They didn't ruffle the Greys, because the girls were no longer there. I'd been looking at the vamps, so I hadn't seen them move, but there was suddenly nothing where they'd been, except for a few gray hairs drifting slowly earthward. The vamps stopped, realizing that their prey was gone, about the time that a piercing whistle from the other end of the garage caused all our heads to jerk back around. Silhouetted against the fading daylight were two stooped, wrinkled forms. One of them was waving, while the other held up Casanova's box. I hadn't even realized it was gone. Pamfredo turned around and dropped her filthy shorts, showing the guards a wrinkled white ass. Dana waggled the box some more and pointed. The challenge was clear. Come and get him. No, wait, I told the guards, glancing around for Anayo. She was the scariest of the three, and she was currently AWOL. One of them is missing. We need to... I might as well have saved my breath, because they didn't even hesitate. They started back toward the gals at full speed, just blurs against the gloom, until a plastic-wrapped pallet went sailing through the air like a frisbee. Half the guards hit the wall with a sickening crunching sound. The other half turned, snarling, and came after Anayo. Or at least they tried, but the bus depot contained one of the main loading docks for the hotel, which explained all the stuff sitting around, including a case of produce that Anayo had just popped the top on, repurposing the contents as veggie grenades. Or make that fruit, because the first 10 or 12 she threw in rapid-fire succession were cantaloupes. They spilled their slippery guts all over the floor, right about the time the vamps ran across it, and promptly ended up on their vampy asses. But they were still sliding in our direction, and now they were really pissed. On average, a vampire would prefer to have his body wounded rather than his pride, which at least would leave him bragging rights among his peers. Losing a food fight with 3 old women, on the other hand, didn't do a lot for the image. They were going to have a tough time spinning this unless they caught the girls. Suddenly, the hunt became personal, and that really wasn't good. That was especially true because I didn't think Casanova had bothered to tell his boys what they were facing. If the legends were to be believed, the trio had been created as ancient versions of the Incredible Hulk. Sweet, kind of. As long as they weren't crossed. They morphed into scary with a little scary on top when threatened. I'd seen Anayo's alter ego before, and I was really okay with not seeing it again, and it was looking like I'd get my wish, because she was still in little old lady mode, just standing in front of a parked semi, as if asking to be caught. For some reason, that made me more nervous than the reverse, but the sticky, pissed-off vamps didn't appear to feel the same way. They lunged for her, and for a moment, I thought it was all over, until I looked again and they were suddenly gone. For a second, I thought she must have had another trap, but then a fist-shaped bit of metal bulged out of the side of the semi, followed by a lot of cursing and laughter, because Anayo was on her knees, slapping the dirty ground and cackling. "It isn't funny," I told her, as 4 or 5 other fist and shoe-shaped bulges appeared. She looked up at me, tears streaming down the crags on her face. Obviously, she begged to differ. "I'm serious. They're probably calling for backup right now. This could get really..." I didn't have a chance to finish, because the girls suddenly took off for the escalator. I ran after them, cursing vamps in general and one in particular, because that way led to the lobby. And just on the other side of that was the main casino floor, packed with people escaping the heat and working on tomorrow's hangover. And most of them didn't have a vampire's ability to throw off severe injury. There was no point trying to catch the girls on foot, so I didn't try. I shifted into the corridor in front of them, popping out of space and time to see a bunch more vamps running down the hall. It looked like backup had arrived. There was no sign of the girls until I turned around and spotted them herring down the corridor toward me. They took in the guards in front of them and then glanced over their shoulders at the ones coming up behind. And then they took off, into a corridor branching to the left. And shit, that was the back way to the lobby, a shortcut used by the staff. I shifted again, appearing behind the main desk in time to freak out the nearest clerk and to see little wrinkled streaks I assumed were the Greyi zip past, headed for... Oh, crap! I scrambled after them, but of course they beat me to the bridge. It spanned the river Styx, which wound through the stalactite-infested lobby, carrying boatloads of tourists happily on their way to hell. The bridge was for those who wanted a faster way to damnation, or at least bankruptcy, and was usually busier than the river boats. It was still fairly early, though, and Dante's never really heated up until after dark. Security blocked off access to each side of the bridge, but let me through. I walked up to Dano, who was dangling the trap over the water. That wouldn't have worried me so much if there hadn't been a big-ass drain right underneath this bridge. A drain Anayo was currently prizing up. I sighed and leaned over the railing. The water was dark because the bottom of the concrete channel was painted black. It reflected the overhead lights, which wavered in the ripples Anayo was making sloshing around down there. So I couldn't read what was written on the drain, but I was pretty sure I knew where it went. I turned my head to look at Dano. I'd consider it a personal favor if you didn't drop him down the sewer. She looked thoughtful. Today, I said. She grinned. Something caught my eye, and I looked back down at the water. One of the reflections from the overhead lights was drifting upward. It was a testament to how my week had been going that I didn't so much as blink when it broke the surface and floated into the air, like a small glowing balloon. Only this one had familiar shadows drifting over the surface, one half of which was dark and the other a blinding, brilliant white. I reached out a hand to touch it because it looked so solid, so real. But as soon as I did, it just sank into my hand and was gone. And a moment later, so was Dano. She hared away across the bridge with her sisters, leaving me with a cursing, livid, doused vampire flailing around in the dirty water below the bridge, and the feel of cool, cool mist on my fingertips. Chapter 33. I heard the yelling as soon as I popped back into the suite. A vaguely familiar voice screeching in one of the back rooms. I paused in the foyer, wondering if I cared. I decided on the negative and was about to pop back out again, but I waited too long. Somebody grabbed me. Cassie! I looked down to find a panicked-looking Fred standing at the bottom of the short flight of steps and gripping my sleeve. What now? I asked, resigned. Marco is off duty and I don't want to have to call him. It makes it look like I can't handle things. What kind of things? Fred waved a hand toward the interior of the suite. That thing. He stormed in a few minutes ago and demanded to see you. And of course I had to tell him that you weren't in and I didn't know when you'd be back, and he went off. He who? And started going through your stuff. I told him he couldn't, but... I didn't have to wonder what he meant for long, because a second later, a tall, enraged blonde emerged from the hall. He was wearing a glittering green brocade tailcoat that, with his height and overall skinniness, made him look like a particularly fabulous praying mantis. You! A long, bony finger was pointed, and of course it was at me. I've been wanting to see you, I told him, but I may as well have saved my breath. Augustine wasn't listening. Who are you wearing? And don't lie to me. What? A month of my life. A month. Do you understand? The finger was shaking now, and so was he, but I didn't think it was in fear of the circling ring of vamps. In fact, I got the impression that Augustine didn't even see them. His eyes were fixed on me, and if blue eyes could burn, they were doing it. I have slaved, worked myself into a frenzy. My masterpiece. Do you understand? No. My masterpiece, he screeched. The finest gown I have ever made. It's almost ready. And what do? Who are you wearing? Okay, no touching, the redhead guard told him, prying long, bony white hands off the front of my shirt. You set me up. Augustine's usually perfect complexion was an ugly, mottled red. You planned this all the time. Planned what? I asked, staying calm because I thought there was an outside chance the guy might actually have a heart attack right there. It isn't ready. Do you understand? Another day, even two, but not by tonight. Tonight? What is tonight? Don't give me that. We started getting requests this afternoon, but I didn't think anything of it. It's normal that people would want to pick up their dresses in advance. They're accustomed to dealing with inferior tailors, people like that Claude, who can't fit a gown to save his life, or that ridiculous Tyndall. Tyndall? What kind of name is that for a... Augustine. But they kept on coming, didn't they? Request after request. And do you know how many gowns I have left now? One! The one! The one in comparison to which all others are garbage. Garbage! Do you understand? Except for mine, of course. But even they... I grabbed him, and I guess that was okay, because none of the vamps interfered this time. Are you trying to tell me that the dresses for the coronation went out today? You know damned well they did, which means they changed the date, didn't they? But no one bothered to tell me, and it isn't finished. It isn't. I didn't hear what else it wasn't, because I'd already shifted. You know it's not going to be a fun party when a serial killer answers the door. Of course, I'd been assuming that anyway. Crashing a vampire ball to which you've been specifically uninvited pretty much ensures that the evening will suck. The killer in question leaned against the doorframe and looked me up and down, the pallid face stretching into a rictus. Cassandra Palmer, and just when I thought the evening would be a frightful bore. I pushed fake black hair out of my eyes and glared. I'd been hoping for a nice human, or even a lower-level vampire. Someone who might have been fooled by the glamoury I'd used to give my 2 round cheeks a little definition, and to tint my blue eyes brown. So of course I ended up with a master vamp who thought he was funny. How did you recognize me? I demanded. You have a style all your own. I looked down at the disguise I'd had to assemble on the fly. I'd been going for high-end waitress, but Dante's wasn't exactly known for good taste. As a result, I'd ended up with a cross between Naughty French Maid and the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Ratty green velvet, torn fishnets, and an Elvira wig that kept falling into my eyes. I looked back up. Ha! Ha! He leaned closer, his nostrils flaring. And your scent is really quite distinctive. I tried not to flinch or let the fact that he knew what I smelled like gross me out. But I must not have done a great job, because that horrible smile emerged again. Someone should mention that it wasn't a good look for him. Of course, it was hard to think of anything that would be. He dressed like an old-fashioned mortician. His hair was the flat black of a bad dye job, and his fangs were always out and always yellow. I had no idea why he chose to look like that. Anyone who had been a vampire since the Victorian era had definitely had time to get it down pat. He kept leaning in until I could feel his breath on my throat. I would know you in the dark, he whispered. And then he licked my neck. I stumbled back, fighting revulsion, and lost my grip on the tray of hors d'oeuvres I was carrying. I grabbed for it and for my ridiculously short skirt at the same time and caught only one. My butt hit the bottom of a short flight of cold, wet steps just as the door slammed shut above me. Jack! There was no response. I hauled myself off the ground, pulled my thong out of my ass, and stomped back up the steps. I peered through the door but didn't see much. The frosted glass in the servants' entrance showed me only vague shadows, one of whom I was pretty sure was laughing at me. I'm not going to just go away, you know. Nothing. It's my goddamn party, I yelled and kicked the door. All I got from my trouble was a stubbed toe and a warning thump from the house wards. I cursed and went to retrieve my tray. The blinis were no longer edible, having been scattered all over the grass, but I needed them for my disguise. assuming I ever got inside to use it. But that was looking less and less likely. My power couldn't even feel the house, much less get a grip on it. Every time I tried, it slipped through my metaphysical clutches like a wet piece of glass, leaving me holding nothing. It didn't feel like a spell or like I was being blocked somehow. I'd had that happen before, and this was different. I could see the house, could reach out and touch the damn thing. But as far as my power was concerned, it just wasn't there. "Told you that wouldn't work," Billy said, lounging in the air beside me. "I didn't hear you come up with any better ideas," I pointed out, just as I noticed a new tear in my hose. God damn it! "You should have just come in jeans. All the servers I saw are male and vampire." "You mean I dress like this for nothing?" "Well, you look cute," he offered, trying to look up my skirt. "Stop that and find me a way in." He shook his head. "That's what I came to tell you, Cass. There is no way." "What are you talking about?" "I figured it out when I tried to float through a window and I couldn't. I couldn't do it." "So? Maybe it's warded." "It shouldn't matter. I'm a ghost. There's never been a ward invented that works on me." "Well, obviously there is." He shook his head. "No, there isn't. It took me a while to figure it out, too. I probably wouldn't have, but a couple of the guests were talking about it. Apparently they don't do it often, and the mages are having a collective magic-asm over the whole—" "Billy," I said impatiently. "I couldn't go through the wall because it wasn't there," he said simply. "Come again?" "Near as I can figure out, they've turned the whole inside of the house into a portal. The outside is still here, but they've transported the inside somewhere else." "Where?" "I don't know. There are only 2 doors that work, the front and this one, and none of the windows do. So I guess when you go through one of the working doors, you go through the portal to, well, wherever they've taken the place. And when you come out, you're back here." "That's why I can't shift," I said slowly. "They've taken the house outside this world, and my power only works here." "That would be my guess, yeah. So, like I said, you're not getting in." "Oh, I'm getting in." This only made me more determined. Not only were they having my coronation without me, but they were having it somewhere my own power didn't even work. And apparently, no one saw the irony in that. Billy crossed his arms. "Okay, say you do. What then? Most of the major players in the sup world are in there. If something big is about to go down, let them handle it." "They can't handle it if they don't know what it is." "You don't know what it is." "And I'm not going to if I'm stuck out here. Now get back in there and get me something I can use." Billy sighed and faded away, muttering something, while I stared in frustration at the ultra-modern sphere looming overhead. It looked vaguely like aliens had crashed into the side of the mountain, leaving half of their flying saucer sticking out. Much of the visible part of the house was glass, I suppose to take advantage of the panoramic view of the tree-lined valley below and the snow-capped Sierra Nevadas beyond. It was gorgeous, sleek, and impressive, much like its owner, with the shell just as maddeningly hard to crack. But I had to figure something out, or this was going to be one memorable evening, for all the wrong reasons. I was still standing there when a couple emerged from the darkness. The man had a 70s nerd stash and eyes as cold as a new razor blade. The woman adjusted a spill of mink over her shoulder and tried not to look like she'd been feeding a vampire in the woods in the middle of the night. Neither paid any attention to the snack-carrying snacks as they mounted the stairs. The man rapped imperiously on the door, which promptly opened. His lips curled as his eyes took in Jack's complete dearth of sartorial elegance. "Even tonight, you couldn't make an effort?" "An effort?" Jack inquired, deliberately disingenuous. "You know what I mean. Half the guests are human, and half are vampire." Jack ran a bony finger under the guy's too-wide polyester tie and gave it a flip. "Do you think for a moment that fine clothes and a pretty face make them forget what we are?" Not with you wearing that ridiculous costume, the man snapped with a total lack of irony. He and his dinner swept inside. Jack laughed. It looked no better on him than the smile, but the sound was surprisingly full and rich. Everyone here is in costume, he called after them. Some are even smart enough to know it. Everyone except you, I said. His eyes slid back to me, reflecting the gaslight from beside the door. It made flames dance in his pupils, like he needed the added creepy. I beg your pardon? That's how you really look, isn't it? Judging by the brown lace of his cravat and the frayed cuffs on his coat, they might have been Victorian originals. And his pale face and limp, lifeless hair looked that way because he was exerting no power to make them appear otherwise. I was in disguise. The other vamp was in disguise, but Jack was just Jack. I hadn't really expected an answer, but he suddenly bent forward, his breath raising goosebumps on the still wet skin of my neck. Tell me, little one, do you know why vampires find the Hollywood stereotype so loathsome? Bad dialogue and worse acting? Because it shows us stripped bare, exposed and naked in our brutality. In other words, as we really are. We're all monsters under the skin, he grinned at me. Even the beautiful ones. I ignored the jab at Mircea, who most definitely fit that description. Is that why they stuck you guarding the back door? Because you embarrassed them? They're afraid of what I might say if allowed to mingle with all our fine guests. His tone was light, but there was something dark in his eyes. Same here, I said, trying to find common ground. His gaze met mine, and there was the tiniest glint of laughter in those beetle-black depths. He knew he was being played, but he was bored and pissed, and he didn't care. I thought they were afraid that their precious asset might get her soft white throat cut. I swallowed, resisting a strong urge to cover up the vulnerable skin in question. That's what they say, because it sounds better. But I think they're ashamed of me. I grew up in a vampire's court, but it wasn't the right court, you know? He nodded. It was no secret that Tony had been the vampire equivalent of white trash. It was one reason why I was starting to suspect that I would never fit in with vampire society. That and not actually being a vampire. We outcasts should stick together. Is that your contention? He asked. You're the one who said this party needed livening up, so to speak. Are you going to let me in? My orders were to stop you. That wasn't what I asked. Jack beamed like the owner of a dim-witted puppy that has finally done its first trick. No, it wasn't, was it? Well? His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You are about to become Pythia. I crossed my arms. I knew what was coming. And you may have an opportunity to do me a small favor in the future. What kind of favor? Nothing too disturbing, he murmured. Since this was Jack, that didn't reassure me much. I'd have to approve of whatever it is, I said reluctantly. I felt like I was making a pact with the devil, which wasn't far from the truth. But I had to get in there. Agreed, he said, so quickly that I knew I was going to regret this. But he flung open the door with a flourish. I look forward to seeing Lord Mircea's reaction to your presence. That makes one of us, I muttered, and hurried inside. Chapter 34. Jack had set up a stool at the end of a walnut-paneled hallway just outside the kitchen. There was a mirror on the wall, probably for the servers to use to check themselves out, so I did, and got a shock. My strawberry blonde curls were still hidden by the wig, but it was my own tip-tilted nose and wide blue eyes staring back at me. Anti-glamoury charms, Jack murmured, watching me with amusement. Great, and the green velvet did not, as I'd hoped, look black in the low lights. I tried pulling up the too low top, but that merely raised the skirt to indecent levels, so I stopped. Anything else I should know about? I demanded. Almost certainly, he said cheerfully. I shot him a look, which did no good at all, and headed down a corridor. It led out onto a vast foyer with a sweeping staircase, heavy with aged wood and hushed elegance. And another half-dozen guards. That was a problem, because a couple of these guards I knew. Tall, blonde, and impassive, they were like perfectly matched bookends, right down to the sleek black tuxes and eerie golden eyes. I ducked behind a porphyry vase taller than I was and silently cursed. No wonder Jack had let me in so easily. He knew I wouldn't get 10 yards. And he was right, damn it. There was no way they weren't going to recognize me. Those two had been assigned to my bodyguard detail until this little shindig took precedence, and Ancient Eyes didn't miss much. Even worse, the staircase ended not 2 yards away from them, meaning I couldn't even try to find another entrance without being nabbed. I was about to double back and see if there was another exit through the kitchen when the front door burst open, letting in a swirl of rain and a couple of glittering corpses. They must have been important because half the guards jumped to greet them and the rest were staring like starstruck teenagers. No one was looking at me, so I went forward with the rest, hoping to edge around to the ballroom while the Amazon who had just come in provided a distraction. Easily 7 feet tall, the voluptuous redhead was gleaming in a silver sheath, and enough mink to send PETA into paroxysms. Or at least she was before she shrugged it off and tossed it over my head. "Mircea, I want Mircea. Where is that beautiful scoundrel?" she demanded. "In the ballroom, my lady," someone murmured. Or maybe they said it normally. I couldn't tell. The damn coat was heavy enough that I almost went down, and left me as little more than a mink-covered lump. Lubov Oksenia Donskoy is a Grand Duchess. Her correct title is Illustrious Highness, the small, bald man said diffidently as I fought my way free. "My apologies," the guard said, only to be bopped on the head with a jeweled fan. "Well, what are you waiting for?" "My lady, your illustriousness," he guessed. The bald man nodded slightly, but his companion didn't look like she gave a damn. She raised long, white glove-clad arms, like an opera star about to sing an aria, showing off breasts like a prow of a ship and enough diamonds to make a person wince. "Tell him to come greet his Lubachka." The guard just stared for a moment, looking suitably dazzled. Then he swallowed and manned up. "I would, but he's with the Pythia at the moment, madam." "The Pythia?" Carmine lips pursed. "What is this?" "The new seer," the bald man said. "You remember Lily, the coronation?" She looked blank. "The reason we're here?" "I am here to see Mircea." Slanted hazel eyes looked down at the guard, which appeared to make him nervous. He was over 6 feet tall, so I suppose he wasn't used to it. "Do you not know where your master is?" "The ballroom, your illustriousness," he repeated, starting to look worried. "Then if you know where he is, why are you standing here?" She gave him a playful smack on the arm that sent him staggering. "Yes, right away." The vamp scurried off, and I scurried after him, trailing about 100 pounds of mink, and neither of the guards gave me so much as a first glance, much less a second. Then I entered the ballroom and stopped worrying about the vampires behind me. I was more concerned by the one who lay ahead. I spotted him almost at once. He stood in the middle of a cluster of people, near the patent leather shine of a piano, looking like something out of a 40s movie. Tall, dark, and handsome, he was the perfect foil for the blonde perfection on his arm. Every hair in his companion's upswept chignon was in place, except for the ones artfully arranged to curl around her ears. The low-cut, midnight blue evening gown she wore was likewise flawless, somehow managing to hug every curve without being vulgar. She looked too good, I decided. No way was anyone going to believe that was me. "That?" I jumped at the sound of a booming voice right behind me. I turned to find the Principessa, or Serenissima, or whatever the hell her title was, standing less than a yard away, checking out my doppelganger through a pair of specs on a stick. "That is the new Pythia?" she demanded. Of no one or everyone, it was hard to tell. The little man at her side said something I couldn't hear over the conversation and music and sounds of people stuffing themselves, but it didn't seem to sit well with Lily. "Common," she announced in a tone that said it ended the matter, and was about as loud as the announcer at a football game. Not surprisingly, everyone in the vicinity stopped to stare at us, including Mircea, whose eyes slid off Lily and latched onto me before I could bolt. They narrowed, and his lips tightened, which for him was the equivalent of a hissy fit. Then just as quickly the expression blanked, and he turned back to his date, laughing with her about something. And then I didn't see any more, because I was being propelled out of the room by another vamp wearing a tux and a scowl. Kit Marlowe was the Senate's chief spy. He was also known for laughing dark eyes, messy brown curls, and an easy smile, and a reputation at odds with all of them. Most of the time, I found it difficult to see the dangerous vamp everyone swore was underneath the handsome exterior. I wasn't having that problem tonight. "I want to talk to Mircea," I told him as I was hustled toward the back. "You are talking to him," he said, his voice clipped. "And it might look a little odd, don't you think, if he suddenly left the side of the Pythia elect to chat with the servant girl? She isn't the Pythia. She's a sitting goose who's about to be cooked. There's going to be an attack, Marlowe." "Very probably." I dug in my heels, trying to slow him down, which didn't help a lot on the highly polished floor. I don't even think he noticed. "If you're so certain, why the hell are you doing this?" "Because it's tradition. Because the damn mages insisted. Because no one is going to sign the Infernal Alliance without at least meeting the new Pythia. And if she gets killed, are they going to sign then?" I demanded, as Jack thoughtfully opened the back door. "No one is going to be killed tonight, I assure you. We've taken precautions. It's perfectly safe. If it's so safe, why can't I stay?" "Because you're tired, and you want to go back to the hotel," he said with enough power behind the suggestion to leave me lightheaded. "That doesn't work on me," I told him furiously. "Then how about this?" he asked, and for the second time that night, the door was slammed in my face. "Marlowe!" After a moment, when it became obvious that he wasn't joking, I sat down on the steps. They were cold and clammy, like the mist that surrounded the house. It was August, but this high in the mountains, summer was just a concept. I glared at the thin veil of stars overhead, and a spattering of rain hit me square in the face. I didn't bother to wipe it off. It fit my mood. Was this what it was going to be like? Locked out or locked up? My whole life spent spewing out predictions with no say in how they were used, or even if they were. It sounded like Tony's all over again. It was Tony's all over again, just with the Senate in his place. Don't expect to influence anything. Don't expect to control anything. Don't expect to make any decisions. Just stay in your corner and do what we tell you. Just wear the pretty dresses and smile. Just behave yourself, little girl. And I'd done what I was told until I found out what Tony was doing with the information, the people he was hurting, the lives he was ruining. And then I'd gotten out, because I wouldn't be responsible for hurting or maybe killing other people, even by proxy. Because I wouldn't be a part of a system I knew nothing about. Because I had had enough. When had I forgotten that? The door cracked open, but I didn't turn around. Somebody came down the steps, and a jacket was placed around my shoulders. It smelled like rich spices and dark forests, and Mircea. I hugged it around me automatically. "You said it wouldn't make a difference," I said without looking up. Mircea didn't pretend not to know what I was talking about. "It did not. This has nothing to do with our personal relationship. Doesn't it?" I looked up, feeling angry and betrayed and hurt and powerless. He came around in front, and since I was sitting on one of the higher steps and he was standing on the ground, When he bent over and took my hand, we were almost eye to eye. I remembered something I'd read once about executives making sure their seats were higher than their subordinates, so they would have some kind of psychological advantage. Mircea didn't use tricks like that. Mircea didn't need them. No, it isn't. We have two relationships, Cassie. You know this. It can't be otherwise. And this was a professional decision, as was last night's. Professional, I said bitterly, staring into beautiful dark eyes. They reflected the gaslight, just like Jack's, and yet managed to look so very different. Yes. Then let's talk professional, I said quietly. A month ago, you promised me you wouldn't interfere with me doing my job. A month ago, Apollo was dead, and I thought the worst was past us. So you lied. No, I said I would try, and I have. But this is not about your job. It's my coronation. It's a formality, one that has made me nervous from the beginning. To my surprise, he sat down on the wet step beside me, getting his Armani-covered tush wet. I guess he could just go change. This was his home, after all. Not that I'd ever had a chance to see it. I would have had you here long before this, he said, with that uncanny ability of guessing my thoughts. But we were attempting to make it secure. We knew the coronation would be an obvious target, but it was impossible to forgo it. The people need to see you. Only, apparently, they're not going to. We had planned for you to be here all along. That was the intent. Then what changed? He looked at me in amazement. The past week changed. 3 attempts on your life in as many days changed. The chance of an attack went from a possibility to a probability to a certainty. And the risk was deemed too high. It was determined. Yes, it was. I cut him off. It was determined. Without consulting me, without even telling me. And if we had told you, if we had said, we have decided to hold the ceremony with the doppelganger in your place for security reasons, what would have been your reaction? What the hell do you think? I said angrily. I've told you 100 times, it's not okay for someone to die for me. And I have told you that sometimes it's necessary. She is a professional. She takes risks such as this all the time. It is her job. And this is mine. We stared at each other, and Mircea's face reflected the frustration, even some of the anger that I was feeling. I was surprised he'd let me see it. His facade was flawless when he wanted it to be. I searched his face, wondering if this was a trick, if this was some way to manipulate me into feeling guilty for causing him more problems, for taking him away from his duties, for being a pain in the ass once again. If so, it was doing a pretty good job. I did feel all those things, along with a nagging suspicion that he had a point. The problem was, so did I, and he couldn't see that, couldn't see anything but that little 11-year-old girl cowering in her room. I wasn't that person anymore. I hadn't been for a while now, but I didn't know if he'd ever be able to see that, to see me. My thoughts scattered as something knocked me broadside. It wasn't an attack, or if it was, my own power was doing it. Something like a fist knotted in my being, jerking me, tugging me, trying to drag me somewhere. When else. Mircea was talking, saying something that probably sounded logical and reasonable and charming all at the same time. And it might have been really persuasive, except that I was a little too busy to listen right then. And then the tug became a heave, and the pull became a wrench, and it was like before I became Pythia, when the power had just tossed me around here and there, wherever it needed me to go. And it must be needing something pretty damn bad, because fight as I would, I was losing. Mircea must have finally noticed something wrong, because he grasped my shoulders. Cassie, what? Fair warning, I told him through clenched teeth, because his hands were gripping my arms, and if I went before he let go, he was coming along, like it or not. What? Fair warning, I yelled, trying to pull away, because I didn't know where my power was taking me, but judging by the intensity of the pull, it wasn't going to be anywhere fun. Let go, I told him. but his hold merely tightened, fingers digging into my flesh. And the next moment, we were gone. Chapter 35. Time twisted, colors ran, and the bottom fell out of my stomach, and the next thing I knew, I was bouncing on the lap of a tuxedo-clad man in the back of one of London's iconic black cabs. I stared at him, and he stared back, brown eyes big and astonished. After a second, I leaned back and checked him over. His tux didn't tell me much, but the wide-eyed woman clinging to his arm was wearing a cute bob and a flippy little piece of chiffon that practically required rouged knees. 20s? I guessed, because for some reason my time sense was seriously messed up. 60s, Mircea told me, staring out the back of the cab as it crept along through a snarl of traffic. I adjusted my position so I wasn't actually straddling the speechless guy's leg. How do you know? Because they didn't have miniskirts in the 20s. He nodded at a nearby giggle of girls in tiny outfits. Are you sure? Believe me, Dulcata, the advent of the mini is forever emblazoned on my mind. I scowled. It would be. But under the circumstances, I preferred some confirmation. I poked the girl, who jumped and gave a little screech. What year is it? I asked, but she only stared at me. Keanoe? I tried. Nada. Ankel enisamnu? What are you doing? Mircea asked. I don't think they speak English. I think it more likely that they are merely startled. Okay, but they've had time to get over it now. 1969, the woman finally whispered. I frowned. Then why are you dressed like that? We're on our way to a fancy dress party, if you must know, her date said, finally finding his voice. Now, who the hell are you, and how did you— There! Mircea cried, pointing at something in the crowds outside. Thanks for the ride, I told the party-goers, as we climbed over them to get out of the cab. Outside, snow was swirling down out of a black sky, gilded by the lights that poured out of shop windows and glittered from stacks of multicolored signs. It looked vaguely like Times Square, except it was more of a circle with a tipsy Cupid presiding over what looked like the Christmas rush. Hanging nets of illuminated stars hung across every street, swaying lightly in the wind. A wreath dangled drunkenly off a nearby lamppost. And half the people filling the sidewalks and dodging the street traffic were carrying shopping bags. I looked at Mircea. Is this? He nodded. Piccadilly. That meant nothing to me, except that this was where my mother had dropped us off on our last little trip into time. And now, for some reason, we were back. And so was she, judging by the Victorian coach that was lying on its side across one lane of traffic, causing a major jam. The horse was still in place, bucking and rearing at the smell of smoke from the burnt-out hulk behind it. My heart clenched. Why, I don't know. I was still alive, which meant my mother had to be too. But I didn't see her or the kidnapper or anything else in the rapidly growing crowd. But I guess Mircea did, because he grabbed my hand and took off. I think we left a shoe in the cab, I told him, struggling to keep up as we wove through the human obstacle course at a breakneck pace. Considering how often that happens, perhaps you should consider ankle straps. They're dangerous. He tossed a disbelieving look over his shoulder. That is what you consider dangerous? You can break a foot. And we wouldn't want that, he said, sweeping me up in his arms as we came to the entrance to a tube station. I stared around as we were swallowed up by London's steamy underbelly, but I didn't see anything but coat-clad torsos, all of which appeared to be in a hurry. Finding one hustling couple in the wall-to-wall crowd wouldn't have been easy at any time, but doing it while being buffeted by pointy elbows, harassed mothers, and kids with the hyperactive look of the overly sugared was pretty much impossible. I'm not tall enough, I told him, only to be hoisted up onto a strong shoulder. I put a steadying hand on the grimy wall and tried to spot a tall woman in an electric blue evening dress. The mage's tux blended with the standard city uniform in any era, but that color would be hard to miss. Only apparently I was missing it because I didn't see them. "Did they shift again?" Mircea asked as I desperately scanned the crowds. "No, I'd have felt it." "Are you certain?" "She's the heir, but I'm Pythia, I'm certain." And a moment later I spotted her, wearing a shabby brown overcoat that wasn't quite long enough to cover an eye-searing hem. The mage was by her side, a lanky figure in a tan trench hiding his formal blacks, but it was the right guy. I saw him clearly when he turned from the ticket counter, a panicked look on his face and that damned suitcase in his hand. And then he dragged his captive back into the crowd and down a hallway. I hopped down and we took off after them, Mircea hoisting me over turnstiles and then forging ahead to clear a path. It was still tough going, but the crowds parted for him a lot better than they would have for me, and my bare toes got stepped on only a few dozen times before I limped onto a platform behind him and stopped in confusion. There were maybe 36 people sitting on benches or leaning against walls, waiting for the next train, but a quick scan showed that none of them were the two we were after. "They didn't shift," I said, wrinkling my nose at the pungent smell of pot and body odor. They were coming from a busker in beads and buckskin who was standing beside the platform, shaking his filthy hair and doing an enthusiastic rendition of Proud Mary. At least he was, until Mircea thrust a bill into his hand. "Woman in a brown coat and blue dress, man in a trench. Where did they go?" I was about to protest the bribe, not in principle, but because you never knew what seemingly little thing could alter time, and there'd been enough done to this era already. But then the hippie smiled the smile of the happily buzzed and pointed at the yawning mouth of the train tunnel. And my protest turned into a curse. I started toward the side of the platform and the drop-off to the tracks, but Mircea pulled me back. "I'll go. And if they shift again, I'll come back and get you. And if there isn't time, I'll be quick." I shook my head, hard enough to cause my wig to slide over one eye. I threw it down in annoyance. "I don't know how the link between us works. If I get too far from them physically, I may not be able to follow if they shift again. That seems unlikely. If the power is meant to retrieve the heir, it couldn't be that restrictive. I can't risk it." Mircea's brown eyes narrowed, like a man who was prepared to argue indefinitely, but I didn't give him the chance. I kicked off my other shoe and jumped down beside the tracks, feeling the collected muck of who knew how many years squelching between my toes. And a second later, he landed lightly beside me, a scowl on his face and a penlight in his hand. I assumed the little flashlight was for my benefit, but it didn't help much. Neither did the work lights set into the walls here and there, which did little more than stretch the shadows. I couldn't see squat once the brightly lit station had faded behind us. Not that there was much to see. The tunnel itself was claustrophobically small, to the point that it seemed impossible that trains actually ran through this. It was also warm and damp, and reeked of dust and mildew. I was kind of glad I couldn't see details. I could hear, though, and it wasn't helping my nerves. There were odd rumblings of trains that shook the ground under our feet and seemed to come from every direction at once. There was a weird echoing effect that threw our footsteps back at us, making it hard to listen for others up ahead. And then there were some very suspicious squeaks. "I think there may be rats," I said, my grip tightening on Mircea's arm. "At least one," he said softly, about the time I saw the dim glow of another light bouncing off the concrete walls ahead. It was surprisingly distant, considering that we couldn't be more than a couple of minutes behind them. But if they got far enough ahead to break the fragile connection, that lead might well become permanent. I started to run, and almost bumped into the kidnapper booking it from the opposite direction. I hadn't seen him in the dark until he was right on top of us, but suddenly there he was, his blue eyes wild, his hair sticking up everywhere, and his mouth open in the O of oh shit. He almost knocked me down with the damn suitcase, gangly legs churning up the dark as he and Mother headed back toward the platform at a dead run. What the? I didn't get a chance to finish before Mircea grabbed me around the waist and flung us at the wall. I hit hard, bruising my knee and smashing my cheek against the filthy concrete. But I didn't complain, because at almost the same instant, a bolt of red lightning sizzled through the tunnel, electrifying my hair and raising gooseflesh on my skin. God damn it! They're supposed to be dead, I said, furious. Perhaps this is a different group. Jonas said there were only supposed to be 5. Yes, we'll have to mention that to him when we return, Mircea said grimly, as a bunch of pissed-off demigods blew past us. I thought there were 4, not 5, but I couldn't be sure. It was hard to see anything at all with bright green after-images leaping across my vision. And then it was impossible, when so much spellfire lit up the tunnel that it looked like a sophisticated security system had been installed in there. Laser-like spells bounced off walls and ceiling, crisscrossing each other in a deadly web of crimson fire. They turned the small, round space into something straight out of hell, and gave me plenty of light to see that the spells weren't the kind meant to stun. Everywhere they hit, they blackened the heavy concrete, sparked off the rails, and sent a thick layer of dust from the floor billowing into the air. Mircea cursed and pulled me behind him, which would have been fine, except that a bolt slammed into the wall just down from us a second later. It must have hit an electrical line, because a great shower of sparks spewed across the tunnel, a few flaming out against my dress. Mircea cursed again and pulled me back the other way, near the still-smoking blast mark from the previous spell. "Get out!" he rasped. I stopped staring at the fireworks long enough to stare at him. What? Shift out of here, now! I shook my head. We've been through this. If they kill her, I'm dead anyway. Why do you think my power brought me back here? I'll deal with it. You can't, Mircea. He pushed me against the wall, his body shielding me, his eyes reflecting the sparks, and their expression was pretty damn scary. Why are you doing this? Because I don't know how to keep you safe. I don't expect you to. What? He looked at me like he thought I'd gone mad. Would you protect the consul if she was here? Of course not. What would you do? Whatever she needed. You would help her. Yes. Then help me. You are not the consul, Cassie. She has abilities you cannot possibly understand, I know. And from the little I'd seen of them, I was really okay with that. But I have abilities she doesn't. She can survive a direct hit from one of those blasts. I can shift out of the way and miss it. It's the same. It is not the same. You are this. He gripped my arms hard enough to bruise. You are flesh, soft and sweet and yielding and vulnerable. You need protection, but I can't. Mircea, they've been trying to kill me for 3 days, and I'm still here. Due to luck. I stared at him. Then I must be the luckiest person alive. He just looked at me, and I'd never seen that expression on his face before, like he was really going to lose it. There was something going on here, some issue I didn't understand, but there was no time to figure it out. I have to fix this, I told him, as clearly and calmly as I could. If you want to help me, then help me. Don't shield me, don't protect me, don't bury me alive. Help me. He stared at me a moment longer and didn't move. The fight was escalating and also getting farther away from us, back toward the crowded platform. And I didn't think the Spartoi cared much how many people they killed, as long as my mother was one of them. Mircea, please! What do you need? It was harsh. To touch her, that's all I ever needed. 1 second and we're gone, all of us, and this is over. He nodded briefly and let me go. I pushed off the wall and back into the corridor, trying to get a glimpse of my mother. I only needed to touch her for a second to shift her away, but I couldn't just appear beside her. Spatial shifts required me to see where I was going, or risk ending up in a wall or a ceiling or part of a mage. And right now, I couldn't see shit. Except for billowing clouds of dust, crisscrossing spells, and the crazy-ass kidnapper erupting from the fray and screaming bloody murder. He was headed straight at us, but he wasn't running this time. Instead, he and Mom were levitating on something I couldn't see thanks to their flapping coats. But I felt it just fine when it slammed into my stomach, picked me up off my feet, and sent me careening backward into the far reaches of the tunnel. And now there were two of us screaming, me and the mage, as we pelted into darkness, him trying to push me off, and me holding on for dear life, struggling to reach behind him, to grab her, to touch. But either he figured out what I was doing, or he was the worst damn driver in history, because we went weaving across the narrow space, bouncing off the sides and scraping across the ceiling, red bolts of spellfire following us into the gloom. And then he got smart and tipped over, dumping me ass first onto the hard gravel between the tracks. I cursed and scrambled back to my feet, about the time that a blinding radiance flooded the air. It sent wildly leaping shadows dancing across the walls, disorienting me almost as much as the deafening sound of a horn and the tracks vibrating under my feet and the dirt shimmering like gold dust in the air. "What's happening?" I screamed. "Train!" the kidnapper shrieked. I stared up at him. "Train? Train!" Mircea yelled, flinging one of the Spardoi against the side of the tunnel. And then the guy's friends leapt for Mircea, and he leapt for me, and I leapt for my mother. And grabbed a handful of something soft and rubbery and gelatinous instead, completely unlike human flesh. That wasn't surprising, because the bastard of a mage had flung a shield around the two of them, and I'd grabbed a handful of that. It stretched, encasing my arms like thick latex as I tried to punch through, and Mircea tried to keep the mages from incinerating us all, and the damn kidnapper tried his best to kick me in the head. He gave me a glancing blow on the temple, but I stubbornly held on, as the rattling around us grew worse, and the horn sounded again, deafeningly close, and my hand finally closed over one of my mother's. For a second, I stared at her, and she stared back, her wide blue eyes reflecting the approaching light. But while I could feel the fingers under mine, could trace the bones of her hand, could grasp her wrist, I couldn't actually touch her. A thin membrane of the shield still separated us, and as long as it did, I couldn't shift. And then I couldn't anyway, because something smacked into us with the force of a Mack truck. We went shooting down the tunnel like we'd been fired out of a gun, bounced off a wall, hit the floor, and then went tumbling head over heels over head. I had the mage's shield in a death grip, and I didn't let go, even as it careened around the small space like a ping-pong ball on acid. It absorbed some of the damage, and Mircea absorbed most of the rest, throwing his body over mine, until something scooped us up and carried us along like a speeding train. The train must have been pretty much automated, because the driver had been tipped back in his seat, reading a magazine and enjoying a cup of tea. The latter was now all over his natty blue uniform as he stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the knot of yelling, fighting, and kicking people rolling around in the air just outside his front window. And then Mircea grabbed the kidnapper, getting a hand around his neck despite the shield that still encased him. I tried to remember what Mircea had said about how long it took to drain someone through a shield, but my brain was a little busy and I couldn't remember. And then it didn't matter anyway, because the next thing I knew, they were gone. I ended up with my butt half on, half off some type of levitating luggage, and my face smashed against the train's front window. It gave me a perfect view of the mage dragging my mother through the narrow cabin and into the next compartment. Damn it! I grabbed for the door leading into the driver's cabin, but my hand slid off something hard and glass-like. It took me a second to realize that the mage had flung a shield over the front of the train, and then another second to bypass it, shifting into the cabin right on his heels, only to have the door he'd flung open slam back and hit me in the face. That turned out to be kind of lucky, because I staggered back against the front window, and a glance up reminded me that I'd forgotten something, namely Mircea, who was pelting down the tunnel just ahead of the barreling locomotive. I didn't see the Spartoi, who I really hoped were the train version of roadkill by now, but he was using vampire speed to stay out in front. Sort of. It actually looked like he might be losing ground, which would explain the expression on his face when he turned to look at me over his shoulder. "Cassandra," he mouthed. And okay, I deserved that one. "Sorry," I mouthed back, staring frantically at the buttons and dials and thingamajigs on the driver's console. There were a lot of them, but none that were all lit up in red and conveniently marked stop. And I couldn't just shift back outside and grab him without my added weight sending both of us plunging to the tracks. I grabbed the driver instead. "How do I stop this thing?" I demanded, only to have him turn that blank stare on me. I shook him as Mircea slowed down or we sped up, and he slipped within inches of oblivion. But shaking didn't do any good, so I slapped the man, which turned out to be the wrong move, because it broke his paralysis, but then he started shrieking like a little girl. I cursed inventively and stared around, out of time and ideas both, and caught sight of the lightly bobbing suitcase. It had shifted inside with me, maybe because I'd been sitting on it at the time. It was old and worn and vaguely trunk-like, like something out of another era. But the spell the mage had cast was obviously still in decent working order, making it the closest thing to a life preserver in sight. I grabbed it under one arm, shifted outside, and grabbed Mircea with the other. And after a terrifying few seconds flailing around a hair's breadth in front of a few hundred tons of speeding metal, we landed back inside in a heap of arms and legs. And as a bonus, we managed to trip up the driver, who had been about to run into the compartment behind us. Mircea snaked up an arm and grabbed him, jerking the guy down to eye level with less than his usual calm. "Forget," he told him harshly, and the man suddenly stopped hyperventilating. He docilely sat back in his seat, looking bemusedly into his empty teacup as we scrambled unsteadily to our feet. "Sorry," I told Mircea again, only to have him smile grimly. "We'll discuss it later," he told me, somewhat ominously. "For now, where are they?" "That way," I said, and we ran. Chapter 36. It should have been easy enough to spot them, but it was the holiday rush, and there had to be a couple hundred people wedged into the next car, along with bags and boxes and a guy hugging a full-sized Christmas tree. It had the whole car smelling like pine, which would have been great if the damn stuff didn't give me hay fever. I searched the crowd for my mother, shoving branches out of my face and sneezing my head off. "Did they shift again?" Mircea asked as we plowed our way down the car, through the connecting doorway and into the next one. Some people were looking at us like we were crazy, because the space between sections of the train was pretty open. I felt like telling them to try the front seat for a while. "No," I shook my head. "I'd have felt it." "You're sure? If they shifted in the middle of all that?" "I'm sure." The main reason I'd left him hanging was that every nerve, every sense I had, was focused on that tenuous link with my mother. I had it in a mental death grip, prioritized ahead of everything else. There was no way she'd shift an inch and I wouldn't know. "But why haven't they?" Mircea demanded. "Staying in a limited, enclosed space when they know they're being pursued makes little sense. Unless they don't have a choice." He shot me a look. "You think she's getting tired?" "It depends. If this is the same day as the party." "It is." "How can you be sure?" "I could smell the alcohol on him when he passed by, the champagne you spilled." I always forgot. Vampire senses. Then she's tired. In fact, she should be passed out cold by now. I don't know how she's still able to do anything. Taking someone else through time is exhausting, even if it's only once, and she's done it. "How tired are you?" "I'm fine. Not that it matters. It's not like we can stop for a rest." "It matters," he said, gripping my arm, "because it determines how aggressive I need to be. I'm trying to be cautious and alter this time as little as possible. But if you are nearing the end of your strength, "I'm okay," I told him. He shot me another look, but I was telling the truth. If this thing was shaping up to be a race to see who ran out of gas first, then the kidnapper was shit out of luck. I would never stop chasing her. I would fall over with a fucking aneurysm before I stopped chasing her. "I am," I insisted. And I guess it must have been convincing, because Mircea nodded. "When you begin to reach exhaustion, I'll let you know." Although I really hoped it wouldn't come to that. I kind of didn't want to know what Mircea's idea of aggressive was. His idea of cautious was pissing off enough people as we pushed, shoved, and elbowed our way toward the back of the train. I had no idea what the mage's plan was, or even if he had one, but we finally caught sight of him in the second-to-last car, where he was trying to get the connecting door open to the final one. But that wasn't going so well, thanks to an enraged old woman. A shopping bag lay at her feet, with shards of some kind of porcelain spilling out the top, which might explain the umbrella he was currently taking upside the head. I could have kissed her, but I didn't have time, because my mother was standing to the side, talking to him urgently, although the beating he was taking made it unlikely he was paying much attention, or that he had shields up around either of them. There were people packed all around her, and no place to shift closer, so I just started pushing forward, climbing or crawling or jumping over anyone in my way. Outraged voices rose all around me, and several people pushed back, but I barely noticed. Mircea had gone for the mage at the same moment, and if he could distract him for just a couple of seconds. And then the train rocked hard around us, sending people staggering left and then right as it almost left the tracks. I didn't know what had happened until the back window exploded in a wash of bright red energy. And not just the back one. The metal body of the car must have acted like some kind of conductor, because window after window burst in a long line, like firecrackers on a string. Glass pelted the screaming crowd, which surged to its feet, people scrambling after bags and umbrellas and jostling me on all sides. Then the lights blew out, plunging the entire train into darkness. And that was it for the passengers, who collectively rushed away from the chaos and toward the only door out, which happened to be the one we just reached. I jumped for my mother, but someone stepped on my instep, and someone else elbowed me in the ribs, and then I was knocked backward entirely, shoved into the side of the car. My head hit hard enough for me to see stars, but I struggled back to my feet anyway, mainly to avoid being trampled. The people in the last car were pushing into this one, the ones in this one were pushing into the next, and the ones in the next were putting up the kind of fuss you'd expect with 300 or 400 crazed passengers trying to stuff themselves into an already overstuffed area. But the commotion meant that I couldn't hear Mircea, and the lack of light meant that I couldn't see him, or the mage, or my mother. God damn it, I'd had her! I'd had her! If I didn't get another chance, I was going to freak out at the sight of a man slithering in the missing window beside me. An emergency light had come on and was flickering dimly at the front of the car, giving me an intermittent look at his face. But for a moment, I didn't believe it, because it wasn't a face I'd expected to see again. I had assumed that the Spartoi had ended up underneath the wheels, because there had been nowhere else for them to go. There was almost no clearance around the train, not on top, where the roof almost skinned the ceiling of the tunnel, and not on the sides, where the curved walls were streaming away maybe 6 to 8 inches from the windows. It was physically impossible for a grown man to squeeze into a space that small. Hell, I couldn't have done it, and he had at least 70 pounds on me. But he was coming in anyway. I watched, torn between fascination and horror, as his body seemed to shrink, to elongate, to flow with an almost serpentine movement. He could have broken out the rest of the glass in the window, giving himself a bit more space, but he didn't bother. He just oozed through the small opening like he'd suddenly gone boneless, an amorphous mass of skin and flesh and distorted running features, including a patch of floating hair with no skull to give it definition anymore, and 2 round eyeballs swimming in the gelatinous mass of his face. Eyeballs that were nonetheless looking straight at me. I made a sound between panic and revulsion and stumbled back, and he oozed the rest of the way through the window. And as soon as he did, he started to solidify, bones and muscles and assorted free-range body parts all snapping back into place, like a balloon inflating. And I suddenly stopped worrying about losing my lunch and started worrying about the rifle he was aiming at the crowd. Or, more precisely, at the back of my mother's head. I didn't know why he was concentrating on her with me standing right there, but at that moment, I didn't care. I could see her in the next car, her copper hair gleaming under the emergency lights as she looked around frantically, as if trying to find someone. She started pushing forward, calling out something I couldn't hear over the sound of the screaming crowd and the rattling train and my own blood rushing in my ears. And then I grabbed the long barrel and forced it down, even as he fired. I didn't see if I'd been fast enough. I didn't see anything, because a vicious blow sent me skidding backward, until my head stopped me by smashing into a metal railing, in the next compartment. For a moment I couldn't move, too stunned to do anything but lie there as the car swam sickeningly around me. 2 head blows in quick succession had me trying to decide between passing out and puking up breakfast, or possibly doing both at the same time. I rolled over, glass crunching under my hands, but some old clubbing advice about never passing out on your back got me onto my hands and knees. I looked up, dazed and disoriented, in time to see the gun leveled at my head. I stared at it for a split second, my eyes crossing, and then I tried to shift, but my head wasn't clear enough, and even if it had been, panic makes shifting difficult, and nothing panics me quite so much as staring down the wrong end of a gun. I tried again anyway, but the mage squeezed off a shot at the same moment, and I knew I was dead. Only for some reason I wasn't, despite the sound of the shot and the smell of the gunpowder in the air. It told me I hadn't shifted, but I couldn't figure out how else he'd missed me from all of 2 yards away. And then I looked up and bumped my head on the suitcase, which was still bobbing about despite having had a smoking chunk carved out of its butt. I didn't know where it had come from, since I hadn't brought it with me, but I didn't ask questions, just grabbed the thing for a shield I didn't need because Mircea had arrived, and he was no longer looking so interested in caution. He snatched the Spardoy's gun out of his hand, the metal squeezing up through his fingers like Play-Doh. The demigod looked from his ruined gun to the enraged vampire and back again, and for some reason, he seemed more perplexed than frightened. And then Mircea used the gun to thwack him into the opposite side of the now empty compartment. The blow had looked effortless, almost casual, like someone swinging a golf club on a Sunday afternoon when he really doesn't give a damn if the ball goes into the hole or not. And yet it sent the Spardoy far enough into a metal side panel to bow it outward in the shape of his body. And I decided that my estimate of the clearance must have been about right, because we were suddenly treated to the nails-on-a-chalkboard sound of metal being dragged over concrete as his steel-covered ass scraped along the tunnel wall outside. He didn't move, and I thought he was done for, was sure of it, to the point that I whipped my head around to see if my mother was all right. But the movement was too fast for my aching skull, folding my knees under me after a half-hearted attempt to stand. Mircea moved to help me, and therefore he also wasn't watching when the Spardoy peeled himself out of the panel and jumped straight at us. Mircea did sense him in time to turn, to get an arm up, which the Spardoy used to throw him the remaining length of the car. I stared as he busted through the shattered back window, twisted in midair, caught the bottom of the jagged window pane, and propelled himself back inside, only to get hit with a spell that sent him sailing what looked like half a mile down the tunnel. All that took far less time to happen than it did to say, and then a blast hit the suitcase I was clutching hard enough to toss me back like a rag doll. I felt something scrape across my back, and something else rip what I felt like a chunk out of my scalp, and then I was tumbling end over end into almost pitch darkness, until my back hit a wall, hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs, to cost me my grip on my floating life preserver, and to send me tumbling to the floor. My knees hit gravel and my hands hit steel, and blood was cascading into my eyes, and I couldn't breathe. So it took me a second to realize that I'd been tossed back into the tunnel, but that somehow I was still alive. I had to be. Death didn't hurt this much. But I didn't understand why until I looked up to see the Spartoy walking toward the next compartment as the train sped off. He didn't bother to look back. Didn't even wait until I was safely out of sight before turning away, like he hadn't bothered to waste power disposing of me. Blood trickled into my eyes as I sat there, understanding flooding me along with something that made my hands shake and my cheeks burn. Mircea had been a threat and had been dealt with accordingly, but in the Spartoy's eyes, I wasn't worth pursuing. I wasn't worth killing. I was just some minor nuisance to be taken care of on his way to murdering my mother. And I didn't think so, motherfucker. I grabbed the suitcase and leaned forward, and the little platform shot ahead like a bat out of hell. Mircea grabbed me around the waist a second later, appearing out of the darkness and vaulting up behind me. He said a really filthy phrase in Romanian that I probably wasn't supposed to know. I couldn't have agreed more. The train had disappeared around a bend, and we leaned left and followed it, scooting around the corner at what had to be 50 miles an hour. We didn't bother discussing a plan, because the plan was simple: find him, kill him. I actually wanted that bastard's head more than the kidnappers, who at least didn't appear to want my mother dead. Right after we took out the goddamn Spartoy. I leaned forward a little more, to the point that I risked tipping over, trying to milk every ounce of speed out of the spell. It should have been insanely frightening, rocketing into a pitch-dark tunnel with seemingly no end in sight and no way to know if we were about to take a header into a wall. But apparently fear and fury don't work together, because I didn't feel anything but hurry, hurry, hurry thrumming through my veins and echoing in my ears, along with the growing rattle of the train up ahead. And then light flooded the tunnel, and we passed to a station filled with people staring in the opposite direction, probably wondering why the hell the train had just barreled by without stopping. Or maybe they were wondering about something else, because a couple of seconds later, we zipped into the tunnel's mouth and almost ran into 3 figures streaking along ahead, barely discernible against the gloom. It looked like the remaining Spartoy had arrived a little late to the party, but they were catching up fast, courtesy of some motor scooters they'd commandeered from somewhere and levitated. 2 were on one, and 1 was on another, and they were tearing down the tunnel at a rate of speed that left them little more than blurs against the night. I stared at them, horrified, because I'd just seen what one of those things could do. There was no way we could let 3 more get to that train. Just no way. Mircea, I know. Get me close, he said, like I had a choice. The damn tunnel was 12, maybe 13 feet across, and they were right in the middle of it, which meant that anywhere I went was going to be close. Why? I asked anyway. And then we shot in between them, and I found out why. Mircea savagely kicked the guy on one scooter, sending him crashing headfirst into the wall, and then he leaned over and kept him there, as we and the scooter and the guy shot ahead, or at least most of the guy did. I was thankful that the headlights on the thing was jumping around, so that I didn't get much more than a glimpse of the black streak left by his head as Mircea ruthlessly ground it into solid cement. And then kicked him off and jumped on his scooter. The body went flying, tumbling back into darkness, and the scooter ricocheted away from the wall and straight at the one driven by the other 2 guys. It looks like caution is kaput for this round, I thought blankly. But we'd had the advantage of surprise on the first attack, and we definitely didn't now. One of the Spartoy jumped onto the front of Mircea's scooter and then flung himself to the side, trying to tip him over. But Mircea flexed his thighs and stayed seated, which meant they shot down the tube spinning sideways over and over, as there was no inertia in midair to stop them. I couldn't help because the other Spartoi had spotted me and was right on my tail. I felt a bullet brush past my shoulder and another graze my thigh, leaving a line of searing pain all the way up to my hip. But it could have been worse, and probably would have been. But the suitcase steered like a wounded buffalo and was bouncing around all over the place. But that wouldn't help for long, and I didn't have time to come up with something that might. Other than the definite impression that being the one in front was not a plus here. I pulled back on the suitcase. The Spartoi shot by me, and then I hurled myself ahead, getting right on his tail for a change. The Spartoi spun, gun in hand, just as I aimed my bracelet at him and two ghostly daggers arrowed in his direction. They looked brighter than usual in the dim light, but had all of their usual enthusiasm for any kind of violence. I flung myself to the side to avoid any more bullets, so I didn't see them land. But I did see the headlight from the scooter sling wildly around the tunnel, heard it crash into the wall, felt the heat when its engine decided, to hell with this, and exploded in a ball of orange fire. I slowed down, the case turning in a wide arc as I stared at the flames licking up the side and roof of the tunnel, and felt vaguely sick. I hadn't had a choice, I knew that, but it didn't make me feel a hell of a lot better. I could count on one hand the number of lives I'd taken, and I wasn't thrilled about increasing the number. Only it looked like I hadn't yet. Because someone walked out of the flames, charred and burned and leaving blazing bits of himself behind on the tunnel floor. His clothes were mostly burnt off, his hair was on fire, his skin was cracked and charred and running, and fiery light was gleaming on the blood cascading down his body. But he was on his feet, acting like he didn't even feel it. And he was smiling. Chapter 37. I'd like to say that I planned what happened next, but I'd be lying. All I could think about was getting the hell out of there, but the Spartoi went for me at the same time. I started to turn back in the direction of the train, and he leapt in my path and grabbed the suitcase. Although, in retrospect, that turned out to be okay, because the spell was a strong one, and I was leaning forward with everything I had. And instead of stopping me, he was dragged along underneath, his feet making rhythmic bump, bump, bump sounds on the cross ties. At least, they did, until a very alive-feeling hand gripped my thigh right over the bullet wound, and I almost whited out in pain. My body jerked, and the scarred piece of luggage went shooting into the floor, hitting down hard and then scraping the Spartoi's entire body across gravel. I hadn't planned that either, but I damn sure kept the pressure on once it happened, knowing from personal experience exactly how sharp that gravel was. The chunks were big, and there had never been any rain down here to wear off the knife-like edges. They were also coated with a layer of black grit or dirt or dust or whatever the hell. Anyway, it was finer than sand, as it proved by flying up in a choking cloud all around us, leaving me gasping for air and the demigod cursing inventively beneath me. But he still didn't let go. Instead, he pushed off the ground, trying to use his extra weight to flip us. I guess to give me a taste of my own medicine. Which might have worked if we hadn't hit a bend in the tunnel, which neither of us saw coming, thanks to the underground's idea of adequate illumination. I might not have seen it, but I felt it when we hit, and heard it when something of his went crunch. It was alarmingly satisfying. It was also useless, because the next moment he flipped us anyway, using the wall for leverage, fighting and scratching and kicking as best as possible from two different sides of the case. "Just fucking die!" he snarled, and I actually saw the expression through the diffuse light sifting in from somewhere up ahead. I tilted my head back and saw the body of the train, which had either slowed to a crawl or was stationary, and either way would do. "You first," I snarled back, and flipped us one last time. Last, because a second later we slammed into the back of the train. Or, to be more precise, he did. Being on top, I sailed through the missing back window to experience the joys of rug burn on a whole new level, which all things considered Was better than smashing into a hunk of steel face first. Although it wasn't feeling so much that way at the moment. I rolled to my knees after I rolled to a stop, almost to the door at the far end of the compartment. My body was crying out for rest, for oblivion, but my brain was telling it sternly to shut up. But it kind of looked like the body might win, because when I tried to stand, I staggered and wobbled and went back down. And not just because of pain and dizziness and a distinct desire to throw up. There was something wrong with my feet. I managed to focus bleary eyes on my filthy, bloody soles, and the glass, gravel, and God knew what sticking out of them. Clearly, the underground was not the place to go barefoot. I doubted I could walk, much less run in this state. And then the Spardoy's head poked up over the serrated edge of the window. He would have looked like he was doing some kind of old vaudeville act, the kind that makes people wince these days at its deliberate racism. Except that blackface usually didn't involve a ton of blood, a half-missing scalp, or a bunch of gravel embedded in the raw flesh all along one side of the face. I screamed, and he grinned and flopped another arm over the ledge, and this one held a gun. And I discovered that, surprise, I could run after all, a scrambling, hobbling gait that got me through to the next compartment just before bullets started strafing this one. I stared at the back of the seat in front of me as it was quickly shredded and tried to think, only that wasn't going so well. My brain was frozen in horror and seemed to be stuck on a loop screaming no, 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 no over and over, which was less than useful. I told it to get a grip, and it told me no, 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 and I screamed again because it was do that or lose my mind. And for some reason, it seemed to help. For one, the barrage stopped, maybe because the Spardoy thought he'd got me, and for another, I could sort of think again, only all that came to mind was that my knives weren't likely to be a big help against a guy who could walk out of a burning inferno, among other things. But I couldn't let him get past me. I couldn't let him get to my mother, and there was only one way to ensure that he didn't. I was going to have to grab him and shift him out of here, and then try to shift back before he could kill me. Which was not sounding like fun for so very, very many reasons, including the fact that I would have to touch him. And I thought that might just send me the rest of the way to Crazy Town, and then Mircea walked through the far door. He strolled down the aisle like a guy looking for a good seat, despite the fact that the barrage had started up again. Half a dozen bullets hit him in quick succession, blooming bright against the white of his shirt. But he didn't seem to notice any more than the demigod had, just held out a hand like that would stop the hail of bullets. And then it stopped the hail of bullets, or something did. I peered around the corner in time to see the Spardoy slump over the window ledge, the gun falling from his limp hand. "You killed him," I said in disbelief. I'd started to think that wasn't possible. "For the moment," Mircea said grimly. "What does that mean?" "It means that these things don't stay dead," he said, giving the Spardoy's body a vicious kick. "I killed the creature I chased in here, but within 30 seconds he was alive again." "Alive? You mean he was a zombie?" "No, I mean he was alive. I just now drained him for the second time. It's virtually the only thing that works with these things, and it doesn't work for long." Then however many times we kill them, they're just going to continue chasing her? "Unless you can help." The quiet voice came from behind me. I turned to find my mother in the doorway, the mage behind her. "This is crazy," he told her urgently. "I told you." "And I told you, did I not? We can use tricks to elude them as we did before, but they'll keep coming. Or we can end this now, once and for all." "But you weren't there. You don't know." She took his hand. "Hush now." He stared at her, obviously frustrated, and then he transferred that stare to me, and if looks could kill. "Right back at you," I said dizzily. My mother had turned to look at him, but now those lapis eyes swung back to me. "There is little time," she said simply. "Will you help?" I had about 1,000,000 questions, but looking into her face, I couldn't seem to remember a single one. and a glance at the dead demigod showed that he was already stirring, flesh flowing along his body like water, jagged wounds pulling together, raw red flesh retreating, the whole time turning into a seamless garment of pale olive skin. Any minute now, his heart was going to start to beat and his eyelids were going to open and I really didn't want to be here when that happened. I looked back at her. What do you want me to do? 30 seconds later, we were still on the underground, still rocketing through a dark tunnel, but things looked a little different. There were plush bench seats of padded leather, posh lights overhead, and shiny wood panels on the walls. And the passengers all looked like they were going to the same fancy dress party as the people in the cab. Or they would have if they hadn't been shrieking in shock at seeing a group of people pop out of thin air in front of them. Or maybe it was more the fact that one of those people was mostly naked and completely dead. Again. Mircea pried his hand away from the creature's throat, and he hit the floor like a sack of rocks. I stared down at the man's sightless staring eyes, shimmering in the gaslight. They were blue. I swallowed. What the hell is he? Spardoi, my mother confirmed. Ares mated with one of the dragonkin long ago, and they were the result. That's why they can transform into one? She nodded. Yes, but not here. The tunnel is too small. It would trap them, and without that ability, much of their power is lost. That's why you came down here, isn't it? You knew. Yes. How? Those beautiful eyes met mine. They have been hunting me for a long time. I didn't get a chance to ask anything else because screams and gunshots came from ahead of us. I looked up in time to see another red lightning bolt take out a connecting door a couple of cars away. I couldn't see what was going on next door because of all the smoke, but there were more screams and more terrified people bursting through into our car. And then, over their shoulders, I got a glimpse of 2 more Spardoi tearing down the length of the train. And then we were shifting again, sort of. This time, it wasn't so much like we went anywhere than as if the scene shifted around us. The train stayed pretty solid, except for the ads on the walls, which bloomed and faded in bright spots of color. But mostly the people changed, morphed, flowed into each other and then into new people, like they were liquid, along with the time stream barreling us along. Days, weeks, months of passengers spilled around us, flickering in and out as we were probably doing in their view as we ran forward, through space and time and back through the compartments. My feet hurt, my body ached, and I was half convinced I had a damn concussion, and I barely noticed. I had a vague impression that I was staring around with my mouth hanging open, but I didn't care about that either. I'd never seen anything remotely like it. Of course, that went for most of the stuff that had happened lately. I wondered if this was what training was like, real training, the kind I was never going to get. I thought Agnes would have liked setting me some crazy obstacle course, making me run after her, challenging me to keep up or have my ass left behind in some other place, some other time. Only this wasn't training, this was real, and getting left behind here wouldn't mean an inconvenience or an embarrassing return. It would mean never returning at all. From what I understood after all of a half-minute of explanation, the Spardoi had managed to get some kind of spell on my mother that caused their state to mirror hers. That meant that they piggybacked along whenever and wherever she shifted. It also prevented her from using any of the tricks I'd seen at the party, stopping time or slowing it down, where they were concerned. She could still slow down time, but if she was immune to it, they would be as well. Until, presumably, she ran out of gas and they killed her. I had no idea why they wanted to kill her, or where the kidnapper fit into all of this, or much of anything else. But I knew the main thing. I knew how she planned to break their spell. She and I weren't using our own power to shift. We were borrowing it from the same source, the enormous well of energy left to the Pythias by Apollo. That put our magic on the same wavelength, for lack of a better term, and was how I was able to track her. My magic felt it whenever she used hers, and I could follow it to the source. The idea was to use that similarity to confuse the Spardoi's spell. I was to keep up as she shifted, to stay right alongside her, until our spells merged, overlapping to the point that the piggyback spell got confused and latched onto both of them. Then we were to shift in opposite directions, ripping our spells apart in the process and hopefully destroying theirs as well. If we timed it right, if we did it in the middle of a shift, that should leave them in the same position I'd accidentally almost ended up in a few days ago, scattered on the winds of time, never to be reassembled anywhere or anywhen. It wasn't death, because these things couldn't be killed, but it was damn close, and I'd take it. Assuming I didn't pass out first. This was hard. This was really, really goddamned hard. The shifts were so close together that it wasn't like a series of them at all, but more like one long, continual slide back into time, one that was taking everything I had just to keep up. It wasn't helped by the fact that the maniacs behind us kept firing, even while we were in the middle of the shift. It didn't look like it was doing much good. Most of the spells and bullets vanished into the weird liquid time we were passing through, seemingly without connecting to anything, but not all of them. Every so often we were solid a split second too long, and some of the barrage got through. Mostly it hit the kidnapper's shields, because he and Mircea were behind us at the moment, but they couldn't shield us completely, and that left Mom and me in the line of fire more than once. I felt a couple of bullets whiz by me, one of which took out a window somewhen and probably scared a bunch of passengers to death. Another must have been fired just as we shifted, because it raced right alongside my head as time sorted itself out, before vanishing like smoke. I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except, please God, not falling over. But my hands were shaking and sweat was coursing down my face, and I couldn't hear anything anymore but my heart hammering in my ears. I think the only thing that kept me upright was Mircea's hand on my arm and a healthy dose of pure rage. God damn it, I was supposed to be good at this. The one thing, the only thing that had ever come naturally to me in this whole crazy job. Yet here I was, panting and swearing and falling through time. Nothing like Mother's elegant, effortless shifting, power boiling around her as she calmly walked ahead. As though this were nothing, just an afternoon stroll through the park. And that is a Pythia, I thought, staring in awe and pride and pain and more than a little disbelief. Agnes had boasted of my mother's abilities, but I never understood what she meant until now. Until I saw how she made it seem so easy, how she made it seem like breathing, commanding time, not being thrown around by it, not tripping and stumbling and almost falling as the room blurred around us. A smooth white hand cupped my face, cool to the touch, unlike my overheated skin. Concerned lapis eyes stared into mine, and I cringed at the thought of what she must be seeing. Frazzled hair sticking to my sweaty face, filthy clothes and panicked eyes, as I fought what was rapidly becoming clear would be a losing battle. Almost there, she told me softly, and I nodded. No breath to talk, nothing to say anyway. Nothing that would help, at least. Then the pace picked up, and what had been torment became impossible. I don't know how I was keeping up, or even if I was. I couldn't think, couldn't see, couldn't even be sure that my feet were moving forward anymore because I couldn't feel them. Days became months, became years, became decades, time flipping by like pages in a book that was smearing and fluttering and shredding before my eyes. And I screamed in pain and fury. Because I wasn't strong enough. Because I couldn't keep up. Because I was about to fail at the thing I was supposed to be good at, and I couldn't. Suddenly, there was a horrible wrenching, like my body was coming apart at the seams, only it wasn't me. It was our magic pulling and tearing and ripping as she veered one way, and I fought the current of her power to go the other. But she was so strong. So unbelievably strong, and I didn't have anything left, and I felt myself stalling and flailing and starting to turn. And the damn Spardoi saved me. They had started firing more wildly, sending panicked people scrambling away from them and straight at us. It didn't help that the crazed crowds usually disappeared before they reached us. I kept flinching back, expecting a collision, and the near panic made it impossible for me to concentrate well enough to keep shifting. I felt myself falter, my grip on time shaking along with my concentration, and I suddenly, belatedly, realized that I didn't have to shift away from her. All I had to do was remain stationary somewhere, and she'd shift away from me. And then a big guy in an old-fashioned suit and a bowler hat barreled right into me, sending me sprawling. We went down in a pile of tweed and leather and outraged pink skin, and there was an umbrella in there somewhere, too, because it was stabbing me in the backside. And then Mircea pulled me up, and I realized that something wonderful had happened. We'd stopped. Chapter 38. I guess I passed out, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a strange bed, in a strange room, with a strange city view outside a small balcony. But the man standing in front of the window, leaning on the open French door, was familiar. Mircea's dark hair was blowing in a slight breeze, the same one that was ruffling the thin silk of his dressing gown as he turned his head toward me. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. He just walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, leaning to brush my sleep-tumbled curls out of my face. "Are you cold?" I shook my head. I wasn't wearing anything under the comforter, but it was thick and warm except for my feet, which were sticking out of the covers. They were a little chilly, but also pink and whole and perfect, a gift from Mircea, I assumed. The rest of me felt pretty good, too, tired, but also warm and whole and clean and alive. I decided I didn't mind the temperature. It felt good to feel cold. It felt good to be able to feel anything. Mircea must have thought so too, because he pulled me in a little more until he could rest his chin on top of my head. I usually disliked that. There wasn't enough hair up there to cushion the bone. But tonight I didn't mind. "Your mother was an extraordinary woman," he murmured after a moment. Much like her daughter." I thought about that for a moment, and then twisted my head around so I could see his face. I thought I was just lucky. Mircea's lips twisted. "I'm not going to be allowed to forget that, am I?" "Probably not. At least not anytime soon." He pulled me back against him and ran a hand through my pathetic hair. "I have never doubted you." "Mircea, it's true. Then what was all that in the tunnel? What has been going on all week?" He didn't say anything for a moment, and I thought maybe he wouldn't. Master vampires weren't in the habit of having to explain themselves, except possibly to their own masters, and Mircea had never had one of those. "We talked about my parents," he said after a moment. "A few days ago. Do you remember?" I nodded. "Did I ever tell you what happened to them?" "I know what happened to your dad," I said. Sort of. Mircea's story about his father's death and his own near miss changed depending on the circumstances. When I was a child, he'd made it sound almost comical. Crazy nobles trying to bury him alive when, surprise, he'd been cursed with vampirism more than a week before. Later, I'd heard a less amusing version, including a late-night flight barely ahead of the torch-wielding mob who had killed his father and blinded him, before leaving him 6 feet under. Mircea had crawled out of his own grave and gotten away, still half-blind, his newly vampire body struggling to heal itself with no food, his mind reeling from shock and horror. He'd had no master to help him, no one to go to for advice or shelter, and yet, somehow, he'd survived. "I know all I need to know," I told him, tilting my head back to look up at him. His hand tightened on my arm. "No," he said softly. "I don't think you do." He drew the covers around us, probably on my account. It takes a lot to get a master cold. And then he told me the whole story, the one I doubted he'd told too many people before. "In 1442, The Pope decided to call for a new crusade against the Ottoman Turks, who had conquered much of the Middle East by that time and were making inroads into Europe. It was felt that someone needed to bring them to heel, and the King of Poland was elected. He had dreams of glory, but at barely 20, little battlefield experience. He relied on the guidance of a soldier of fortune named John Hunyadi. I didn't have to ask if Hunyadi was the bad guy. Mircha's tone was the same one a devout Catholic would use to say Satan. I take it you didn't think much of him. Mircha's hand ran lightly up and down my arm, causing a wave of goosebumps to chase his fingers. Hunyadi did have military skill, he admitted grudgingly, but his ambitions often overruled his judgment. Such was the case when he and Ladislaus, the Polish king, met with my father on their way east. Napoleon famously said that God fights on the side with the largest battalions. That was centuries later, but it fairly sums up my father's opinion, which is why all his diplomatic skill could not keep the horror off his face when he saw their army. It was that bad? It wasn't an army at all. The idiots had brought a totality of 15,000 men with them. As my father told Hunyadi, the Sultan often took that many on hunting expeditions. I'm assuming this Hunyadi guy didn't listen. He informed my father that a Christian knight was worth 100 of the Sultan's rabble. Rabble! Mircha's voice was bitter. When the Janissaries, Murad's elite military corps, were among the best armed, best trained soldiers in the world. They were trained from the time they were children, Christian children whom the Turks took as devshirme, a sort of tax on areas they conquered. I wouldn't think slaves would be all that thrilled about fighting for their masters. These weren't slaves in the American sense. The Janissaries were among the elite of Ottoman society, respected and feared, even by free men. They had known nothing but military service their whole lives. They ate and drank it. At that time, they didn't even marry, for fear it would distract them from their work. They threw all of their passion into warfare, and these were the soldiers against whom Hunyadi was taking a paltry force under an untested king. Didn't he know this? Of course he knew, but he was a pompous, arrogant ass, and worse, a zealot. A cardinal, Cesarini, was traveling with the army, a papal appointment to see to it that God was on the battlefield. Mircha's lips twisted, but not in a smile. If he was fighting for the other side. They lost? We lost, or to be more precise, we were obliterated. His hand stilled on my arm. We? You mean you were there? Yes, leading 4,000 cavalry from Wallachia. But if your father knew it was a lost cause... Mircha sighed. That was precisely my argument. But my father was in a difficult position. He owed his position to King Sigismund, his old mentor, who had loaned him the army he had used to seize the throne. Sigismund was dead by this time, but Ladislas had succeeded him, and he reminded my father of his obligation. There was also the fact that my father was a member of the Order of the Dragon, a Catholic military organization started for the express purpose of combating the Turkish threat. So it was a religious thing? It was a political thing. My mother was the devout one in the family. My father put his faith in a strong arm and a good sword, and he had need of one. There were many competitors for his throne who would have liked to do to him what he had done to the cousin he dethroned. If he gave the surrounding Catholic leaders a reason to distrust him, they might lend one of them an army, as Sigismund had done for him. Then why didn't he lead the forces himself? Why send you to do it? He would have preferred to go himself, if one of us must, but he had signed a treaty with the Turks forbidding it. But I thought they were the enemy. They were, but they also had an army far larger than our tiny force. Had it come to invasion, we would have fought bravely, but we would have lost. As it was, after the Turks made a raid, we would find whole villages nailed to crosses or impaled, or find pyramids made out of the bleached skulls of the dead. Why would they do that? Why not just plunder and leave? Because they wanted to be bought off, and they made sure my father had little choice. In the end, he had to sign a treaty agreeing to pay them 10,000 gold ducats a year, and to refuse to lift his hand against them in battle. And to guarantee his good behavior, he had to give 2 of his sons as hostages. That's how your brothers ended up in a Turkish dungeon. I'd known that Vlad, the brother better known to the world as Dracula, had gone insane in a Turkish prison, but I hadn't known the details of how he got there. Mircea nodded. My father went for the treaty discussion under a flag of truce, taking my 2 younger brothers with him. They were supposed to be safe, but they were seized and put in chains as soon as they arrived. Vlad and Radu were carried away before the treaty was given to him to sign. He knew if he failed to do so, their lives would most certainly be forfeit. So he signed, yes, and was therefore put in an impossible position when Ladislas demanded his loyalty as member of the Order, to fight alongside him in his damn fool crusade. My father couldn't refuse without risking his throne, but agreeing would likely mean the death of his sons. He therefore agreed to send the smallest acceptable force with Ladislas, but chose me to command it, thereby keeping the letter of the treaty, if not the spirit. By not lifting a hand against the Turks himself, yes. I assume it didn't work. I really didn't have to ask. I could read that much from Mircea's expression. Nothing worked. At the battle, we were outnumbered 3-1. And then that foolish king decided to make a dash for glory, along with 500 cavalry, and predictably ended with his head on a pike. The Turks paraded him around like the trophy he was. As soon as his army saw it, they broke and ran. My forces stayed together and managed an organized retreat, which is probably why most of us survived. Virtually everyone else left their bones bleaching on the battlefield, including the cardinal, who was stripped naked by the victors and left for the carrion birds. Hunyadi, of course, escaped, as such men always do. And your brothers? I asked softly. Mircea lay back against the bed, his hair spread out around him. I combed my fingers through it, fanning it out on the pale blanket because it was beautiful, but also because I couldn't do anything else to erase the sadness from his face. It had all happened so long ago that it looked like I had been wrong. At least for one vampire, the past hadn't faded at all. Before the defeat at Varna, they had been hostages, yes, he told me, but very well-treated ones. They were kept at Adrianople, the capital, were given food and clothing worthy of their station, were well-educated and even received a good bit of freedom within the city itself. After the debacle, they were imprisoned in a filthy dungeon, beaten on a daily basis, and half-starved. It's a wonder they survived. And your father couldn't do anything? Pay a ransom, or? No, the Turks weren't interested in money. Not after Varna left all of Eastern Europe open to conquest, or so it looked at the time. They groomed Radu, who had proven to be the most malleable, to be a puppet prince for when they annexed Wallachia. Vlad, who fought them at all and any opportunities, they mistreated terribly, but kept alive because his hatred for them paled in comparison to his loathing for their mutual enemy, Hunyadi. Because he'd caused them to be imprisoned? No, Mircea got up abruptly, because Hunyadi murdered his entire family. I sat there blinking while Mircea disappeared onto the balcony. I wrapped the comforter around me and followed, a little hesitantly, because I wasn't sure I was wanted. I found him lighting up a cigarette, one of the small, dark, spicy ones he preferred, which wasn't a great sign. Mircea only smoked when he wanted to settle his nerves, or give himself something to do with his hands besides wrapping them around someone's neck. But I guess that someone wasn't me, because he pulled me back against him, adding his warmth to the comforters, making the otherwise frigid balcony almost cozy. It looked like this hotel was connected to a train station, because there were a ton of people coming and going far below, all looking like extras out of Dickens. Maybe A Christmas Carol, because a bunch were singing on the sidewalk in the middle of the mad rush. The songs drifted up to us in snippets, blown around on the breeze. For a long time, Mircea smoked, and I just enjoyed the feeling of those arms around me. I didn't get it very often these days, with negotiations and Senate duties and the damned coronation taking up so much of his time. I laid my head back against his shoulder. It was always a surprise how good he felt. My father was livid with Hunyadi, he finally told me, letting out a breath of sweet-scented smoke that drifted up, ghostly pale against the blackness. He had warned the man, had almost begged him not to go, and now 15,000 good men were dead. His sons were imperiled, and nothing had been gained. If anything, the crusade had only served to show the Ottomans our weakness, and he knew them well enough to know they wouldn't hesitate to exploit it. What did he do? Mircea shrugged, a liquid movement against my back. What he should have done. He imprisoned him when the man passed through Wallachia, intending that he should answer for his crimes. But Hunyadi had powerful friends, and they immediately began petitioning my father to release him. And did he? Mircea was quiet for a moment, but his arms tightened around me almost imperceptibly. They called me Mircea the Bold then, he said quietly, due to my actions in battle. But I was too bold on that occasion, furious and grieving and still in pain from wounds received at that disaster of a crusade. I was rash. I spoke out in open court, told how I had seen Hunyadi's arrogance firsthand, that I knew his ego and ambition would drive him to find a scapegoat for his failure. He could hardly blame the martyred king or the saintly cardinal, leaving us as obvious targets. I begged my father to kill him, warned that if it was not his head on the chopping block, it would be ours. And did he listen? No, but someone else did. I don't know, I never knew, who told Hunyadi, but somehow my words reached his ears. And after my father bowed to pressure and released him, Hunyadi vowed to do precisely as I had said, to see us all dead. He put together a force and attacked us, his former allies, barely 3 years later. My family was forced to flee for our lives, but it did little good. Boyars, the local nobility, in his pay hunted us down. It was about this time of year when they caught up with us. It was a little incongruous, standing there warm and safe, listening to Christmas carols and smelling the cold, crisp air and Mircea's funky little cigarette, and imagining the horror he must have felt. They killed everyone? Everyone they could reach. They slit my mother's throat, tortured my father, and buried me alive. It is ironic, but the only thing that saved my brothers was being in Turkish hands. They were far safer in Adrianople than they would have been at home in their own beds. I turned to look at him. Why did you tell me this? Cold hands slid inside the coat, caressed my bare flesh, made me shiver. So that you would understand. I caused the deaths of my entire family once. You didn't. His hands curved around my waist, then dropped to settle on his favorite spot, my bare ass. I have had 500 years to come to terms with what I did. I was young and hot-headed and foolish, and Hunyadi might have done the same even had I said nothing. I will never know. What I do know, what I learned from that one tragic mistake, was never again to risk the ones I love. I looked up at him to find the dark hair dusted with snow. It clung to his high, arched brows, trembling on his lashes. You love me? He just looked at me for a moment, and then he reared back his head and laughed, a rich, mellow sound, unreserved and unashamed. No, not at all. I regularly battle gods for women I dislike. I just stood there, snow melting on my cheeks like tears. What is it? He asked after a moment. Nothing. Except that no one had ever said that to me before. Not Eugenie, not even Raph. They had acted like it and had shown it in a lot of little ways, but no one had ever said it. No one at all. Mircea pulled me against him, and I laid my head on his chest. He was silent for a moment. I have had difficulty with this season ever since. Perhaps you need a good memory in place of the bad ones. A corner of his lips quirked. And where would I obtain such a thing? I buried my head in his chest. I think we can figure something out. Chapter 39. You brought that thing? I asked the next morning, sitting up in bed. I was looking at a battered old suitcase with a burn scar on its bum that was hovering near the foot of the bed. I could hardly leave it, Dulciata, Mircea said, pouring coffee at a little table by the window. The charm still works. Sort of. It was drooping like a week-old bouquet or a half-deflated balloon. I pushed at it with a finger, and it bobbed a little in the air, giving off a nasty smell. I wrinkled my nose, wrapped a sheet around myself, and went to see what was for breakfast. Watery sunlight was leaking in through the glass, gleaming off white china in solid silver, and a wire basket that was leaking mouth-watering smells. Fresh scones. Yum. Mircea handed me a cup of coffee. And I thought you might want to keep it, as it belonged to your mother. What, the suitcase? He nodded. I shook my head, mouth full of scone. It was the mage's. Mircea raised a dark brow. Not unless he used her perfume. I swallowed and pulled the little case over. I didn't smell anything but charred leather and smoke, but I trusted Mircea's nose, and sure enough, there was a pile of lingerie and a few obviously female outfits inside, a pair of shoes a size too big for me, and tucked into a pocket along the side, a bunch of old letters. But how would she have had time to pack? I asked, sorting through them. It's not like she knew she was being kidnapped. If that was, in fact, what we saw. I looked up. What do you mean? Dulciata, I have seen many people under a compulsion, and without fail, they are blanks, almost robotic in their movements, their speech. They do not make decisions. They wait for orders, and they do not tell their captors to hush. You're saying she went with him on purpose? It would seem the only answer. But why? How would she even know someone like that? She was the Pythian heir. Perhaps the letters will tell you. I shook my head, opening one after another. No, these were all written by my father. It looks like he'd been writing to her for a while and she'd kept them. I frowned. But that doesn't make sense either. Jonas said that my parents barely knew each other a week before they ran away together, and these... I checked a few more. They go back more than a decade. Mircea hesitated. I wouldn't have noticed, but I was looking right at him, and he definitely started to say something and then stopped. What? I demanded. I could be wrong, he said carefully. It has been many years, and I had no reason to pay particular attention at the time. Attention to what? To your father's individual scent. I frowned harder. What does that have to... I did not notice it at the party. Things were too fraught, and there were too many other scents in the vicinity. But last night, when I was standing by the mage, I thought I recognized... No! I looked at him in horror. The same tobacco, the same cologne, the same brand of hair pomade. No! That damned eyebrow went up again. I was starting to hate that thing. Would you prefer to have been sired by a dangerous dark mage? Yes, if the alternative is him. He was... quite capable. I stared at him. Did you see... I saw him protect your mother from 4 demigods for a protracted period of time. He did no such thing. She was driving the carriage. Yes, because it is difficult for anyone other than war mages to keep up a shield and to concentrate on anything else at the same time. I didn't see a shield. No more did I, but I saw several direct hits bounce off something. He wasn't able to keep it up for the entire chase, but he certainly helped. And last night, all he did was enchant a suitcase. And it proved useful, did it not? The Spardoi must have had them cornered, but he broke through their ranks. Because he was acting like a crazy man, and protected your mother during a firestorm of spells such as I have rarely seen. He was screaming the entire time. Mircea's lips quirked. It is only in the cinema that heroes have to look a certain way. I have been in many battles, Dulciata, and I can tell you from experience that what matters is what works. Ladislaus's charge looked heroic, banners streaming, armor glinting, 500 horses galloping in one great wave. But it was the height of folly. Your father's tactics were less impressive, but they succeeded, which is the most heroic in the end. But he didn't look anything like that, I said, grasping for straws, because Mircea could say whatever he liked, but being related to that guy? No, just no. The kidnapper was tall and blonde, and you said my father was... I told you how he appeared to me, but he was in hiding. It would not be surprising if he used a glamoury. In fact, it would have been more so if he had not. But you said nothing was supposed to happen at the party, that your men had checked. If he was my father, if he was supposed to be there, to elope with my mother or whatever the hell they were doing, wouldn't your people have known? By all accounts, the party was supposed to be uneventful, Mircea agreed. I would hardly have taken you there otherwise. Your mother was not reported missing for several months. There, you see, he can't be my father. Yes, but Dulciata, the important term is reported. My people were not at the party. They did not see for themselves. They were going on the official reports that may well have been adjusted. Adjusted? But why? To give them time to find her. He waved a hand. The Pythian court likes to appear infallible, mysterious, all-knowing. This is not a reputation that would be enhanced by losing their heir to a set of circumstances none of them foresaw. It would not be surprising for them to wait some time before admitting that they had lost her. They would want a chance to locate her and bring her back without anyone realizing there had ever been a problem. You think they lied about when she left? He shrugged. I think it possible, yes. I always found it odd that they maintained that your father knew her for such a short time before they eloped. 8 days is not much in which to persuade the heir to the Pythian throne to leave it all behind for life on the run. But at the party, he was trying to disrupt things. That's what the guild does, I insisted. Mircea cocked his head. But if that were the case, why not focus on Lady Feminoi? She was Pythia. Your mother was merely the heir, and one due to disappear soon in any case. Removing her from her position a few months early would hardly seem likely to make a huge impact on history. No, there were spells everywhere. Yes, thrown by war mages attempting to shield your mother and the Pythia. How do you know that? Because the spells were frozen, Dulciata. If your father had thrown them, they would not have been trapped in time any more than he was. I shook my head. My father was a member of the Black Circle, not the Guild. Is there any reason he could not have been both? I sat back in my chair and glared at him. Okay, so he's part of some crazy cult that wants to change the world, but then one day he gets bored and decides, just for the hell of it, to join the most infamous group of dark mages around and try to take them over? And when that doesn't work, he thinks, oh well, and elopes with the Pythian heir? Is that what you're saying? Mircea laughed. I thought your father was an interesting man. I just had no idea how much. He isn't interesting. He's a nut, and he isn't my father. Mircea shook his head, as you say, but perhaps we can discuss it later, in our time. You just want to see how badly the guests trashed your house. His lips quirked. With representatives from 5 of the 6 senates in attendance, it is a concern. All right, I drained my coffee and grabbed another scone. But we hit the suite first. I need some clothes. And afterward, if it remains standing, I will show you around the house. Deal, I said, grabbing his hand, and shifted. And knew immediately that I was in trouble. One clue was the slick, wet feel of damp grass under my feet instead of the suite's plush carpet. Another was the Cheshire cat grin of Mircea's glass ballroom, glowing gold against the night, a night that should have been over. And a third was the fist slamming into my jaw, hard enough to send me sprawling. Pathetic, weak, idiot child. You killed the great Apollo? Something reached into my brain like a rain of quicksilver, clean and cold, but burning down all my nerves. Obscene. I couldn't see what was attacking me. The transition from watery daylight to thick darkness had left me half blind. But I really wasn't that curious. I reached for Mircea, intending to shift us out of there, but I didn't find him. His strong grip was no longer on my hand, and I doubted that he'd have just let go. For one thing, I couldn't remember him materializing with me, and for another, he usually objected when people kicked me in the ribs. The pain was breathtaking, like a dagger through my flesh, robbing me of breath and bringing tears to my eyes. But it wasn't bad enough to keep me from shifting. That was something else, grabbing me, jerking me back the second I tried. Oh no, not this time, little Pythia. A booted foot came down on my wrist, crushing it into the dirt, sending pain lancing up my arm and trapping my daggers against the ground. My hand spasmed, still holding a warm scone, which tumbled into the mud. This time, there won't be any running away or any powerful friends to save you. This time, I have you all to myself. I looked up to see boiling dark clouds laced with distant lightning, backlighting a face. It blurred across my watering eyes. Or maybe that was the rain, which was still coming down. But for a moment, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. And then my vision cleared, and I still couldn't. On the surface, it was a sharp-faced brunette with slicked-back hair, thin cheeks, and a long nose. Vaguely familiar, although I didn't... And then it snapped into place. Niall, the officious pain in the ass from the publicity department. It had taken me a second to recognize him, because while the face was the same, the eyes were horrible. No, not horrible. They would have looked perfectly fine in the face of his alter ego, the dragon that had chased Pritkin and me through an office building. But seeing those same firelit orbs in a human's face, complete with elongated pupils and reptilian nictitating membranes, a wave of visceral revulsion washed over my skin, making every hair stand on end. I guess I knew where the fifth Spardoi had gone, I thought wildly, even as I panicked and tried to shift again. But the same thing happened. I was slammed back into the dirt at his feet, hard enough to hurt, like I'd been grabbed by one of the circle's lassos. But I didn't think that was it, because the creature standing over me held something up. Lightning flashed off a slim gold chain, and the familiar charm dangling from the end of it. "Recognize this?" Niall asked pleasantly. "I took it off your good friend the War Mage. I told him Jonas had sent me after it, but he didn't seem to believe me." I stared at the innocuous-looking little thing, swinging slowly to and fro, and remembered with a lurch that I hadn't seen Pritkin today. I hadn't thought about it, had assumed he was resting. But what if instead... My blood ran cold. What did you do?" I asked thickly. Blood dribbled down my chin. I didn't bother to wipe it off. "Let's just say, I don't think you should count on having him come to your rescue yet again. Or anyone else, for that matter. The coronation has begun. The lockdown is in place. And by the time it ends," he smiled, "I don't think there'll be much left to rescue." "I wouldn't bet on that," I snarled and shifted. Of course, I didn't go very far. The damn necklace that I was going to grind into powder if I ever got out of this saw to that, jerking me back almost immediately. But that got my arm free, and when I rematerialized, I was a couple of yards away, behind Niall. He spun, some sixth sense warning him of danger just as two ghostly daggers shot out of my bracelet. They looked brighter than usual in the dim light, but had all their normal enthusiasm for any kind of violence, as they demonstrated by slamming into his torso with enough force to send him hurtling back into a tree, and to pin him there. For about a second. His hands were free, but he didn't bother to use them. He just leaned forward, against the knives, which disappeared into his blood-drenched shirt up to the hilts, and then vanished completely when he simply walked right through them. There was a little pause as the hilts caught on something, his heart, his ribcage. Who the hell knows? And then he tore free with a sucking, squelching sound that left me a little dizzy, even before I saw the knives quivering in the wood behind him. Then I blinked and he was on me, bearing down on my already injured wrist until I felt something pop. A dagger of pain shot up the length of my arm, making me gasp. And that was before he rotated his foot slightly, causing bone to grind against bone. I screamed, trying not to curl around my broken wrist, trying to shift again, but God, it hurt, and I couldn't focus. Couldn't do anything, not even cover myself. My towel had ended up a few yards away, leaving me naked except for a lot of mud, but I didn't think Niall cared. There was no lust in those horrible eyes as he looked me over, no heat, no human emotion at all, just cold assessment, the same spine-shivering stare he'd given me in the air. "You know," he said mildly, "I think I will enjoy this." "This is about revenge?" I gasped. "No, you foolish child. That would be a bonus. This is about the end of a chase that started long before you were ever born. When that damned bitch Artemis turned on her own, banishing the gods from what was rightfully theirs, using her power over the pathways between the worlds to slam a door shut in their faces, and her power over the hells to keep it there. The hells? Earth is an upper hell. How else could demons travel here so easily? She was a queen in her castle. No one could touch her. No one but the children the gods left behind. You're looking for Artemis? Small world." "Not looking. Found. We hunted her for millennia, and nothing. But we were patient, because we knew, queen or no, this world doesn't feed her kind. Every century that passed made her weaker, sapped her strength. Why do you think she had to form the circle to fuel her spell? Could not a goddess power it herself?" "I never really thought about it." "No, neither did they. Never wonder why she had to rely on the humans she loved so much, because her own power was failing. We watched and we waited, knowing that sooner or later she would be forced to go to the only source of the gods' power remaining in this world." It took me a moment to get it, because of the pain, and because it felt like something was pounding on the back of my skull. The Pythian power. Yes, her own brother's legacy. How she must have hungered for it, lusted after it, more and more each year as her own vast store of power faded and thinned and drained away. And at last, after 3,000 years, she broke and we had her. We had her. "You killed her?" I said, even knowing that wasn't right. Knowing something. The pounding in my head was getting worse. "We tried. Oh, how we tried. For you see, little Pythia, there is no spell that can block off a world. No word, no enchantment, no charm has that kind of power. The only way even she could manage it was to weave a piece of herself, a piece of that very fabric of her being, into her spell. She became part of it, an integral part. And what happens, little Pythia, when you remove a vital component of a spell?" "It falls," I said blankly. "Yes, so we tried, but we missed her. An idiot mage helped her, something we hadn't expected. And she disappeared again like smoke. But her power was weak, so weak. We knew we were close. We redoubled our efforts, worked tirelessly day and night, and finally, 5 years later, we found her again." The pounding was a hammering thrum now, like 1,000 running horses. Or one pulling a crazy carriage through a distant street. The mage had hidden her away, with a vampire of all things, and by the time we finally tracked her, the vampire had already taken care of the situation. He had been cheated by the mage on a business deal, or so he said, and had taken the most final possible revenge. The drumming was so loud I could barely hear, hard and fast, like the pounding of my heart, like the blood drumming in my ears, like the crest of a wave about to break. He swore to us that she was dead, and after some checking, it appeared that he was telling the truth. Yet the spell hadn't fallen. She had been blown to 1,000 fragments by the vampire's bomb, but it was as solid as ever. And that was when we realized she must have left something of herself behind. No. Oh, yes. But the vampire lied to us. He never mentioned a child, wanting to keep his little cash cow alive and well and working for him. And to our discredit, the idea never so much as crossed our minds. Why would it? She was the famous virgin goddess. There were no gods here, no one worthy of her. So who would she have taken to bed? No. Yes, horrifying, isn't it? That ridiculous creature. But we should have known. It was all there in the name. Garm was Hel's faithful companion in all the old sagas, was he not? I nodded slowly. But did you know Garm in Old Norse is rag? I shook my head. That didn't mean... He saw and smiled. Ragnar Palmer. That was your father's real name, wasn't it? Before he changed it. And Ragnar means warrior of the gods in Old Norse. The wave broke, crashing over my brain, whiting out all thought for a moment. And when I could think again, it was a succession of images, clues, things I should have seen and totally hadn't. My mother overriding Agnes's spells at the party, something no heir should have been able to do. Her unbelievable stamina, leaving her stronger at the end of a fight than I was at the beginning. Her saying that the Spartoi had chased her for a long time. The look on Dano's face when I asked about the child of Artemis. I finally recognized it for what it was, stunned incredulity. I could sympathize. After your parents died, the trail went stone cold, Niall told me casually. We had no choice but to work on other avenues. 5 times we painstakingly amassed the power to go back in time, to attack her when she was weakest. And 5 times we failed, dying over and over as those damn spells misfired and backfired and ripped us to shreds. The face lowered until I could feel the hot breath on my face, warm, too warm to be human. Not that there was any chance of that, with those eyes staring directly into mine. I stared back at them, paralyzed less by fear than by sheer disbelief. This wasn't happening. This wasn't happening. This wasn't... Having the ability to be resurrected by one's brothers does not mean one does not feel pain in the dying, he hissed. I bled. My brothers bled over and over again, for nothing. Until a month ago, when that idiot Saunders came to me, wanting a little favor. It seems the vampires have a golden girl, a shiny new Pythia, whose name he would like me to blacken. Oh, and by the way, you'll never guess who her mother was. That last was a scream, but I didn't even flinch. I was way too far gone for that. Must have been a shock, I said blankly. It was ridiculous that one stupid little girl could be so much trouble. Before you came on the scene, Myra was well on her way to destroying the Senate. Our allies among the vampires were posed to take over what was left. Our people had infiltrated the circle, removing Marsden and substituting a greedy, duplicitous idiot in his place, who could be manipulated and blackmailed at will. Weakened on all fronts, with no allies and nowhere to turn, the circle would have fallen to our forces in a matter of weeks, and Artemis's damned spell along with it. But at the 9th hour, what happens? A stupid, bumbling, ridiculous child stumbles onto the scene and ruins everything. In a matter of a few months, you destroyed Myra, reinstated Marsden, and are on the brink of uniting the vampires. Oh yes, we know what they're really doing up there, he said, gesturing at the house. But that isn't going to happen, Pythia. You're going to repair the damage you've done. This ends now. Chapter 40. He jerked me to my feet, and I finally realized what he'd been waiting for. The house lights had extinguished, leaving the once glowing ballroom dark and silent. I couldn't see very well, but from what I could make out, a solid wall of people stretched across the glass opening, their heads blacking out the lighter walls beyond. their jewels occasionally catching the light. It's like stadium seating, I thought blankly. Only what they were watching tonight wasn't the latest football game. It was an execution. They can't help you, he told me, but they can watch as all their plans and schemes and useless alliances go up in smoke. You die. The spell fails and my father returns, and the last legacy of that traitor is gone forever. I didn't answer, mainly because he backhanded me and I went sprawling. But then I didn't have to, because the darkness suddenly faded, the trees whispering to one another as the pale smudge of a moon, like a coy lady, glided up over a hill, and immediately everything changed. The dark sky flooded the color of polished silver. The wet grass sparkled like diamonds. The hills and the trees and everything around us was bathed in a brilliant white light. It reflected in the puddle I'd landed in, a luminous wavering orb like the one Dano had offered me, but that I hadn't understood. I'd never seen anything so beautiful. Not since the look of mingled joy and pain and disbelief on my mother's face as she gazed at me. My mother, who if the Spartoi hadn't hounded her, wouldn't have had to flee, wouldn't have ended up with Tony, wouldn't have died. They may as well have killed her. They'd driven her into the hands of the one who had. But they hadn't killed her. They hadn't been able to kill her. She might have lost her power over the centuries, but she'd never lost her courage. She'd taken on 4 of these things twice over and won. She'd done it all while drawing from the same well of power I did, power that was hers by right of birth. As it was mine. My power wasn't some alien thing, I thought, watching the sky in wonder. It wasn't borrowed from another or stolen from a better candidate. There was no better candidate. There never would be. It had flowed away from Myra as soon as it saw me, like the tide when the moon comes out, because it was mine. It was mine. I knew it was mine. I was the one who had taken a little time to catch up. I rolled over on all 4s, gathering strength to stand. I was a little wobbly, and my wrist felt like it might just be on fire. But I got into a crouch on the balls of my feet. The Spartoi looked me over. You would duel me? He asked, amused. That's the idea. To what end? Even if you were to somehow win, my kind are immortal. My brothers would simply resurrect me. You know, I told him, I wouldn't count on that. And why is that? You sent them a 6th time after my mother, didn't you? To hedge your bets. Yes. It didn't go well, I said, and threw out a hand. A time wave flowed across the grass, churning up the dirt as it flowed toward him. He transformed in an instant, surging up from the ground on a rush of air that almost knocked me down as the wave flowed underneath. A group of trees behind where he'd been standing suddenly shot up, 10 and 12 feet in seconds, but he was twice that high, huge wings blocking out the light as he banked and turned and dove. The ground around me exploded in fire even as I shifted. I landed in a nearby copse of small trees, hoping for cover, but he must have anticipated that, because almost immediately I had to shift again as the trees burst into flame, flooding the landscape with garish light and sending strange shadows writhing over the ground. I could see them from the other side of the hill, where I'd landed behind a rocky outcropping. They backlit the huge form of the transformed Spartoi, which was hovering in the air, powerful wings churning up the air. His back was to me because he was still facing the trees, but I couldn't stay where I was. He was already spiraling up to get a better look. Any moment now, he'd spot me. A wave of fire came my way before I'd finished the thought, and it wasn't a narrow stream that I might have been able to dodge. It was a wall of flame that blistered the air, like a tidal wave if they came in crimson and gold. I shifted again because I had no choice, but I couldn't keep doing that. I had my mother's power, but not her stamina. I was already panting. That time wave had been a bitch, and another few shifts would have me close to exhaustion. I had to make the shifts I had left count, which was why, when I shifted again, it was back in time. Normally, I wasn't good at judging short time shifts. A day I could do, or even 12 hours or so, but anything less was tricky. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Okay, most of the time it didn't. So I was pretty surprised to land on the right side of the Spardoy at roughly the same moment that it set the trees on fire. But not as surprised as having a second dragon pop out of the air right over my head. I froze, hiding in the shade cast by my pursuer's own body. I guessed I knew what that quicksilver feeling had been earlier. He must have put the same spell on me they'd used on my mother. Which meant that I couldn't time shift, or I'd take the asshole with me. Perfect. The only thing that saved me was that he'd been looking outward instead of straight down and didn't immediately spot me. Maybe because he was too busy screaming a warning to his former self. I didn't know what language they used, but if he told him where I was about to shift, former me would soon be dead, meaning present me would be dead. Shit. Luckily, everything had happened so fast that his alter ego didn't have time to capitalize on the information. He went screeching toward former me. My Spardoy spiraled up, looking for present me, and I decided to hell with this. Despite the cold, my hair was sticking to my cheeks. My palms were sweaty, and my heart was thrumming in my ears. I thought I had maybe one more time wave in me, if I was lucky. This one had to work, and as fast as these things moved, there was only one way to ensure that. I gathered my power and shifted. Onto its back. I'd hoped it wouldn't notice an extra 120 pounds for a few seconds, considering it had to weigh something like 70 times that. I was wrong. I'd no sooner rematerialized than it let out a bellow of rage that echoed off the surrounding mountains and almost deafened me. And then it did a barrel roll. I screamed, with nothing to hold on to but rain-slick scales that tore at my palms even as I grasped for them. But I launched my last time wave even as I fell. I saw it veer off course, saw it slice into one of the great wings, saw it miss the body. But I didn't have time to curse. Because the next second, I was hitting down, hard. I landed on my side, and of course, it was the side with the injured wrist. A wave of pain engulfed me, so fast and so hard that it froze a scream in my throat. Or it would have, if it hadn't already been knocked out of me. I writhed in the mud, too crazy with pain to do anything else, including think, for a long moment. And when I did manage to gather some thoughts, they were nothing I wanted. I told myself I'd just had the wind knocked out of me, that I'd only fallen maybe 2 stories and onto soft ground that had just been churned up by the talons of those 2 beasts. In a minute, I'd get my wind back. I'd gather my strength. I'd get out of this. There was nothing to worry about. No need for panic. And if I'd had any breath, I'd have laughed. Because if ever a situation called for panic, this was it. I did finally manage to drag in a shaky breath. But by then, it was too late. A shadow fell over me, a human one, because the Spardoy had transformed back. I suppose he didn't think he needed the extra power to take out a half-dead body, and it didn't help that I kind of agreed with him. He stopped beside me, staring down out of those horrible eyes. "You forgot," he said gently. "My father was Ares, god of war." "And my mother was death," I didn't say, because I didn't have the breath. I just stepped out of my body and grabbed him. I don't know if he could feel my dim, insubstantial hand around his throat, but he acted like he felt something. He staggered back, flailing and tearing at nothing. Because what I was, he could no longer touch. But I could touch him, although for a long moment it didn't seem to matter. Nothing was happening, just like with the damn apples. And then slowly, almost imperceptibly, his face began to change. Liquid skin pulled away from flesh, from muscles, from bone. Eyes rolled in sockets, hair grayed and whitened and then fell out as the skin holding it in place rotted away. The tongue, a bloated black thing lolling in its mouth, tried to move, to speak, to curse, before suddenly deflating and disappearing, withdrawing back into the skull like the eyes, like everything, until the bones cracked and splintered and the whole thing dusted away on the breeze. For a moment, I just stared at the imprints of his feet in the soft soil, which were quickly filling up with rain. That had worked. I couldn't believe that had worked. I'd won? I didn't feel like I'd won. I felt dizzy and sick and more than half crazy, like I wanted to run screaming around the hillside. Only I couldn't. I didn't have feet anymore either. I didn't have anything, I realized, except for the tiny bit of life force I'd torn away with me when I came out. And after using up most of it on the battle, it was fast running out. I turned, feeling misty and jumbled and oddly disjointed, like parts of me were already trying to float away. And I saw the small pale slash of my body lying almost halfway across the still burning hillside. It was so far. How had we come this far? I didn't remember moving much at all. Of course, I didn't remember much of anything except watching the Spartoi's face peeling back. A breeze came by, blowing some burning cinders through me, and I flinched. I didn't feel them, was starting to have trouble feeling anything, or concentrating. I needed to move. I needed to get back. I needed to get back now. I started forward in a vague streaming motion completely unlike walking, and that was wrong, wasn't it? It hadn't felt this way before in the apartment, had it? I couldn't remember. But it was wrong somehow, a halting, dragging feeling, slowing me down, pulling me back. I turned, half expecting to see that a piece of myself had caught on something, stretching my metaphysical form behind me like taffy. But I didn't. I saw something worse. A seething cloud of blackness had boiled up behind me, blocking half the sky. It looked like a storm cloud, except storms are laced with lightning, not iridescent feathers. And they drop rain, not tendrils of odd, black smoke. No, I whispered, knowing what it was, and that without a body, I was nothing more than a tasty snack for any passing spirit. And then it was on me. I screamed, expecting it to hurt, but it didn't. It didn't. But the draining sensation ramped up a few dozen notches, causing my hand to shimmer in front of my face as I reached out, trying to part the thick, blue-black clouds to see. But it didn't want me to see. If I could see, I could find my way back, and once inside my body, I would not only have its protection, but that of Pritkin's talisman as well. Pritkin. The name caused pain, caused my tenuous concentration to wobble, and I felt a stinging slap to a face I no longer had. Sentiment. Sentiment in battle got you killed. Not once in a while, not occasionally, but almost every single fucking time. You do not stop to cry or whine or mourn, not in battle, never in battle. That is for later, when you're safe, when you're home. Do you understand? I'd understood. I told him I understood. I'd promised, and now I had to concentrate. Yes, I had to concentrate. I had to get back to my body. My body. Where was my body? I couldn't see. And now it did hurt some as the draining sensation picked up and... Blue-black clouds were everywhere, almost completely cutting off any vision. I surged forward, hoping I was going in the right direction, only able to catch glimpses, here and there, of stars and trees and my body, which seemed to be constantly changing position. I knew it wasn't moving, knew I was the one getting off course, but I couldn't seem to stop it. I raised a hand, dim, so dim, almost transparent now. I could see the mist through it, like it was almost a part of it, like it was floating away. And maybe it was. Maybe it already had. Maybe I had. Things were getting dimmer, harder to see, and I didn't know if that was the clouds getting thicker with stolen power or my sight getting dimmer, but either way, it was very bad news, because I couldn't see it all now. I stumbled on anyway, hoping I would literally stumble into my goal. Would I know it? I thought I would know it, but what were the odds? It was a huge hillside, and my body was small, and I couldn't see. Cassie! The sound was vague and indistinct, like my form, like everything. I wasn't even sure I'd heard it, but then it came again, a faint echoing sound, but stronger to the right. Was it? I thought so, and instinctively moved in that direction. Cassie! It came again, nearer now, or so it seemed. Maybe. I couldn't really tell. I didn't have ears. How could I hear without ears? Wasn't sure I had much of anything now, and I had a feeling a coherent thing like a body might be too much for me to maintain at this point. I had a flash of a dim silver ball, a little twinkling light against a wall of clouds, bright, so bright against the darkness. But I was probably just making that up. I couldn't see, after all. I didn't have... Cassie! I jerked, because that had been close, really close. 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 Somewhere. There. I felt a body, not mine, but familiar, warm, so full of life. Hurt. Why was it hurt? Cassie, listen to me. You have to merge with your body. You have to do it now. My body. Yes. I had to get back to... But where was it? I put out a hand, or what would have been a hand if I had hands left. A tendril of power. Anyway. And then I snatched it back, mewling in pain, after something took what felt like a bite right out of it. God, that had hurt. But it cleared my mind, or what was left of it, because I suddenly remembered. My body was on the ground. I dove, and something screeched in my ear, a furious screaming cry, full of hunger and pain and desperation. And then I was back, filling myself not in one quick rush as I had before, but in tiny trickles here and there. Funny, it didn't feel that different being back. It didn't feel that different at all. I stared up at the sky, at the rain falling almost straight down, highlighted here and there by stray beams of moonlight. It wasn't enough to obscure the stars, which were winking with pinprick brightness through the trees, or the moon, riding a sea of clouds overhead, silvering the landscape. Beautiful. I wondered if I was dreaming, and then knew I was, because he was there. Strong arms went around me, pulling me up. Beautiful, I thought, looking into clear green eyes. He gathered me in, folding me under his chin, and I thought there was something strange about. He had on a shirt too light for the weather, thin cotton with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, showing the tendons in his forearms. His forearms. That was it. I could see the arms he'd wrapped around me because he wasn't wearing his old battered coat. But Pritkin always wore, didn't he? Some reason floated here and there, darting across my mind like a butterfly, but I couldn't catch it. Cassie! Warm fingers trailed down my cheek, my neck. So warm, so warm. Was he healing? I couldn't remember him being this warm, but it felt good. It felt... A sigh leaked out like blood. We sat like that for a moment, his chest hard at my back, his arms hard around me, so solid, grounding, when I felt like I could float away. My head lolled back against his shoulder. It seemed too hard to hold it up anymore. His hand came up, burying itself in my hair, clenching, and then releasing as he carefully laid me down on the grass again. His face swam into view over me. He looked different, and it wasn't just the coat. His hair was a rumpled, silky mess. His eyes were hot, the lines around his mouth deeply etched. He was breathing hard. I watched it curl out of him, silver air on a silver sky. Maybe I'm dreaming, I thought vaguely. Maybe he wasn't here at all, just some shade I'd conjured up because I didn't want to die alone. But he looked real, sharply defined by dark shadows, highlighted at the curve of his neck, the breadth of his shoulders by moonlight. Substantial, undeniably there. My fingers curled around his, and he caught them in a hard grip. I thought I could write a 10-page paper with illustrations on all the ways Pritkin's features differed from the usual standards of beauty, but that didn't change anything about what I saw when I looked at the man. Beautiful, I whispered. He closed his eyes. Overburdened clouds broke open with a rumble and a sigh, and rain fell like a veil across the horizon. I was watching it, mesmerized at how it blurred the distant mountains, at how it... Pritkin's hands framed my face. He bent closer, until his lashes brushed my cheek, until his lips touched mine. Kiss me. Or at least, that's what I thought he said, but it was hard to hear. Something like voices murmured in my head, like a hive full of lazy bees, inarticulate and insistent, waxing and waning. I wish they'd shut up. Cassie. His fingers tightened. Like you mean it. And then he was kissing me, lips soft and slightly chapped on mine, the scratch of a 3-day-old beard against my skin, the smoothness of teeth, of tongue. He tasted like coffee and electricity and power. So much power. It filled my mouth like whiskey, like the best drink I'd ever had. It flowed down my throat, burned along every limb, snapping nerves back to life, filling veins, sending my heart racing in my chest. Suddenly, I could breathe again, not shallowly, but fully, deeply. Only I didn't want to breathe. I wanted him. My hands came up, burying in his hair, holding him, drinking from him, desperate and sloppy and greedy and ravenous. All warm and good and power and, God, oh God, so good. I groaned and rolled on top of him, so hungry, so hungry. His hands settled on my waist, not stroking, barely touching, just holding me in place as I took what I needed. I could see it in my mind, like I saw the Pythian power sometimes, a glittering golden stream flooding out of him and into me. So good. And then his hands were clenching, holding me, bruisingly hard, for one last, brief instant. And then there were people everywhere, running and yelling and pulling on me, pulling us apart. I tried to fight them, and my limbs actually seemed to work now, to respond to my commands. But they were vampires and so strong, and he was gone. The hillside was spinning, people's faces and the streamers of smoke and the rain all blurring together into a kaleidoscope of don't care, because I didn't want them. I wanted Pritkin. I struggled up, and someone tried to push me back down, and I snarled at them, and they let me go. I stumbled to my feet, naked and muddy and bloody and half crazy, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there. And in a flash, I knew why. He'd told me himself, human or demon varieties. I'd given him power to save his life, and now he'd returned it. And while that didn't mean anything in human terms, except emergency and necessity and the only possible way out, in demon terms, it meant, "What have you done?" I screamed to no one, because he wasn't there. I dropped to my knees, screaming in fury, and the earth shook. A time wave boiled under the soil, causing roots to fly out of the ground, pushing up boulders, sending a cascade of mud and debris spilling down the hill and forcing several vamps to jump wildly out of the way. So much power, I thought dully. And it did me no good. It did me no good. It did me no good. Now that, someone said approvingly, is a Pythia. And then blackness. Epilogue. I woke up in bed to find a vampire in my room. He was sitting in the chair in the corner, flipping through a newspaper. The front page was turned to me, and the headline was a little hard to miss. One word in huge black letters. Goddess. I stared at it for a long minute, feeling empty, feeling nothing. The vampire turned over another page. "You're not supposed to be here," I told Marco roughly. A pair of bushy eyebrows appeared over the paper. "You kicking me out?" "No," I said, and then I burst into tears. He came over and gathered me up. He was big and warm and smart enough not to say anything. I cried his shirt wet. I was hard on his shirts. "I got more," he told me, and gave me a handkerchief. It was big, like everything about him. I just held it. I didn't give a shit what I looked like. "What happened?" I asked after a while. Marco's big chest rose and lowered in a sigh. "Well, as I understand it, you showed up to your coronation naked, rolled around in some mud, dusted a dragon, and then made out with the mage. Nobody really knows what happened, but it impressed the shit out of the Senates. They signed the alliance early this morning." "Okay." "Also, they caught that thing that attacked you, the Morrigan?" "Uh-huh." "She claims she was forced into it because the Green Fae invaded and kidnapped her husband. Guess they're working for the bad guys now, only nobody seems to really know. Anyway, she said she's willing to let bygones be bygones if we help her get him back." "How generous." "Yeah, that's what I said. But that Marsden guy is considering taking her up on the offer." I tilted my head to stare up at him. "Why?" "He was here all morning, reading your dad's letters. It turns out that spell everybody's been worried about, the one that keeps the so-called gods out of here." "The Ouroboros?" "Yeah, that's the one. Looks like it wasn't linked to you at all. Even if that Spartaway had killed you, it wouldn't have done any good." "But something is keeping it active. And if my mother isn't here—"
"I didn't understand everything the old man said," Marco told me. "But it seems she did something to merge her soul with your dad's before she passed on. As insurance.
I sat up and turned to look at him. "But he died with her."
"Yeah, but his soul stayed here."
It took me a moment to get it, because Tony trapped it in his damned paperweight.
"Yeah, and it's still here, or in Fairy, somewhere on this side of the spell. Anyway, Marsden figures we gotta find the fat little weasel before he figures out what he's got, and if he's in Fairy, we're gonna need help."
I nodded slowly, but I wasn't thinking about Tony. I just sat there for a moment, a couple of dozen emotions washing through me. But the one I finally settled on was pride, fierce and glowing. She must have known they would never stop coming for her, had to realize they would find her sooner or later. She was weak, possibly dying, because I couldn't see her going to the Pythian court in less than dire need, not knowing what stalked her. She'd had almost no one she could trust, for even at court, there were those like Myra who would have sold her out. But still, she'd found a way. She'd found a way and beaten them all. I wiped my eyes, got up and started going through my dresser.
"So Marsden said he needs to know if you got any ideas where to start looking for the paperweight," Marco told me. "And there's a lot more stuff in your dad's letters he wants to talk over with you. Plus Pritkin hasn't checked in, and he keeps asking if I've seen him. I told him what I could, but it wasn't—"
I looked up. "What did you tell him?"
"That he came through here last night, covered in blood and ranting like a madman. He demanded to see you, and when I told him we thought you'd gone to the coronation, he cursed at me, ran for the balcony, and threw himself into a ley line. That's the last any of us saw of him."
I thought I could fill in the rest. Niall had left Pritkin for dead, but he hadn't counted on his demon blood, or his sheer stubbornness. Pritkin's body had healed enough for him to swim back to consciousness, to realize that the necklace was gone, and to understand what that meant. He'd come here looking for me, probably to warn me not to shift, but I was already gone, so he'd gone after me. He'd gone after me and he'd saved me. He'd said he'd rather die than go back there, into slavery, into his father's tender care. But he'd saved me anyway. Like Mom, he'd found a way. I grabbed a tank top and a pair of shorts and went to the bathroom.
"That was a couple of minutes before the master popped back in," Marco said. "Only without you, things got a little crazy after that, because nobody knew where you'd ended up. And we couldn't reach the house by phone, and we couldn't even contact anybody mentally because they were all in that portal thing. But nobody'd seen you here, so we finally went out there, only to find we'd missed all the excitement."
I ran a comb through my hair and didn't comment.
"The master wanted to keep you at the estate, but Marsden threw a fit, so they compromised and we brought you back here," Marco continued. "The master will be back as soon as he can shake the senators, and Marsden said he'll be checking in tonight. But he wanted to know if you have any idea where Pritkin is."
"Yes." I scrubbed my face and started to get dressed. Fritkin's little talisman bumped my skin as I pulled off the pajama top. I put a hand on it, squeezing hard, and something greasy leaked through the material and onto my palm. I didn't wash it off. There was no question where he was, but Jonas couldn't help him. As soon as he'd exchanged energy with me, the thing that called itself his father had jerked him back, revoking his parole, as Pritkin had put it. And I didn't think it was going to be easy to pry him loose. I wasn't sure it would even be possible. I didn't understand much about the demon realms, didn't know what, if anything, could be done. But I knew who to ask.
By the way, your dress arrived, Marco told me.
What dress?
For the coronation.
I stuck my head out the door. We already had that.
No, you had a mud bath. Seems they want to do it over, do it right, this coming Saturday.
No.
It's gonna be here, instead of at the estate.
No.
It's a nice dress.
I pulled on the shorts and came out. Marco was standing by something that was a little better than a nice dress. It was a delicate, shimmering piece of art. A few crystalline lines sketched out the form here and there, like the ones connecting stars in a constellation. They delineated the soft drape of the skirt, the low-cut back, the plunging neckline, and between those was nothing. Or at least, what was there wasn't cloth. It was completely transparent with a faint tinge of teal, like a dress made out of ice or glass, or the light that glimmered along fiber optic filaments one minute and was gone the next. It was suspended a few feet off the floor and was slowly rotating, shedding softly glowing particles as it went. They lingered for a moment after the dress had turned, like a train of stars, before they disappeared. I'd have been a little worried about the transparency thing if I didn't think Augustine had done some sort of trick, like with Francoise's ribbon. And if I hadn't already gone full Monty in front of most of the leaders of the magical world. And if I planned to wear it. It's beautiful, I said honestly, and Marco sighed.
You ain't coming, are you?
Let my double do it. She's probably better at these kinds of things anyway.
And what are you going to do? He asked,
watching with disapproval as I shoved my feet into a pair of old sneakers.
Raise some hell,
I told him, and shifted.
This concludes Hunt the Moon.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed